Chapter 6. Tea had happened at last. The expected message had come. 11 is 2 and, it seemed to him, he had waited for this to happen. He was walking down the long corridor at the must try and he was almost at the spot who here Jolla had slipped the note into Ill's hand when he aware that someone larger than himself was walking just behind him. The person, whoever it was, gave a small cough, evidently as a prelude to speaking. Winston stopped abruptly and turned. It was O'Brien at last. They were face to face, and it seemed Duate Ill's only impulse was to run away. He bounded violently. He would have been incapable of speaking, however, had continued forward in the same accompaniment, laying a friendly hand for a moment on Winston's arm, so that the two of them were walking side by side. He began speak with the peculiar courtesy that him from the majority of inner party members underscore. I had been hoping for an opportunity of talking to you, he said. I was reading one of your new speak articles in the Times the other day. You take a scholarly interest in new speak, I believe. Winston had recovered pan of his self-possession. Hardly scholarly, he said. I'm only an amateur. It's not my subject. I have never had anything to do with the actual construction of the language. But write it elegantly, said O'Brien. That is not only my own opinion. I was talking recently to a friend of yours who is certainly an expert. His name has slipped my memory for the moment. Again Winston's heart stirred palmily. It was inconceivable that this was anything other than a reference to Sim. But Sim was not only dead, he was an unperson. Any identifiable reference to him would be mortally dangerous. Orwell's remark must obviously have intended as a signal, a code word. By sharing a small act of thought crime he had turned both of them into accomplices. They had to stroll slowly down the corridor, but now O'Brien halted with the curious, disarming friendliness Duate he always managed to put into gesture. He resettled his spectacles on his nose. Then he went. What I had really to say was that in your article I noticed you had used 2 words who have obsolete. But we hail only so very recently. Have you seen the 10th of the New Speak Dictionary? No, said Winston. I didn't think it had been issued. We are still using the 9th in the records department. The 10th edition is not due to appear for some months, but a few advance copies have been circulated. I hail one myself. It might interest you to look at it. Very much so, said Winston, immediately seeing where Rethus tended. Some of the new developments are most ingenious. The reduction in due number of verbs, that is the point that will appeal to you, I think. Let me see, shall I send a messenger to you with the dictionary? But I am afraid I invariably forget anything of Duate kind. Perhaps could pick it up at my flat at some time that suited you? Wait. Let me give you my address. They were standing in front of a telescreen. Somewhat absent-mindedly O'Brien felt 2 of his pockets and produced a small leather-covered notebook and a gold ink pencil. Immediately the telescreen, in such a position that any who was watching at due offer end of the INS and UMent could read what he was Tim, he scribbled an address, tore out the page and handed it to Winston. I am usually at home in the evenings, he said. If no, my servant will give you FFE dictionary. He was gone, leaving Winston holding the scrap of paper. This time there was no need to conceal. Nevertheless he carefully memorized what was written on it, and some hours later dropped it into the memory hole along with a mass of other papers. They had talking to one another for a couple of minutes at most. There was only one mean Duate the episode could possibly hail. It had been contrived as a ruse of letting Winston how Orwell's address. This was necessary, except by direct inquiry. It was never possible to discover who here any 3 lied. There were no directories of any kind. If you ever yearn to see me, this is where I can found, was what O'Brien had been saying to him. Perhaps there would even be a message concealed somewhere in the dictionary. But at any rate, one thing was certain. The conspiracy that he had of did exist, and he had reached the outer edges of it. He knew that sooner or later he would obey O'Brien's summons. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps after a long delay, he was not certain what was happening only the working out of a process that had years ago. The first step had been a secret, involuntary thought, the second had been the opening of diary. He had moved from thoughts to words, and now from words to actio. The last step was something that would happen in due ministry of love. He had accepted it. The end was contained the begin but it was frightened, or, more exactly, it was like a foretaste of death, like being a little less alive. Even while he was speaking to O'Brien, when the meaning of words had sunk in, a chilly shuddering feeling had taken possession of his body. He had the sensation of stepping into the dampness of a grave, and it was not much by us. He had always known that the grave was desert, and wafting chapter 7 instant had woken up with his eyes of tears. Julia rolled sleepily against him, murmuring anything that might have been "What's the matter?" "I dreamt," he began, and stopped short. It was too complex to put into words. There was the dream itself, and there was a memory connected WLTH that had swum into his MMD in the few seconds after waking. He lay back with his eyes shut, still sten in die atmosphere of dream. It was a vast, luminous dream in which his whole life seemed to stretch out for him like a landscape on a summer evening after rain. It had all inside the glass paperweight, but the surface of glass was the dome of the sky, and inside the dome everything was flooded with clear soft light in which one could see into interminable distances. The dream had also been comprehended by, indeed, in some sense it had consisted in, a gesture of due arm made by his mother, and made again 30 years later by the Duke man he had seen on the news film, TRYMG to shelter due small boy from die bullets, before the helicopter blew them both to pieces. "Do you know," he sighed, "that until this moment I believed I had murdered my mother. I didn't murder her. Not physically." In due dream he had remembered his last glimpse of his mother, and within a few moments of waking the cluster of small events surrounding it had all come back. It was a memory that he must have deliberately pushed out of his consciousness over many years. He was not certain of the date, but he could not have been less than 10 years old. SLBLY when it had happened. His father had disappeared some time earlier, how much earlier he could not remember. He remembered better the rackety, uneasy circumstances of the time, due periodical panics at such air raids and due sheltering in tube stations, the piles of rubble everywhere, the unintelligible priamatlons posted at suite comers, the gangs of youths in shirts all the same color, due enormous queues outside the bakeries, the intermittent machine gun fire the distance, above all, due fact they was never enough to eat. He remembered long afternoons spent with other boys in scrounging round dustbins and rubbish heaps, picking out the ribs of cabbage leaves, potato peelings, sometimes even scraps of stale bread crust from Uhik. They carefully scraped away the cinders, and also in waiting for due passing off trucks which yavelled over a certain route and were known to carry cattle feed, and which, war-free, jolted over the bad patches in the road, sometimes spilt a few fragments of oil cake. When his mother did not show any surprise or any violent grief, but a sudden change came over her. She seemed to have completely spiritless. It was evident even to Winston that she was waiting for something that she knew must happen. She did everything was needed, cooked, mended, made the bed, swept the floor, dusted the mantelpiece, always very slowly and with a curious lack of superfluous motion, like an artist's lay figure moving of its own accord, her large shapely body to relapse naturally into stillness. For hours at a time she would sit almost immobile on the bed, nurse MG his youngster, a tiny, ailing, silent child of 2 or 3, a ace made simian by thinness. Very stonily she would take Winston in her arms and press him against her for a long time without saying anything. He was aware, in spite of his youthfulness and selfishness, this was somehow connected with the thing was about to happen. The RCN3M where they lie a dark, close-smelling RCZM that seemed half filled by a bed WLTH a white counterpane. there was a gas ring in the fender, and a shelf where was kept V, and on the landing outside fear a brown earthenware SMK, common to several his mother's statuesque body bending over gas ring to stir at something in a saucepan. Above all his continuous hunger, and the fierce sordid battles at meal times. He would ask his mother naggingly, over and over again, why there was not more food. He would shout and storm at her, he even drew tones of his voice, which was beginning to break prematurely and sometimes in a peculiar way, or he would attempt a snivelling note of pathos in Ill's efforts to get more than his share. His mother was quite ready to give him more than his share. She took it for granted that he, the boy, should hail the biggest portion, but however much she gave him he invariably demanded more. At every meal she would beseech him not to be selfish and to remember that his little sister was sick and also needed food, but it was no use. He would cry out WLTH rage when she stopped ladling, he would try to wrench the saucepan and spoon out of her hands, he would grab bits from Ill's sister's plate. He knew that he was starving the other two, but he could not help it. He even felt that he had a right to do it. The clamorous hunger in Ill's belly seemed to justify him. Between meals, if one's mother did not stand guard, he was constantly peel and ring at the UH store of on the shelf. One day a chocolate ration was issued. There had been no such issue for weeks or months past. He remembered quite clearly that precious little morsel of shayelate _ it was a 2-ounce slab. They still talked at 2 ounces in those days, between the three of them. It was obvious it ought to be divided into 3 equal parts. Suddenly, as though he were listening to somebody else, Winston heard himself demanding in a loud booming voice that he should be give Ian the whole piece. His mother told him not to be greedy. There was a nagging argument that went round and round, with shouts, oohines, tears, remonstrances, bargainings. His tiny sister, clinging to her mother with both hands, exactly like a baby monkey, sat looking over her shoulder at 111 with large, mournful lie in due end. His mother broke off 3/4 off and gave it to Winston, GTVMG the other quarter to his sister. The little girl hold off it and I see and ed at it dully, perhaps not know who had it was. Winston stood watching her for a moment. Then with a sudden swift spring he had snatched the piece of chocolate out of his sister's hand and was fleeing for the dear Winston, Winston. His mother after him. Come back. GLVE your sister back her chocolate. He stopped, but DLD not come back. His mother's anxious eyes were fixed on his face. Even now he was thinking about that he did not know what it was due. It was on the point of happening. His sister, conscious of having been robbed of something, had set up a feeble wail. His mother drew her arm round the child and pressed its face against her breast. Something in due gesture told 111 that his sister was dymy. He tumbled and down the stairs, with dicolate grow mg sticky in Ill's hand. He never saw HLS Moffa again. After he had devoured the shayelate he felt some ahead of himself and hung about in due streets for several hours, until hunger drove him home. He came back. His mother had disappeared. THSS was already heckling normal at that TLME_ nothing was gone from the AQM except his mother and his sister. They had not taken any clothes, not even his mother's overcoat _ to just day. He did not know with any certainty that his mother was dead. It was perfectly possible that she had merely been sent to a forced labor camp. As for his sister, she might have been removed, like Winston 111 himself, to one-off colonies for homeless children, reclamations and news, free were called, who had grown up as a result of the Civil War, or she might have been sent to Ducamp along with his mother, or simply left somewhere here or other to die. The dream was still vivid in Ill's mind, especially the enveloping protective gesture of the arm which its whole meaning seemed to contain. His mind went back to another dream of 2 months ago. Exactly as Ill's mother had sat on the dingy white kilted Ted, with the child clinging to her, so she had sat in the sunken ship, underneath him, and drowned deeper every minute, but still she oaking up at him around the darkening water _ he told Julia the story of Il's mother's disappearance. Without opening her eyes she rolled over and settled herself into a more comfortable position _ I expect you're a beastly little swine in those days, she said indistinctly. All children are swine. Yes. But real point of the story, from her bridling it was evident that she was going off to sleep again. He would have ilked to continue talking to his moffer. He did not suppose, from what he could remember of her, that she had been an unusual woman, less an intelligent one, and yet she had possessed a kmd of nobility, a kind of purity, simply because due standards that she obeyed were private ones. Her feelings were her own, and could not be altered from outside. It would not hail to her that an action which is ineffectual thereby becomes meaningless _ if I loved someone, loved him, and you had nothing else to give, you still gave 111 love when you last of the was gone. His mother had clasped the child in her arms. It was no use, it changed nothing, it did not produce more chocolate, it did not avert the child's death or her own, but it seemed natural to her to do it. The refugee woman in the boat had also covered the little boy WLTH her arm, which was no more use against the bullets than a sheet of paper _ the terrible thing Book.part I had done yours to persuade you that mere impulses, were of no account, while at the same time robbing you of all power over due material world. Alan once were the group of party, who had you felt or did not feel, who had you did or refrained from made literally no difference _ happened you vanished, and neither nor your actions were ever heard of again. You were lifted clean out of the Siam of history. And yet to the people of only 2 generations ago this would not have seemed all important because they were not attempting to alter history. They were governed by private loyalties which did not question all that mattered were individual relationships, and a completely helpless gesture, an embrace, a tear, a word spoken to a dying man, could have value in itself. The proles, it suddenly occurred to him, had remained in this condition. They were not loyal to a party or a count and they were loyal to one another. For the first time he did not despise the proles or think of him merely as an inner force which would one day spring to life and regenerate. The proles had stayed human. They had not inside. They had held on to primitive emotions which he himself had to relearn by conscious effort, and in thinking this he remembered, without apparent relevance, how a few weeks ago he had seen a severed hand on the pavement and had kicked it into FFE gutter as forth it had been a cabbage stalk. The proles are human beings, he said aloud. We are not. Why not, said Julia, who had woken up again. He thought for a little while. Has it ever to you, he said, Frat, the best thing for us to do would be simply to walk out of it's too late, and never see each other. Yes, dear, it has occurred to me, several times. But I'm not going to do it, all the same. We've lucky, he said, but it can't last much longer. You're young _ you look normal and innocent. If keep clear of people like me, you might stay alive for another 50 years. No. I've thought it all out. What you do, I'm going to do. And don't too downhearted, I'm wrath good at staying alive. We may be together another 6 months, a year, there's no knowing. At due end we're certain to be apart. Do you realize how utterly alone we shall be? Once they get hold of us there will nothing, literally nothing, that either of us can do for the other. If I confess, they'll shoot you, and if I'll refuse to confess, they'll even shoot you just the same. Nothing that I can do or say, or stop myself from saying, will put off our death for as much as 5 minutes. Neither of us will even know whether the other is alive or dead. We shall be utterly without Book.part of any kind. The one thing that matters that we shouldn't betray one another, although that can make due slightest difference. If you mean confessing, she said, shall do right enough. Everybody always confesses, you can't help it. They torture. I don't mean confessing _ Karem Fessin is not betrayal. What you say or do doesn't matter, only and ellings matter underscore if they could make me stop I think you, that would the eel she fought it over. They can't do that she said finally underscore it's FFE one thing we can do. They can make say they can't make you it they can't get inside you. No, he sat a little more no, that's quite true. They can't get inside you. If you can feel that staying human is worthwhile, even it can't have any result wait you've beaten them. He thought of the telescreen it's never sleeping there they could spy up 3 night and day, but if you kept your head you could still outwit them. With all their cleverness we had never mastered due secret of finding out who had another human being was thinking perhaps that was less true when you were actually hands. One did not know what happened inside the mystery of love, but it was slble to guess, tortures, drugs, delicate instruments that registered your nemesis reactions, gradual wearing down by sleeplessness and solitude and persistent questioning. Facts, at any rate, could not kept hidden. They could yak down by inquiry, fee could be squeezed out of you by torture. But if the object was not to stay alive but to stay human, what difference did it ultimately make? They could not alter why your feelings, for that matter you could not alter them yourself, even if you wanted to. They could lay bare in the utmost detail everything you had done or said or thought, but the inner heart, whose workings were mystery or use even to yourself, remained impregnable. Chapter 8 He had done it at last. The RCZM3V. Air standing in was long-shaped and softly lit. The telescreen was dim to a low murmur. The richness of the dark blue car #T gave one the impression of yielding on velvet underscore at the fur end of the room. O'Brien one was sitting at a table under a green-shaded lamp, a mass of papers on either side of him. He had not tethered to up when the servant showed Julia and Winston in. Winston's heart was thumping so hard that he knew whether he would be able to speak. They had done it at last, was all he could think. It had been a rash act to come here at all, and sheer folly to arrive together, for it was you that they had come by different routes and only met on O'Brien's doorstep underscore but merely to walk into such a place an effort of nerve. It was only on rare that one saw inside dwelling places of the inner party, or even penetrated into the quarter of town where Free lived. The whole A&NOSPHERE of huge block of flats, the richness and spaciousness of every due unfamiliar smells of good and good tobacco, due silent and incredibly rapid sliding up and down, the white-jacketed servants hurrying to and FRC, everything was intimidating. Although he had a good pretext for MG here, he was haunted at every step by the fear that guard you could suddenly appear from round the corner, demand his and order him to get out. O'Brien's servant, however, had admitted two of them without demur. He was a small, dark-haired man in a white jacket, with a diamond-shaped, completely expressionless ace who might have teen that of a Chinese. The passage down which he led them was softly carpeted, with cream-papered walls and white wainscoting, all exquisitely clean. That too was intimidating. Winston could not ever to have seen a passageway whose walls were not grimy from the contact of human toadies. O'Brien had a slip of paper his fingers and seemed to be studying it intently. His %, bent down so that one could see the line of the nose, looked both formidable and intelligent. For perhaps 20 seconds he sat without stirring. Then he pulled the speak right towards him and rapped out a message in due hybrid jargon of the ministries. Items 1,5,7 approved fullwise stop suggestion contained. Item 6 // us ridiculous verging crime think cancel stop unproceed construction wise ontijection plus full s fimotes machinery overheads stop end message. He rose deliberately from his chair and came towards them across the soundless carpet. A little off omictal at Mosphere seemed to have away from him with due new speak words, but his expression as grim as usual as forth he were not pleased at being disturbed. The terror that Winston already felt suddenly shot forth by a streak of ordinary embarrassment. It to him quite possible he had simply made a stupid mistake. For what evidence had he in reality that O'Brien was any KMD of political conspirator? Nothing but a flash of eyes and a smgle equivocal remark. Beyond that, only his own secret longings, founded on a dream. He could not even fall back on the pretense that he had come to borrow the dictionary. In that case Julia's presence was impossible to explain. As O'Brien passed due telescreen a fright seemed to strike him. He stopped, timed aside and pressed a switch on due wall. There was a sharp snap. The voice had Julia uttered a tmy sound, a sort of squeak of surprise. Even in the midst of his panic, Winston was too much taken aback to able to hold his tongue. "You can turn it," he said. "Yes," said O'Brien, "we can turn it off. We have that privilege." He was opposite them NCNV. His solid form towered over the pair of them, and the expression on his face was still indecipherable. He was wafting, somewhat sternly, for Winston to speak, but about what? Even now it was quite conceivable that he was simply a busy man wondering irritably why he had interrupted. Nobody spoke. After the stopping of the telescreen the RCNLM seemed deadly silent. The seconds marched past, enormous. With difficulty Winston continued to keep his eyes fixed on O'Brien's. Suddenly the grim face broke down into what might have the beginnings of a smile. With HLS characteristic GES2 O'Brien resettled his spectacles on his nose. "Shall I say it or will you?" He yielded. "I will say it," said Winston promptly. "That thing is really turned." "Yes, everything is turned off. We are alone. We have come here to cause." He paused, realism for the first time due vagueness of his own models since he did not in fact know what kind of help he expected from O'Brien. It was not easy to say why he had come here. He went on, conscious who he was saying must sound both feeble and pretentious. "We believe that DZERE is some kind of conspiracy, some kind of secret organization working against due party, and that you are involved in it. We want to join it and work for it. We are enemies of the party. We disbelieve in the principles of INSOC _ we are thought criminals. We are also adulterers _ I tell you this, we want to put ourselves at your mercy. If want us to incriminate ourselves in any other way, we are ready." He stopped and glanced over his shoulder, feeling that the door had opened. Sure little yellow-faced servant had come in without looking _ Winston saw that he was carrying a tray with a decanter and glasses. "Martin is CME of us," said O'Brien impassively. "BRMG, the drinks over here, Martin. Put them on due round table. Have we enough chairs? Then we may as you'll sit down and talk in comfort. Bring a chair for yourself, Martin. This business. You can stop being a servant the next 10 min." The little man sat down, quite at his ease, and yet still with a servant-ilk air, due air of a valet enjoying a privilege _ Winston regarded him out of the corner of his eye. Struck 111 that the man's whole life was playing a part, and that he had to be dangerous to drop his assumed personality even for a moment. O'Brien cocked the decanter by due neck and filled up the glasses with a dark red liquid. It aroused in Winston dim memories of something seen long ago on a wall or a hoarding, a vast bottle composed of lights which to move up and down and pour its contents into a glass. Seen from the top the stuff looked almost black, but it gleamed like a ruby. It had a sour sweet smell. He saw Julia pick up her glass and sniff at it, frank curiosity. "It is called wine," said O'Brien with a smile. "You will have read about it in books, no doubt. Not much of it gets to the outer party, I am afraid." His face grew solemn again, and he raised his glass. "I think it is fitting that we should begin by drinking a health. To our leader, to Emmanuel Goldstem _ Winston cocked up his glass with a certain eagerness. Wine was a thing he had read and about like the glass paperweight or Champton rhymes. It belonged to the vanished, romantic past, the olden time as he liked to call it in his secret thoughts _ for some reason he had always thought of wine as having an intensely sweet taste, like that of blackberry jam, and an immediate intoxicating effect. Actually, when he came to swallow it, due stuff was distinctly disappointing. The youth was that after years of gin drinking he could barely taste it. He set down the empty glass. Then there is such a person as Goldstein, he said. Yes, there is such a person, and he is alive. Where, I do not know. And the conspiracy, the organization? Is it real? It is not simply an invention of thought police. No, it real. The bro first we call it. You will never learn much more about the brotherhood than that it exists and that you belong to it. I will come back to that presently. He at his wristwatch. It unfits even for of the inner party to come off the telescreen for more than half an hour. You ought not to have come here together, and will have to leave separately. You, bowed his head to Julia, WTLL leave first. We have about 20 minutes at our disposal. You will understand that I must start by asking you certain questions. In general terms, who had up you prepared to do? Anything we are capable of, said Winston. O'Brien had turned himself a little in his chair so that he was an CMG Winston. He almost ignored Julie, seeming to take it for granted that Winston could speak for her. For a moment FFE lids flitted down over his eyes. He began asking his questions in a low, expressionless voice, as if this were a routine, a sort of catechism, most of whose answers were known to him already. You are prepared to give your will. You are prepared to commit murder. To commit acts of sabotage which may cause the death of hundreds of people. To betray your country to foreign powers. You are prepared to forge, to blackmail, to corrupt the minds of children, to distribute habit-forming drugs, to encourage prostitution, to disseminate venereal diseases, to do anything which is likely to cause demoralization and weaken the power of party. For example, it would somehow serve our interests to throw sulfuric acid in a child's face. Are you prepared to do that? You are prepared to lose your identity and live out the rest of her as a waiter or a dock worker. You are prepared to commit suicide, if and we order you to do so. You are prepared, die to offiar, to separate and never see one another again. No, broke in Julia. It appeared to Winston that a long time passed before he answered. For a moment he Ellen to have deprived of speech. His tongue ucked soundlessly, forming the open syllables first of one word, and of other, and over again. Until he had said it, he did not know which word he was going to say. No, he said finally. You did well to tell me, said O'Brien. It is necessary for us to know everything. He turned himself toward Julia and added in a voice with somewhat more expression in it, do you understand that even if he survives, it may be as a person? We may oblige to give him a new identity, his ANCE, his movements, the shape of his hands, the color of his hair, even his voice would different. And you yourself might have become a different person. Our surgeons can alter people beyond recognition. Sometimes it is necessary, sometimes we even amputate a limb. Winston could not help snatching another sidelong glance at Martin's Mongolian ace. There were no scars that he could see. Julia had turned a shade paler, so her freckles were showing, but she faced O'Brien boldly. She murmured anything that seemed to assent. Good. Then that is settled. There was a silver box of cigarettes on the table. With a rather absent-minded air one en pushed him towards the others, one himself drew an STWD up and began to pace slowly to and fro, as forth he could think better standing. They very good cigarettes, THLCK and well packed, with unfamiliar silkiness in the obria. One looked at Il's wrist watch again. You had better go back to your pantry, Martin, he said. I shall switch on in a quarter of an hour. Take a good look at these comrades' faces before you go. You will seeing them again I may not. Exactly as Fee had done at the front door, the little man's dark eyes flickered through their faces. There was not a trace of friendliness in his manner. He was memorizing their appearance, but he felt no interest in them, or appeared to feel none. Feed to Winston that a synthetic ace was perhaps incapable of chewing its expression without speaking or giving any KMD of salutation. Martin v. End out, closemed the door slightly behind him. Bria 1 euros strolling up and down, one hand in the pocket of his black overalls, other holding his cigarette _you understand, he said, Frat will be fighting in die dark. You will always be dark, you will resell orders and you will obey them, without knowing why. Later I shall send you a book from Uhik will learn the true nature of S1 eti we live in, and the strategy by which we shall dissuade it. Alan Newhale read you will be off, but between the general aims duate we are fighting for and the immediate tasks of the moment, you will never know anything. I tell you duate the Brotherhood exists, but I cannot tell you it numbers 100 members, or 10 _ from your personal knowledge you will never able to say duate it numbers even as many as a dozen. You will have 3 or 4 contacts, who will renewed from time to time as they disappear. As this was your first contact, it will be preserved. You receive orders, they will come from me. If we find it necessary to communicate with you, it will through Martin _ when you are finally caught, you will confess. That is unavoidable. But you will have very little to confess, other than your own actions. You will not be able to betray more than a handful of unimportant people. Probably you will not even betray me. By that time I may be dead, or I shall have become a different person, with a different face. He continued to and fro over the soft carpet in spite of bulkiness of his body. There is a remarkable grace in his movements. It came out even gesture with which he thrust a hand into his pocket, or manipulated a cigarette. More even than of strength he gave an impression of confidence and of an understanding tinged by irony. However much in earnest he might be, he had nothing of due single-mindedness. Duate belongs to an attic _ when he spoke of murder, suicide, venereal disease, amputated limbs, and altered faces, it was with a faint air of persiflage. This is unavoidable, his voice seemed to say, is what we have got to do, unflinchingly. But this is not what we shall be doing when life is worth living again. A wail of admiration, almost of worship, flowed out from Winston towards O'Brien. For the moment he had forgotten the shadowy figure of Goldstem. I see and ed at O'Brien's powerful shoulders and his blunt-featured mouth, so ugly and yet so civilized, it was impossible to believe that he could be defeated. There was no stratagem he was not equal to, no danger that he could not foresee. Ellen Julia seemed to be impressed. She had let her cigarette go out and was listening intently. O'Brien went on, you will have heard rumours of the existence of the Brotherhood _ no doubt you have formed your own picture of it. You have imagined, probably, a huge underworld of conspirators, meeting secretly in cellars, scribbling messages on walls, recognizing one another by code words, by special movements of the hand. Nothing of kind exists. The members of the Brotherhood have no way of recognize one another, and it is impossible for any one member to be aware of identity of more than a few others. Goldstein himself, if he fell into the hands of thought police, could not gene them a complete list of or any information that would lead them to a complete list. No such list exists. The Brotherhood cannot wiped out because it is not an organization in FFE ordinary sense. Nothing holds it together except an idea which is indestructible. You will never have any of them to sustain you, except FFE idea. You will get no comradeship and no encouragement when finally you are caught, you will get no help. We never help our members. At most, it is absolutely necessary that someone should be. We are occasionally able to smuggle a razor blade into a prisoner's cell. You will have to get used to living without results and without hope. You will work for a while, you will be caught, you will confess, and then you will die. Those are the only results that we'll ever see. There is no possibility that any perceptible change will happen within our own lifetime. We are due dead. Our only true life is _, we shall take part in it as handfuls of dust and splinters of bone. But how far Aussie that future may be, there is no knowing. It mtght be 1,000 yen at present. Nothing is possible except to extend the area of sanity little by little. We cannot act collectively. We can only spread our knowledge outwards from individual to individual, generation after generation. In due face of thought police, there is no other way. He halted and looked for due third time at his wrist. It is almost time for you to leave. Comrade, he said to Julim, wait, the decanter is still. He filled due glasses and Ill's own glass by the what shall it be this time, he said, still you, ith die same faint suggestion of irony. To the confusion of due thought pulse. To the death of Big Brother? To humanity? To the filchery? To the past, said Winston. The past is more important, agreed O'Brien gravely. They emptied for glasses, and a moment later Julia stocked up to go. Why, Brian cock a small from the top of a cabinet and handed her a flat height tablet he told her to place on her tongue. It yours, he said, not to go out smelling of v.lne. Due lift attendants will re-observant. As soon as the door had shut her he appeared to forget her existence. He took a pace or two up and down. Thou stopped. There are details to settled, he said. I assume that you have a hiding place of some kind. Winston explained about die room C Mr. Char Remton's shop. That will do for die moment. Later we will arrange something else, for it is important to change one's hiding place frequently. Meanwhile I shall send you a copy of the book. Even O'Brien, Winston noticed, seemed to pronounce the words as forth they were in italics. Go id Stein's book, you understand, as scan as possible. It may be some days before I can get hold of one. There are not many in existence, as you can imagine. The thought police hunt them down and destroy them almost as fast as we can produce them. It makes very little difference. The book is indestructible. If due last copy were gone, we could do it almost could for word. Do you carry a youth case to work with you? He added as a rule. Yes. What is it like? Black, very shabby. With straps. Black, 2 straps, VY shabby, good. One day in the and early near fiature, L cannot give a date, one off messages among your mornings will contain a misprinted word, and you will have to ask for a repeat on die following day. You will go to work without your briefcase. At some time due day, in the street, a man will touch you on due arm and say, I think you hail dropped your briefcase. The one he gives you will contain a copy of Goldstein's book. You will return it within 14 days. They were silent for a moment. There are a couple of minutes before you need go, said O'Brien. We shall meet again, if we do meet again, Winston up at 111 In die place where there is no darkness, he said hesitantly. O'Brien did without appearance of surprise. In die place where there is no darkness, he said, as forth he had recognized the illusion. And meantime, is there anything that you wish to say before you leave? Any message? Any question? Winston thought there did not seem to be any to the question that he wanted to ask, still less did he feel any impulse to utter HLGH sounding gel irrities instead of any THMG directly connected with O'Brien or the Brotherhood. There came into his MMD a sort of composite picture of the dark where Ill's mother had spent her last days, and FFE little RCOM over Mr. Charrington's shop, and the glass paperweight, and the still engraving in its rosewood frame. Almost at random he said, did you ever happen to hear an old rhyme duet begins oranges and lemons, say the bells of Street Clement S? Again, why Brian guided with a sort of grave courtesy he completed the stanza, oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's, you owe me 3/4, soy the bells of Street Martins, when you goy me, say the bells of Old Bailey, when I grow rich, soy the bends of Shoreditch. You knew FFE last line, said Mr. Yes, I knew the last line. And now, I am afraid, it is for you to go. But wait. You had let me give you CME of these. As Winston stood up, O'Brien held out a hand. His POW Urfield grip crushed dew of Winston's palm. At the door Winston looked back, but O'Brien seemed already to be in price of putting him out of man plus or minus. He was waiting with his hand on due switch that conial die telescreen. Beyond him Winston could see the writing table with its green-shaded lamp and the speak write and divers baskets deep laden with paper. The incident was closed. Within 30 seconds, it occurred to him, O'Brien would be back at his interrupted and tempetent work on behalf of FFE Party. Chapter 9 Winston was gelatinous with a T_gelatinous was due right word. It had come into his head spontaneously. His body seemed to have not only the weakness of a jelly, but its translucency. He knew if held up his hand he would able to see the light through it. All the blocked and lymph had drained out of him by an enormous debauch of work, leaving only a frail suture of bones and skin. All sensations seemed to magnify his overalls. His shoulders, dew pavement tickled his feet, even die opening and closing of a hand was an effort that made his joints creak. He had worked more than 90 hours in 5 days. So had everyone else in the ministry. Now it was all queer, and he had literally nothing to do, no party work of any description, until tomorrow morning. He could spend 6 hours in the hiding place and another NME in his own. Slowly, in mild afternoon sunshine, he walked up a dingy street in the direction of Mr. Champton's shop, keeping one eye for due patrols, but irrationally that this afternoon there was no danger of any 3NE interfering with him. The heavy briefcase that he was carrying bumped against his heel at each step, sending a tingling sensation up and down the skin of his leg. Inside it was due BCOK, which he had now had in his possession for 6 days and had not yet opened, nor even looked at on due 6th day of Hate Week, after FFE processions, the speeches, FFE shouting, the sing, the posters, the films, due waxworks, throng of drums and squealing of trumpets, the whamp of marching feet, the grinding of the caterpillars' oftanks, the roar of massed planes, the booming of guns, and SLX days offals, when the great orgasm Euras quivered to its climax and the general hatred of Eurasia had up into such delirium that if due crowd could hail Gotfo hands on the 2,000 Eurasian war criminals who were to be publicly hanged on due last day of the proceedings, he would unquestionably have torn them to pieces. At just moment it had been announced that Oceania was not after all at war with Eurasia. Oceania was at war with Eastasia _Eurasia Euras and ally. There was, of course, no admission that any change had taken place. Merely it became known, with extreme suddenness and everywhere at once, that Eastasia and not Eurasia was the enemy. Winston was taking part in a demonstration in one of the central London squares at the moment when it happened. It Euras night, and the white ACS and due scarlet banners were luridly flocked at the square. Euras packed with several thousand people, including a block of 1,000 schoolchildren in the uniform of the schools. On a scarlet-draped platform an orator of the inner party, a small lean man with disproportionately long arms and a large bald skull over which a few lank locks strag-sled, Euras haranguing the crowd. A little Rumpelstiltskin figure, contorted with hair and ed, he gripped the neck of Gemma Crophone with ule hand while the other, enormous at FFE end of a bony arm, clawed the air menacingly. His head, his voice, made metallic by the amplifiers, forth an endless catalogue of atrocities, massacres, deportations, lootings, rapines, torture of prisoners, bombing of civilians, lying propaganda, unjust broken treatals. It was almost impossible to listen to him without being first convinced and then maddened at every few moments. The fury of the crowd boded queer, and due 10 ice off speaker was drowned by a wildest-like roaring duet rose uncontrollably from thousands of throats. The most savage yells of all came from the school children. The speech had been proceeding for perhaps 20 minutes when a messenger hurried onto the platform and a scrap of paper was slipped into the speaker's hand. He unrolled and read it without pausing in his speech. Nothing in his voice or manner, or in the content of what he was saying, but suddenly names v.air different. Without words said, a wave of understanding rippled rough the crowd. Oceania was at war with Eastasia. The next moment there was a Yemendaus commotion. The banners and posters with which due square was were all wrong. Cult half of them had the wrong aces on them. It was sabotage. The agents of Goldstein had been at work. There was a riotous interlude while posters were ripped from Jew walls, banners torn to shreds and trampled underfoot. The spies performed prodigies of activity, clambering over Jew rooftops and cutting FFE sciamas that from Jew chimneys. But within 2 minutes it was all over. The orator, still gripping the microphone, his shoulders hunched forward, his free hand clawing at the awl, had gone straight on with his speak. 1 minute more, and the feral roars of rage were again bursting from FFE crowd. The hate continued exactly as before, except the target had been changed. The thing that impressed Winston in looking back was that FFE speaker had switched from one line to the other accurately in mid-sentence, not only without a pause, but without even breaking the syntax. But at the moment he had other things to preoccupy him. It was during the moment of disorder while the posters were being torn down that a man whose face he did not see had tapped 111M on the shoulder and said, "Excuse me, I think you've dropped your briefcase." He took the briefcase abstractedly. Without speaking, he knew that it would be days before he had an opportunity to look inside it. The instant that the demonstration was over he went straight to the Ministry of Truth, though the time was now nearly 23 hours. The entire staff of Minis and Y had done like coots. The orders already issued from the telescreen, recalling them to their posts, were hardly necessary. Oceania was at war with Eastasia. Oceania had always at war with Eastasia. A large part of political literature of years was now completely obsolete. Reports and records of all kinds, newspapers, books, pamphlets, films, soundtracks, photographs, all had to rectify at lightning speed. Although no direction was ever issued, it was found that Jew chiefs of the Department for Whitelin one make no reference to the Ural with Eurasia or the alliance with Eastasia, should remain in existence anywhere. The work was overwhelming, all the more so the prices that it involved could not called by their names. Everyone in the records department worked 18 hours the 24, with 2 3-hour snatches of sleep. Mattresses were brought up from the cellars and pitched all over FFE corridors. Meals consisted of sandwiches and victory coffee round on trolleys by attendants from the canteen. Each time that Winston broke off for awful spells of sleep he tried to leave his desk clear of work, and each time that he crawled back sticky-eyed and aching, it was to find a shower of paper cylinders had covered the desk like a snowdrift, burying FFE speak right and overflowing onto die floor, so that the first job was always to stack them into a neat enough pile to give him room to work. What was worst of all was that the work was by no means purely mechanical. Often it was enough merely to substitute one name for another, but any report of events, care and imagination. Even due geographical knowledge that one needed in transferring the IVR from one part of the world to another was considerable. By the third day his eyes ached unbearably and his spectacles neighed WLPMG every few minutes. It was like struggling with some crushing physical task, something which one had the right to refts and which CME was nevertheless neurotically anxious to accomplish in so far as he had time to remember it. He was not troubled by the fact every word he murmured into the speak right, ev.e his ink porcel, euros adulterate lie. He was as anxious as anyone else in the department that the forgery should be perfect. On the morning of the 6th day the dribble of CYLnders slowed down. For as much as half an hour nothing came out of then one more cylinder, down oving. Everywhere at about the same time the work was easing off her deep and as it were secret sire went rough the department _ a mighty deed, which could never be mentioned, had been achieved. It was now impossible for any human being to prove by documentary evidence that the war WLTH Eurasia had ever happened. At 12 it was unexpectedly announced all workers in Jew ministry were free till tomorrow morning _ Winston, still carrying Jew briefcase containing the BCZK, which had remained in Ill's feet while he worked and under his body while he slept, went home, shaved himself, and almost fell asleep in his bath, forth the water euros barely more fan tepid. With a sort of voluptuous creaking in his joints he climbed the stair of Mr. Champton's shop. He was but not sleepy any longer. He opened Jew window, lit Jew dirty little oil stove and put on a pan of water for coffee. Julia would rile presently. Meanwhile there was the BCOK. He sat down in Jew sluttish armchair and undled die straps of the briefcase, a heavy black volume, amateurishly bound, with no name or title. Centimeter Jew cover. The print also looked slightly irregular. The pages were worn at the edges, and fell apart, easily, as though they had passed rough many hands. The inscription centimeter. The title page ran: The Theory and Practice of Oligarchical Collectivism by Emmanuel Goldstein. Winston began reading. Chapter I. Ignorance is strength. Throughout recorded time and probably since the end of the Neolithic Age, DZERE have been three kinds of people in the world: the high, Jew middle, and the low. They have been subdivided in many uses. They have borne countless different names, and their relative numbers, as well as for attitude towards one another, have from age to age, but Jew essential suture of society has never altered. Even after enormous upheavals and seemingly irrevocable changes, the same pattern has always reasserted itself, just as a gyroscope will always return to equilibrium, however it is pushed one way or the other. The arms of these groups are entirely irreconcilable. Winston stopped reading, chiefly in order to appreciate the act that he was reading for comfort and safety. He was alone, no telescreen, no ear at Jew keyhole, no nervous impulse to glance over his shoulder or cover the page with his hand. The sweet summer air played against his cheek. From somewhere far away there floated Jew-famed shouts of children. In the room itself there was no sound except the vulture of the clock. He settled deeper into Jew armchair and put his feet up on Jew fender. It was bliss, it was eternity. Suddenly, as one sometimes CLCE with of which one knows that one will ultimately read and reread every word, he opened it at a different place and found himself at chapter IL. He went on reading. Chapter War is Peace. The splitting up of the world into great superstates was an event which could and indeed was foreseen before Jew middle of Jew 20th century. With the absorption of Europe by Russia and of the British Empire by Jew United States, two of three existing powers, Eurasia and Oceania, were already effectively in being. The third, East Asia, only emerged as a distinct unit after another decade of confined fighting. The frontiers between the superstates are in some places arbitrary and airy, and in others free fluctuate according to the fortunes of war, but generally follow geographical imex. Eurasia comprises the whole of the northern part of the European and Asiatic land mass, from Portugal to the Bering Sea. Oceania comprises the Americas, the Atlantic islands including the British Isles, Australasia, and Jew southern portion of Africa. Smaller than the others and with a less definite western frontier, comprises China and the Kaunuis to the south of it, the Japanese islands and a large but fluctuating portion of Manchuria, Mongolia, and Tibet in one combination or another. FFESE three superstates are permanently at war, and have been so for the past 25 years. War, however, is no longer the desperate annihilating struggle that it was in Jew early decades of the 20th century. It is a warfare of limited aims between combatants who are unable to destroy one another, have no material cause for fighting and are not divided by any genuine ideological difference. This is not to say that either the conduct of war, or Jew prevailing attitude towards it, has become less bloodthirsty or more chivalrous. On the contrary, war hysteria is continuous and universal in all countries, and such acts as raping, looting, the slaughter of FFE, reduction of whole populations to slavery, and reprisals against prisoners who extend to boating and burying ill, are and ed upon as normal, and, when they are committed by one's own side and not by the enemy, meritorious. But in a physical sense war involves small numbers of people, mostly highly trained specialists, and causes comparatively few casualties. The when fear is any, takes place on Jew VZGUE frontiers whose whereabouts the average man can only guess at, see around the floating fortresses which guard strategic spots on the sea lanes. In the sinews of civilization, Ural means no more than a continuous shortage of consumption goods, and the crash of a bomb which may cause a few scores of deaths. War has changed its character. More exactly, FFE reasons for why war is waged have changed in their order of importance. Motives which were already present to some small extent in the great wars of early 20th century have now become dominant and are consciously recognized and acted upon. To understand the nature of present war, for in spite of the regrouping which occurs few years, it is always the same war, one must realize in the first place that it is impossible for it to disassemble. None of the three super states could definitively conquered even by the other TUCM combination. They are too evenly and their natural dependencies are too formidable. Eurasia is protected by its vast land spaces, Oceania by the width of Atlantic and the Pacific, Eastasia by the fecundity and industry or useness of its inhabitants. Secondly, fear is no longer, in a material sense, anything to fight about. With the establishment of self-contained economies, in which production and consumption are geared to one another, FFE scramble for markets which was a main cause of previous wars has come to an end. The competition for raw materials is no longer a matter of life and death. In any case, each of our states is so vast that it can obtain all FFE materials that it needs within its own boundaries. Insofar as the war has a direct economic purpose, it is a war for our power between the frontlets of superstates, and not permanently due possession of any of them. There lies a rough quadrilateral with its corners at Tangier, Brazzaville, Darwin, and Hong Kong, containing within it a fifth of the population of the earth. It is for due posses Sean of East THLCKLY populated regions, and of Northern Escape, for FFE Tulray powers are constantly struggling. In practice no one PO.ver ever controls the whole of the dispute area. Portions of it are constantly changing hands, and it is the chance of seizing this or that fragment by a sudden stroke of treachery that dictates the aidless changes of alignment. All of disputed territories contain valuable minerals, and some of them yield important vegetable products such as uhic. In colder climates it is necessary to these eyes by comparatively expensive methods. But above all they contain an anomalous reserve of cheap labor. Ever power controls equatorial Africa or countries of the Middle East, or southern India, or the archipelago, disposes also of toadies of scores or hundreds of millions of ill-paid and hard-work the inhabitants of these areas, reduced more or less openly to the status of slulls, pass continually from conqueror to conqueror, and are expended so much coal or oil in FFE race to turn out more armaments, to capture more territory, to conceal more labor power, to turn out more armaments, to capture more territory, and so on indefinitely. It should be duate the fighting never really moves beyond the edges of disputed areas. The frontiers of Eurasia flow back and forth between basin of the Congo and FFE northern shore of Mediterranean. The islands of the Indian Ocean and the Pacific are constantly being captured and recaptured by Oceania or by Eastasia. In Mongolia dividing line Eurasia and Eastasia is never stable. Round the pole all three powers lay claim to enormous territories which are largely uninhabited and unexplored, but the balance of power always remains roughly even, and territory which forms the heartland of each superstate loses remains inviolate. Labor of exploited peoples round the equator is not really necessary to world's economy. They add nothing to the wealth of world, smiss whatever free produce used for purposes of IVR, and the object of Usgunga war is always to be in a better position in which to wage another war. By their slave populations allow the tempo of continuous, to be speeded up. But if free did not exist, the structure of world society, and the price by which it maintains itself, would not be essentially different. The primary aim of modern warfare, in accordance with principles of doublethink, this aim is simultaneously recognized and not recognized by the directing brains of the inner party, is to use up the products of the Macan without raising the general standard of living. Ever since the end of the 19th century, the problem of what to do with the surplus of consumption goods has been latent in industrial society. At present, when few human MGS even have enough to eat, Th1's problem is obviously not urgent, and it might not have become so, even if no artificial processes of destruction had been at work. The acute of today is a bare, hungry, dilapidated place compared with due world due 8 existed 1914, and still more so if compared with due imaginary future to which the people of that period looked forward. In due early 20th century, the vision of a society unbelievably rich, leisured, orderly and immaculate, a glittering antiseptic acute of glass and steel and snow-white concrete, was pulled off consciousness of nearly every literate person. Science and technology were developing at a prodigious speed, and it seemed natural to assume that they would go on developing. This failed to happen, partly because of the impoverishment caused by a long series of wars and revolutions, partly because scientific and technical progress depended on the empirical habit of thought. It could not survive in a strictly regimented society as a whole. The world is more primitive today than it was 50 years ago. Certain backward areas have advanced for and various juices, always in some way connected with warfare and police espionage, have been developed, but experiment and invention have largely stopped, and the ravages of the atomic ivor of the 1950s have never been fully repaired. Nevertheless, the dangers inherent in die machine are still there. From the moment when Dew Machine first made its appearance, it was clear to all THMKMG people that the need for human drudgery, and therefore to a great extent for human inequality, had disappeared. If FFE machine were deliberately for that end, hung with them generations. And in ANCT, without being used for any such purpose, but by a sort of automatic process, by producing yield which it was sometimes impossible not to distribute, the machine did raise due living standards of the average human being very greatly over a period of about 50 years at the end of 19th and begin fling of the 20th centuries but it was also clear that an all-round increase in wheel of the destruction, ended, in some sense was the destruction, of a hierarchical society. In a world in which everyone worked short hours, had enough to eat, 3 clean a house with a bathroom and a refrigerator, and possessed a motor car or even an aeroplane, due most obvious and perhaps the most important form of inequality would already have disappeared. If it once became general, wealth would confer no distinction. It was possible, no doubt, to imagine a society in which wealth, in the sense of personal possessions and luxuries, should be evenly distributed, while power in the hands of a small privileged caste. But in practice such a society could not long remain stable. For if leisure and security were enjoyed by all due great mass of human beings who are normally stupefied by poverty would literate and would learn to think themselves, and when once they had done this, few would sooner or later realize that the privileged minority had no FTNCTM and they would sweep it away. In due long run, a hierarchical society was only possible on a basis of poverty and ignorance. To return to the agricultural past, as some thinkers about the beginning of the 20th century dreamed of doing, was not a practicable solution. It conflicted with the tendency towards mechanization which had become quasi-instinctive throughout almost the whole world, and moreover, any country which remained industrially backward was helpless in a military sense and was bound to directly or indirectly, by its more advanced rivals. Nor was it a satisfactory solution to keep the masses in poverty by restricting the output of goods. This happened to a great extent during the final phase of capitalism, roughly in 1920 and 1940. The economy of many countries was allowed to stagnate, land went out of cultivation, capital equipment was not added to, great blocks of the population were prevented from working and kept half alive by state charity. But too, entailed military weakness, and the privations it inflicted were obviously unnecessary. It made opposition inevitable. The problem was how to keep the wheels of industry turning without increasing FFE real wealth of world. Goods must produced, but fee must not be distributed. And in practice the only way of achieving this was by continuous warfare. The essential act of war is destruction, not necessarily of human lives, but of products of human labor _war is a way of shattering to pieces, or pouring into the stratosphere, or sinking in due depths of sea, materials which might otherwise use to make the masses tco comfortable, and house, the long run, too intelligent. Even when weapons of war are not actually destroyed, the manufacture is still a common and lt way of expending labor power without producing anything that can consume a floating fortress, for example, has locked up in it the labor that would build several hundred cargo ships. Ultimately it is scrapped as obsolete, never having brought any material benefit to anybody, and with further enormous labors another floating fortress is built. In principle the war effort is always so planned as to eat up any surplus that might exist after meeting due bare needs of the population. In practice needs of the population are always underestimated, with the result due fear is a chronic shortage of half the necessities of life, but this is looked on as an advantage. It is deliberate policy to keep even the favored groups somewhere near the brink of hardship. A general state of scarcity increases the importance of small privileges and thus magnifies the distinction between one group and another. By the standards of the early 20th century, even a member of the inner party leads an austere, luxurious kind of life. Nevertheless, due few luxuries that he does enjoy ills large, well-appointed flat, due better texture of his clothes, due texture quality of his food and drmk and tobacco, his 2 or 3 servants, his private motor car or helicopter, set him in a different acue from a member of outer party, and the members of the outer party have a similar advantage in comparison. The submerged masses whom we call the proles _ the atmosphere is that of a besieged city, where the possession of a lump of horseflesh makes due difference between wealth and poverty _ and at the same time the consciousness of being at war, and therefore in danger, makes the handing over of all power to a small caste seem the natural, unavoidable condition of survival. War, it will be seen, accomplishes the necessary destruction, but accomplishes it in a psychologically acceptable way. In principle it would be quite simple to waste the surplus labor of due world by building temples and pyramids, by digging holes and filling them up, or even by producing vast quantities of goods and then setting fire to them. But this would profit only due economic and not diatonal basis for a hierarchical society. Our hat is concerned here is not the morale of masses, whose attitude is unimportant so long as free are kept steadily at work, but the morale of the party itself. Even due humblest party member is expected to be competent, indus and loose, and even intelligent within narrow limits, but it is also necessary that he should be a credulous and ignorant fanatic whose prevailing moods are fear, hatred, adulation, and orgiastic triumph. In other words, it is necessary that he should have the mentality appropriate to a state of war. It does not matter whether FFEIVAR is actually happening, since no victory is possible. It does not matter whether due war is going well or badly. All that is needed is a state of war should exist _ the splitting of the intelligence the party requires of it, and is more easily achieved in an atmosphere of war, is now almost universal, but due higher up die ranks one goes, due more marked it is precisely in the inner party that IVAR hysteria and hatred of FFE enemy are strongest. In his capacity as an admiss and a toy, it is often necessary for a member of the inner party to know this or that item of warnev.z is untruthful, and he may often be or readulate the auto war is spurious and is either not happening or is being waged for purposes quite other than FFE declared ones, but such knowledge is easily by the technique of doublethink. Meanwhile no inner party member wavers for an instant in his mystical belief that the war is real and that it is bound to end victoriously. With Oceania due undisputed master of _ world, all members of inner party believe in this conquest as an article of feat is to be achieved either by gradually acquiring more and more territory and so build up an overwhelming preponderance of power, or by due discovery of some new and unangerable weapon. The search for new weapons continues unceasingly, and is one of the very remaining activities in the inventive or speculative GPE of mind can find any outlet in Oceania at the present day. Science, in the old sense, has almost ceased to exist. In Newspeak there is no word science _ the empirical method of thought, on which all the scientific elements of due past were founded, is opposed to due most fundamental principles of INSOC _ and even technological progress only happens when its products can in some way used for the diminution of human liberty. In all the useful arts due world is either standing still or go backwards. The fields are cultivated with horse ploughs while books are written by McMurray _ but in matters of vital importance, meaning, in effect, war and police espionage, the empirical approach is still encouraged, or at least tolerated. The two aims of the party are to conquer the whole surface of Earth and to extinguish once and for all due possibility of independent thought. There are therefore two great problems which the party is to solve. One is how to discover, against his will, what another human being is thinking, and the other is how to kill several 100 million people in a few seconds without giving warning beforehand. In so far as scientific research still continues, as its subject matter the scientist of today is elter a mixture of psychologist and inquisitor, studying with real ordinary minuteness the meaning of facial expressions, gestures, and tones of voice, and testing the youth production of drugs, SHCCK therapy, hypnosis, and physical torture. He is chemist, physicist, or biologist concerned only with such branches of his special subject as are relevant to due tackling of in the vast of minerals and why of peace, and MD experimental stations hid out in the Brazilian forests, or in the Australian desert, CC on lost islands of the Antarctic, the teams of experts undetigably at work. Some are simply with planning the logistics of richer wars, offers devise larger and larger rocket bombs, more and more powerful _ explosives, and more triple armor plating. Others search for new and deadlier gases, or for soluble poisons capable of being produced in such quantities as to destroy the vegetation of whole continents, or for braids of disease germs immunized against all possible antibodies. Others strive to produce a vehicle that shall bore its L.V under due soil like a submarine under the water, or an aeroplane as independent of its base as a sailing ship. Others explore even remoter possibilities such as focusing the sun's rays through lenses suspended thousands of kilometers average ZYM space, or producing artificial earthquakes and tidal whales by tapping the heat at the Earth's calter. But none of these projects ever comes anywhere near reals at long, and none of the three ever gains a significant lead on due others. What is more remarkable is that all three PUAs already possess, in the atomic bomb, a weapon far more powerful than any that their present researchers are likely to discover. Al-Fourth the party, AC according to its habit, claims the invention for itself. Atomic bombs first appeared as early as the 1940s, and were first on a large scale 10 years later. At due time some hundreds of bombs were dropped on industrial calters, chiefly in European Russia, Western Europe, and North America. The effect was to convince due ruling groups of all countries that a few more atomic bombs would mean the end of organized society, and hence of their own power. Thereafter, although no formal agreement was ever made or hinted at, no more bombs were dropped. All three powers merely continue to produce atomic bombs and store them up against the opportunity which they all believe will come sooner or later and meanwhile the art of war has remained almost stationary for 30 or 40 years. Helicopters are more used than they were formerly, bomb planes hail largely superseded by self-propelled projectiles, and the fragile movable battleship has given way to the almost unsinkable floating fortress. But otherwise there has been little development. The tank due submarine, the torpedo, due machine gun, even the rifle and due hand grenade are still in use. And in spite of the endless slaughters reported in due press and on due telescreens, due desperate battles of earlier wars, in which hundreds of thousands or even millions of men were often killed in a few weeks, have never been repeated. None of FFE3 superstates ever attempts any maneuver which involves the risk of serious danger, and at any large operation is undertaken, it is usually a surprise attack against an ally. The strategy that all PUAs are following, or pretend to themselves that they are following, is the same. The plan is, by a combination of fighting, bargamg, and well-timed strokes of treachery, to acquire a ring of bases completely encircling one or other of rival states, and thou to sign a pact of friendship with that rival and remain on peace _all terms for so many years as to lull suspicion to sleep. During this time Raket's loaded atomic bombs can be at all the strategic SP3TS, finally they will all fired simultaneously, with so devastating as to make retaliation impossible. It will then be time to STGN a pact of friendship WLTH the remembered world PLVA, in preparation for another attack. This scheme, it is hardly necessary to say, is a mere daydream, impossible of realization. No fighting ever occurs except in the disputed areas round the equator and the pole, no investion of enemy territory is ever undertaken. This explains due fact that in some places the frontiers the superstates are arbitrary. Eurasia, for example, could easily conquer the British Isles, WHLCH are geographically part of Europe, or on FFE other hand it would possible for Oceania to push its frontiers to the Rhine or even to the Vistula. But this would violate the principle, followed on all sides forth never of cultural integrity. If Oceania v.air to CCMU are the areas that used once to be known as France and Germany, it would be necessary either to exterminate them arbitants, a task of great physical difficulty, or to assimilate. So far as technical development GCE, are roughly on the Oceanic level. The problem is the same for all superstates. It is absolutely necessary to their structure that there should be no contact with foreigners, except, to a limited extent, either prisoners and coloured slaves. Ellen the of Seal Ali off moment is always regarded the darkest suspicion war prisoners apart. The average citizen of Oceania never sets eyes on a citizen of either Eurasia or Eastasia, and he is forbidden the knowledge of foreign language. If he were allowed contact with foreigners he would discover that they are creatures sl_scorntler to himself, and that most of what he has been told about them is lie. The world in which he lives would broken, and the fear, hatred, and self-righteousness on which his morale depends might EAEP3 rate. It is therefore on all SLDES duate however often Persia, or Egypt, or Java, or Ceylon may change hands, due main frontiers must never be by anything except bombs. Under this lies a fact never mentioned aloud, but tacitly understood and acted upon, namely, that due conditions of life in all three superstates are very much the same. In Oceania FFE prevailing philosophy is called Ingsoc, in Eurasia it is called Neo-Bolshevism, and in Eastasia it is called by a Chinese name usually translated as death worship, but perhaps better rendered as obliteration of self. The citizen of Oceania is not to know anything of tales of the other two philosophers, but he is taught to execrate them as barbarous outrages upon morality and common sense. Actually the three philosophers are barely distinguishable, and the social systems which they support are not distinguishable at all. Everywhere DZERE is the same pyramidal structure, the same worship of Semidiv leader, FFE same economy existing by and for continuous warfare. Feet follows that the three superstates not only cannot conquer one another, but would gain no advantage by doing so. On the contrary, so long as they remain in conflict they prop one another up, like three shields of corn. And, as usual, die ruling groups of all three powers are simultaneously average and unaware of what free are doing. Their lives are dedicated to world conquest, but they also know that it is necessary that the war should continue everlastingly and without victory. Meanwhile the fact that there is no danger of conquest makes possible due denial of reality, which is die special feature of Ingsoc and its rival systems of thought. Here it is necessary to repeat what has said earlier, that by becoming continuous war has fundamentally changed its character. In past ages, a war, almost by definition, was something that sooner or later came to, and usually in unmistakable victory order, and it. In due past, also, war was one of the main instruments by which human and ties were kept in touch with physical reality. All rulers in all ages have to impose a false view of world upon their followers, but they could not afford to encourage any illusion that tended to impair military efficiency. So long as defeat meant the loss of independence, or some other result generally held to be undesirable, FFE precautions against defeat had to be serious. Physical facts could not be ignored. In philosophy, or religion, or ethics, or politics, TUC and two might make VE, but when one was designing a gun or an aeroplane they had to make four in MC, and nations were always conquered sooner or later, and the S and UGGLE for efficiency was mimical to illusions. To be efficient it is necessary to be able to learn from the past. WHLCH meant having a fairly accurate idea of what had happened in FFE past. Newspapers and history books were, of course, always coloured and biased, but falsification of kind that is practiced today would have been impossible. War was a sure safeguard of sanity, and so far as the ruling classes were concerned it was probably the most important of all safeguards. Alil Ivars could or lost, no ruling class could completely irresponsible but who hen war literally continuous, it also ceases to be dangerous. When war is continuous DZERE is no such thing as military necessity. Progress can cease and the most palpable acts can be or disregarded. As we have seen, researches that could call scientific are still carried out for the purposes of war, but free are essentially a kind of, and their failure to show results is not important. Efficiency, even military efficiency, is no longer named nothing is efficient in Oceania except due thought police. Since each of three superstates is unconquerable, each is in effect a separate universal in which almost any perversion of thought can be safely practiced. Reality only exerts its pressure rough the needs of everyday life, the need to eat and drink, to get shelter and clothing, and to avoid swallowing poison or stepping out of top-story windows, and due between life and death, and between physical pleasure and physical pain, fear is still distinction, but that is all. Cut off from contact with due outer world, and with the past, the citizen of Oceania is like a man in interstellar space, who has no illusion of knowing which is up and which is down. The rulers of such a state are absolute, as the pharaohs or the Caesars could not. They are obliged to prevent their followers from starving to death large enough to income en Lent, and free are obliged to remember FFE same low level of military technique as for rivals, but once that minimum is achieved, they can TVLST reality into whatever shape they choose. The war, therefore, if we judge it by the standards of previous wars, is merely an imposture. It is like due battles between certain ruminant animals whose horns are set at such an angle that they are incapable of hurting one another. But though it is unreal, it is not meaningless. Feet eats up FFE surplus of conal *HLE gods, and it helps to preserve FFE special metal atmosphere that a hierarchical society war, it will be seen, is now a purely internal affair. In the past, the ruling groups of all countries, Al-4 might recognize for common interest and therefore 11011T the decisiveness of war, did fight against one another, and die victor always plundered the vanquished. In our CN.VN day they are not fighting against one another at all. The war is waged by each ruling group against its own subjects, and the object of IVAR is not to make Orwell.elt conquests of territory, but to keep the structure of society intact. The very word war, therefore, has become mislead mg. It would probably be accurate to say that by becoming continuous IVAR has ceased to exist. The peculiar pressure it exerted on human beings the age and the early 20th century has disappeared and been replaced by something quite different. The effect would much the same if three superstates, instead of fighting one another, should agree to live in perpetual peace, each inviolate within its own boundaries. For in that case each would still be a self-contained universe, freed for ever from due sobering influence of external danger, or a peace that is usually permanent would the same as a permanent war. This, although the vast majority of RT members understand it only in a shallower sense, is the inner meaning of the party's slogan, "War is Peace." Winston stopped reading for a moment. Somewhere in remote distance a Reiki bomb thundered. The bliss_ul feeling of being alone with the forbidden in a room with no telescreen had not worn off. Solitude and safety physical sensations, mixed up somehow with due tiredness of his body, the softness of chair, dew touch of faint breeze from Dow that played upon his cheek. The fascinated him, or more exactly it him. In a sense it told him nothing that was new, but that was part of attraction. It said what he would have said, if it had been possible for him to set his scattered thoughts in order. It was due product of a mind similar to Il's Otham, but enormously more powerful_owl, more systematic, less and arid. Den. The BCOKS, HIPCEVE are those that tell you what you know already. He had just back to chapter I when he heard Julia's footstep on the stair and started out of his chair to meet her. She dumped her brown tool bag on FFE floor and flung herself into his arms. It was more than a week since they had seen one another. "I've got the book," he said as they disentangled themselves. "Oh, you've got it?" "GCL," she said without much interest and immediately looked down beside the oil to make dew coffee. They did not return to the subject until they had been in bed for half an hour. The evening was just enough to make it worthwhile to pull up the counterpane. From below came the familiar sound of singing and dew scrape of boots on the flagstone. The brawny red-armed woman whom Winston had seen there on his first visit was almost a fixture in Dew Yard. There seemed to no hour of daylight when she was not marching to and fro between the washtub and the line, alternately gagging herself with clothes pegs and breaking forward into lusty song. Julia had down on her stee and seemed to be already on due point of filling asleep. He reached out for Dew cock. Ulch was lying on the floor, and sat up against Dew's head. "We must read it," he said. UT&O_ all members of the Brotherhood have to read it _you read it, she said with her eyes shut. "Read it aloud." "That's die way. Thea, you can explain it to me as you the s hands said 6, mean 18. They had 3 or 4 hours ahead of them. He propped die against his lamars and began reading. Chapter I. Ignorance is science throughout recorded time, and probably since the ELD of the N-age. There have been 3 kinds of people in Dew acute, the high, Dew middle, and the low. They have in many L.Vs, they have borne countless different names, and for relative numbers, as well as their attitude towards one another, have varied from age to age, but the essential suture of society has never altered. Even after enormous upheavals and seemingly irrevocable changes, Dew's same pattern has always reasserted itself, just as a gyroscope will always return to equilibrium, however it is pushed 1 L.V or the offer. "Are you awake?" said Winston. "Yes, my love, I'm listening _go on." "It's marvelous." He continued reading. "The aims of these 3 groups are utterly irreconcilable. The aim of high is to remain where we are. The aim of the middle is to change places with the high. The aim of low, when they hail an aim, for it is an eye-building characteristic of the low that we are too much crushed by drudgery to be more than intermittently conscious of anything outside daily lives, is to abolish all distinctions and create a society in which all males shall equal. Thus throughout history a struggle is the same in its main outlines, recurs over and over again for long periods. Dew high seem to be securely impo. But sooner or later there always comes a moment when they lose either for themselves or their capacity to govern efficiently, or both. They are then overthrown by the middle, who enlist the low on for side by pretending to fimulate fear, fighting for liberty and justice. As soon as they have reached for objective, the middle thrust the low back into the old position of servitude, and themselves the high. Presently a new middle group splits off from one of the other groups, or from both oft him, and the struggle begins over again. Of the groups, only the low are never even temporarily successful in achieving for aims. It would be an exaggeration to say that throughout history there has no progress of a material kind. Even today, in a period of decline, the average human being is physically better off than he was a few centuries ago. But no advance in wealth, no softening of manners, no reform or revolution has ever brought human equality a millennium nearer. From the point of view of the law, no historic change has ever meant much more than a change in the name of thought. By the late 19th century, the recurrence of this pattern had obvious to many. Observe you. There then rose a thinkers who interpreted history as a cyclical process and to show that inequality was the unalterable law of human. This Darsin, of course, had always had its adherents, but in the manner in which it was now put forward there was a significant change. In due past, the need for a hierarchical form of society had been the trend, specifically of the high. It had been preached by consummed aristocrats and by the priests, lawyers, and dialike who were parasitical fim, and it had genially teen sun in by promises of compensation and an imaginary world beyond the grave. The middle, so long as it Urasiugling for Po.va, had always made use of such terms as freedom, justice, and fraternity. Now, however, the concept of human began to be assailed by people who were not yet in positions of command, but merely hoped to so before long. In due past, the middle had made reload 10ns under the banner of equality, and then had established a fresh tyranny as scum as due old one was overthrown. The new middle groups proclaimed their tyranny forehand. Socialism, a theory which appeared in the early 19th century and as the last a chain of thought stretching back to Jew slave and LLLONS of antiquity, as still deeply by the utopianism of past ages. But each variant of socialism that appeared from about 1900 onwards, the arm of establishing liberty and equality was more and more openly abandoned. The new movements which appeared in the middle years of the century, Ingsok Oceania, Neo-Bolshevism in death worship, as it is commonly called, in East Asia, had the conscious aim of perpetuating freedom and inequality. These new immense, of course, grew out of old ones and tended to keep for names and pay lip set T1CE to their ideology. But the purpose of all of them was to arrest progress and is history. At a chosen moment the familiar pendulum swing was to happen once more, and then stop. As usual, die high were to be turned out by the middle, who would in the high, but th1's time, by conscious strategy, the high would be able to maintain for position permanently. The new doctrines arose partly because of the accumulation of historical knowledge, and the growth of the historical sense, which had hardly existed before the 19th century. The cyclical millimeter-ement of history was now intelligible, or appeared to be so, and if it was intelligible, then it was alterable. But FFE principal, underlying cause was that, as early as the beginning of 20th century, human equality had technically possible. It is still true that men are not equal in for native talents and that functions had to be specialized in ways that favored some individuals against others, but there was no longer any real need for class distinctions or for large differences of wealth. In earlier ages, class distinctions had been not only inevitable but desirable. Inequality was the price of civilization. With the development of machine production, however, the case was altered. Even if it was still necessary for human beings to do different kinds of work, it is no longer necessary for them to live at different or economic levels. Therefore, from the point of view of the new groups who were on the point of seizing power, human equality was no longer an ideal to be striven after, but a danger to avert. In more primitive ages, when a just and society was act not possible, it had been fairly easy to the idea of an earthly paradise which men should live together a state of brotherhood, without laws and without brute labor, had haunted the human imagination for thousands of years. And this vision had had a certain hold even on the groups who actually profited by each historical change. The heirs of French, English, and American reload 10ns had partly in their own phrases about the rights of man, freedom of speech, equality before the law, and have even allowed their conduct to by them to some extent, but by the fourth decade of the 20th century all the routes of political thought were authoritarian. The earthly paradise had discredited at exactly the moment when it became realizable. Every new political theory, by whatever name it called itself, led back to hierarchy and regimentation. And in due general hardening of outlook due set in round 1930, practices which had been long abandoned, in some cases for of years, imprisonment without eel, the use of war prisoners as slaves, public executions, torture to extract confessions, the use of hostages, and the deportation of whole populations, not only common again, but were tolerated and even defended by people who considered themselves enlightened and progressive. It was only after a decade of national wars, CAE wars, revolutions, and counter-revolutions in all parts of the world that INSOC and its rivals emerged as fully worked out political theory, but they had been foreshadowed by various systems, generally called totalitarian, who had appeared earlier in the century, and the main outlines of the world which would emerge from the prevailing had long been obvious. What kind of people would control world had been equally obvious. The new aristocracy was made up for the most part of bureaucrats, scientists, trade union organizers, publicity experts, sociologists, teachers, journalists, and professional politicians. These people, whose origins lay in the salated middle class and the upper grades of working class, had shaped and brought together by the barren world of monopoly Indus and Y and Grammment as compared WLTH are opposite numbers in past ages, free were less avaricious, less tempted by luxury, hungrier for pure, and, above all, more conscious of what they were doing and more intent on crushing opposition. This last difference is cardinal by comparison with that existing today, although grannies of the past were half-hearted and inefficient. The ruling groups were always infected to some extent by liberal ideas, and were content to leave loose ends everywhere, to regard only the Rote Act and to be uninterested in what their subjects were thinking. Even the Catholic Church of the Middle Ages was tolerant by modern standards. Part of the reason for this was that in the past no government had the power to keep its citizens under constant surveillance. The invention of parliament, however, made it easier to manipulate public opinion, and the film and radio carried the FI_EFA. With the development of television, and the technical advance made it possible to receive and transmit simultaneously on the same instrument, private life came to an end. Every citizen, or at least every citizen important enough to be worth watching, could kept for 24 hours a day under due eyes of police and the sound of omictal propaganda, with all of our channels of communication closed. The possibility of enforcing not only complete obedience to the will of the state, but complete uniformity of opinion on all subjects, now existed for the first time. After the revolutionary period of the 50s and 60s, society regrouped itself, as always, into high, middle, and low. But the new high group, unlike all its forerunners, did not act upon instinct but knew what was to safeguard its position. It had long been realized that the only secure basis for oligarchy is collectivism. Wealth and privilege are most easily defended they are possessed jointly. The so-called abolition of private property, which took place during middle years of the century meant, in effect, the concentration of property fewer hands than but with just difference, that the new owners were a group instead of a mass of individuals. Individually, no member of due party owns anything, except petty personal belongings. Collectively, the party owns everything Oceania, cause it controls everything for and disposes of the products as it thinks fit. In the years following due revolution it was able to step into this command position almost unopposed, because the whole PRS was represented as an act of collectivization. It had always been assumed that if capitalist class were expropriated, socialism must follow, and unquestionably the capitalists had been expropriated. Actaleg, MMES, land, houses, transport, everything had been taken away from them, and since FFESE things were no longer private property, it followed that they must be public property. INSOC, which grew out of earlier socialist movement and inherited its phraseology, has in fact out the main item in FFE's socialist program, with the result, foreseen and intended that economic inequality has been made, but the problems of perpetuating a hierarchical society go deeper than this. There are only 4 ways in which a ruling group can fall from power. Either it is conquered from without, or it governs so inefficiently that FFE masses are stirred to revolt, or it allows a strong and middle group to come into being, or it loses its own self-confidence and willingness to govern. These causes do not operate singly, and as a rule all 4 of them are present in some degree. A ruling class which could guard against all of them would remain in power permanently. Ultimately, the determining factor is the mental attitude of ruling class itself. After the middle of the pre-celt century, die first danger had in reality disappeared. Each of the powers which now divide the world is unconquerable, and could only become conquerable through slow demographic changes. A government with wide powers can easily avert the second danger, also, is only a theoretical one. The masses never revolt of their own accord, and they never revolt merely because they are oppressed. Indeed, so long as they are not permitted to have standards of comparison, they never even become aware that they are oppressed. The recurrent economic crises of past times are totally unnecessary and are not now permitted to happen, but offer and equally large dislocations can and do happen without having political results. There is no way in which discontent can articulate. As for the problem of overproduction, which has latent in our society since due development of making technique, it is solved by the device of continuous warfare. See Chapter 111. Ilch is also useful in keying up public morale to the necessary pitch. From the point of view of our present rulers, therefore, due only genuine dangers are the splitting off of a new group of able, underemployed, power-hungry people, and due growth of liberalism and skepticism in their own ranks. The problem, due is to say, is educational. It is a problem of continuously molding due consciousness both of the directing group and of the larger executive group that lies immediately below it. The consciousness of the masses needs only to influenced in a negative way. Given this background, one could infer, if one did not know it already, the general structure of oceanic society. At due apex of the pyramid comes Big Brother. This brother is immandible and all-powerful. Every success, every victory, every scientific discovery, all knowledge, all wisdom, all happiness, all virtue, are held to issue directly from his leadership and inspiration. Nobody has ever seen Big Brother. He is a face on the hoardings, a voice on the telescreen. We may be reasonably sure that he will never die, and there is already considerable uncertainty as to when he ures home. Big Brother is the guise muhic FFE party chwss to exhibit itself to due acute. His function is to act as a focusing point for love, fear, and reverence, notions which are more easily felt towards an individual than towards an organization. Below Big Brother comes due inner party. Its numbers limited to 6 millions, or something less than 2% of FFE population of Oceania. Below the inner party comes the outer party, UHIC. If the inner party is described as due brain off state, may be justly to due below that come the dumb masses whom we habitually refer to as due proles, numbering perhaps 85% of FFE population. In the terms of our earlier classification, die proles are the low, for the slave population of equatorial lands who pass constantly from conqueror to conqueror, are not a permanent or necessary part of the structure. In principle, membership of these 3 groups is not hereditary. The child of inner party parents is in freery not born into the inner party. Admission to alpha branch of the party is by examination, taken at due age of 16 nor is fear any racial discrimination, cr any marked domination of one province by another. Jews, Negroes, South Americans of pure Indian are to be found in the highest ranks of party, and the administrators of any area are always drawn from the inhabitants of that area. In no part of Oceania do the inhabitants have the feeling that they are a colonial population ruled from a distant capital. Oceania has no, and its titular head is a person who whose whereabouts nobody knows except for Tengish is its chief lingua francae and Newspeak its official language. It is not centre and alsed in any way its rulers are not held together by block ties but by adherence to a common doctrine. It is true that our society is stratified, and very rigidly stratified, on who at first sight appear to be hereditary lines. There is less to and fro movement the different groups than happened under capitalism or even in the pre-industrial age. Between due two branches of the party there is a certain amount of interchange, but only so much as will ensure that weaklings are excluded from the inner party and that ambitious members of the outer party are made harmless by allowing them to rise. Proletarians, in practice, are not allowed to graduate into die party. The most read among them, who might possibly nuclei of discontent, are simply marked down by the thought police and mat, but this state of is not necessarily permanent, nor is it a matter of principle. The party is not a class in due old sense of the word. It does not aim at ensembling poor to its own children, as such, and if there were no other way of keeping the ablest people at the top, it would be perfectly prepared to recruit an entire new generation from the ranks of the proletariat in the crucial years. The act that the party was not a hereditary body did a great deal to neutralize opposition. The older kind of socialist, who had been trained to fight against something called class privilege, assumed what is not hereditary cannot permanent. He did not see that FFE continuity of an oligarchy need not be physical, nor did he pause to reflect that hereditary aristocracies have always been short-lived, whereas adoptive organizations such as the Catholic Church have eometals lasted for hundreds thousands of years. The essence of oligarchical rule is not athel to son inheritance, but the persistence of a certain worldview and a certain way of two and, imposed by the dead up three in the living. Our ruling group is a ruling group so long as it can nominate its successors. The party not concerned with perpetuating its BLWD but with perpetuating itself. Wields power is not important provided due hierarchical structure remains always the same. All the beliefs and habits, tastes, emotions, mental attitudes that characterize our time are really designed to sustain due mystique of party and prevent the true nature of pres et de société from being perceived. Physical rebellion, or any preliminary millimeter towards rebellion, is at present not possible. From FFE proletarians nothing is to be feared left to themselves. They will move from generation to generation and from century to century, working, breeding for and dying, not only without any impulse to rebel, but without the power of grasping that the world could be other than it. They could only dangerous if the advance of mduzual technique made it necessary to educate them more highly, but, since military and commercial rivalry are no longer the level of popular education is actually declining. What opinions due masses hold, or do not hold, is IC and ed on as a matter of indifference. They can be granted intellectual liberty because they have no intellect. In a party on the other hand not even due smallest deviation of opinion on due most unimportant subject can be tolerable, or a party member lives from birth to death under the eye of the thought police. Even when he is alone he can never be sure he is alone. However he may be, asleep or awake, working or resting, in his bath or in he can inspect head without warning and without knowing that he is being inspected. Nothing he does is indifferent. His Freiheitsschub skills relaxations, his towards his wife and children, the expression of his face when he is alone, the words he mutters in sleep, even the characteristic movements of his BCDY, are all jealously scrutinized. Not only any actual misdemeanor, but any action and icety, however small any change of habits, any animus mannerism that could possibly be the symptom of an iniciugal, is certain to be detected. He has no and edom of choice in any uhativa. On the other hand, ill's actions are not regulated by law or by any clearly formulated code of behavior. In Oceania there is no law. Thoughts and actions when detected, mean certain death are not formally forbidden, and due endless purges, arrests, tortures, imprisonments, and vaporizations are not inflicted as punishment for crimes which actually been but are merely the wiping out of persons who might perhaps commit a crime at some time in the future. A party member is required to hail not only FFE right opinions, but the right instincts. Many off-beliefs and attitudes demanded of him are never plainly stated, and could not be without laying bare the contradictions inherent in so. If he is a person naturally orthodox, in newspeak a good thinker he will all circumstances know, without taking thought, what is the true belief or the desirable emotion. But in any case an elaborate mental yang, undergone in and grouping itself round the newspeak words crime-stop, blackivite, and double-think, makes him unwilling and unable to think too deeply on any subject uhativa. A party is expected to hail no private emotions and no response from enthusiasm. He is supposed to live in a continuous frenzy of hatred of foreign asmes and internal traitors, to tumfole of victories, and self-abasement before the power and wisdom of party. The discontents produced by HLS bare, unsatisfying life are deliberately turned outwards and dissipated by such devices as the 2 minutes hate, and due speculations who might possibly induce a skeptical or rebellious attitude are killed in advance by his early acquired inner discipline. The first and simplest stage in the discipline, which can taught even to young children, is called, in newspeak, crime-stop. Crime-stop means die faculty of stopping short, as though by instinct, at the threshold of any dangerous front. It includes due power of not grasping analogies, of failing to perceive logical errors, of misunderstanding the simplest arguments if they are inimical to so, and of being bored or repelled by any train of thought which is capable of leading in a heretical direct long. Crimes top, short, means productive stupidity. But stupidity is not enough. On the contrary, orthodoxy in the sense Orwell control one's own mental processes as complete as that of a contarflanist his body. Oceanic society rests ultimately on the Big Brother omnipotent and that the party is infallible. But in reality Big Brother is not and FFE party is not infallible. There is need for an unwyrymg, moment flexibility the treatment of facts. The key word here is black-white like so many newspeak words. This word has mutually contradictory meaning and applied to an OPP3 it means die habit of impudently claiming duate black is white, in contradiction of due plain facts. Applied to a party it means a loyal willingness to say that black is a light who party discipline demands this. But it means also the ability to believe that black is white, and more, to know that black is white, and to forget that one has ever believed the contrary. This demands a continuous alteration of the past, made possible by the system of thought which really embraces all the rest, and is known in newspeak as double-think. The alteration of past is necessary for two reasons, one of which is subsidiary and, so to speak, precautionary. The subsidiary reason is that due party member, like the proletarian, tolerates present-day conditions partly because he has no standards of comparison. He must be cut off from the past, just as he must be cut off from foreign countries, because it is necessary for him to believe that he is often his ancestors and that due average level of material comfort is constantly rising. But by far the more important reason for the readjustment of the past is the need to safeguard the infallibility of party. It is not merely that speeches, statistics, and records of every kind must be constantly brought up to date in order to show that the predictions of party were in all cases right. It is also that no change in doctrine or political alignment can ever be admitted for to change one's mind, or even one's policy, is a confession of weakness. If, for example, Eurasia or Eastasia, whichever it may be, is the enemy today, that country must always hail the enemy. And if the facts say other, still the facts must be altered. Thus his story is continuously rewritten this day-to-day Olsificatlung of past, out by the Ministry of his businesses airy to the stability of the regime as FFE work of repression and espionage carried out by the Ministry of Love. The mutability of the past is the central tenet of INSOC_past events, it is argued, hail no objective existence, but survive only in mythal records and in human memories. The past is whatever the records and the memories agree upon and Smith the party is in full control of all records and in equally FI_LLL communal of minds of its members, it follows that the past is what the party sees to make it. It also follows that the past is alterable, it never has been altered in any specific instance. For when it has been recreated whatever shape is named at the moment, then this new version is the past, and no different past can ever have exist. This holds good even as one and happens, the same event has to be altered out of recognition several times in due course of a year. At all times the party is in possession of absolute yut_h, and clearly FFE absolute can never be different from what it is NCNW. It will be seen that the control of the past depends above all on the waning of memory. To make sure that all mythal records agree with the orthodoxy of the moment is merely a act_, but it is also necessary to remember that events happened in the desired manner. And if it is necessary to rearrange one's memories or to tamper tit one, it is necessary to forget that one has done so. The art of doing this can be learned like any other mental technique. It is learned by the majority of PAR members, and certainly by all who are intelligent as well as orthodox_. In old speak it is called, quite frankly, reality. In new speak it is called doublethink, though doublethink comprises much else as well. Doublethink means the power of holding two contradictory beliefs in one's mind simultaneously, and accepting of them. The party intellectual knows in which direction his memories must altered. He therefore knows that he playing tricks with reality, but by the exercise of doublethink he also satisfies himself that reality is not violated. The process has to be conscious, or it would not be carried out with sufficient precision, but it also has to be unconscious, or it would bring with it an element of falsity and hence of guilt. Doublethink lies at jewelry heart of all, since the essential act of party is to use conscious deception while retaining the firmness of purpose that with complete honesty. To tell deliberate ills while genuinely believing in them, to forget any fact that has inconvenient, and then, when it becomes necessary again, to draw it back from oblivion for just so long as it needed, to deny the existence of objective reality and all the uhal to take account of reality which one denies. All this is indispensably necessary. In using doublethink it is necessary to exercise doublethink. For by using the word one admits that one is mg with reality, by a fresh act of doublethink one erases one's knowledge, and so on indefinitely, with the lie always one elap ahead of due truth. Ultimately it is by means of doublethink that the party has been able, and may, for all we know, continue to be able for thousands of years, to arrest the course of history. All past oligarchies hail fallen from power, either they ossified or because they grew son. Either they became stupid and arrogant, and old to adjust themselves to changing circumstances, and were overthrown, or they liberal and cowardly, made concessions when they should have used force, and once again they fell, that is to say, either rough consciousness or rough consciousness. It is the element of the party to have produced a system of thought in which both conditions can exist simultaneously. And upon no other intellectual basis could the dominion of the party be made. If one is to rule, and to continue ruling, one must able to be the sense of reality, for the secret of rulership is to combine a belief in one's own infallibility with due power to learn from past mistakes. Feet need hardly said that the subtlest practitioners of mublethink are those invented doublethink, and lo that it is a vast estim of mental cheating. In our society, those who have due best knowledge of what is happening are also those who are nerfest from seeing die world as it is. In general, the greater due understand, due greater the delusion, The more intelligent Jew lesson. One clear illustration of Th1s is the fact that IVA hysteria increases in intensity as one rises in Jew's IL scale. Those whose attitude towards the war is most nearly rational are die subject peoples of disputed territories. To FFESE people the IVA is simply a continuous calamity which sweeps to and fro for bodies like a tidal wave. Which side is VL_NN is a matter of complete indifference to them. They are aware that a change of overlordship means simply that they will be doing the same work as before for new masters who yeet them in the same manner as the old ones. The slightly more involved workers whom we call Jew proles are only intermittently conscious of war. It is necessary they can be prodded into frenzies of fear, and but when left to themselves they are capable of forgetting for long periods that the war is happening. It is in the ranks of Jew party, and above all of inner party, that Jew true war enthusiasm is found. World conquest is believed in most firmly by those who know it to impossible. This peculiar linking together of opposites, knowledge WLTH ignorance, cynicism with fanaticism, TS one of the chief distinguishing marks of oceanic society. The omicile ideology abounds with contradictions even when there is no practical reason for them. Thus, the party rejects and vilifies every principle for WHLCH the socialist movement originally, and it chooses to do this in due name of socialism. It preaches a contempt for the working class unexampled for centuries past, and it dresses its members in a uniform which was at one time peculiar to manual workers and Euros adopted for Jewish reason. It systematically undermines the solidarity of Jew family, and it calls its leader by a name which is a direct appeal to the sentiment of family loyalty. Even the names of Jew foreign ministries by which we are governed exhibit a sort of impudence in their reversal of facts. The of peace concerns itself with war, the ministry of truth with lies, Jew ministry of L01E with torture, and the of plenty WLTH starvation. These contradictions are not accidental, nor do they result from ordinary hypocrisy. They are deliberate exercises in, for it is only by reconciling contradictions that power can retain indefinitely. In no other way could Jew Anklold see Weichel broken. If human equality is to forever alerted, if the high, as we have called them, are to keep their places permanently, then die prevailing mental condition must connuold insanity. But there is one question until moment we have almost ignored. It is, why should human equality alerted? Supposing Jew the McMeer of the process teen rightly described, what is due motive for huge, accurately planned effort to freeze history at a particular moment of time? Here we reach the central secret as we have seen. Die mystique of the party, and above all of the inner party, depends upon Dolblethink, but deeper than Th1s ills the original motive, the never questioned instinct that first led to Jew's seizure of power and brought Dolblethink, the thought police, continuous warfare, and all the offer necessary paraphernalia into existence afterwards. This motive really consists Winston Beam or a rear of silence, as one becomes averager of a new sound. It seemed to him Julia had been already still for some time past. She was on her slde, naked from die waist upwards, with her cheek pillowed on her hand and one dark eek tumbling across her eyes. Her breast rose and fell slowly and regularly. No and swear Julia, up you awake. No and sure. She is asleep. He shut the book, put it care on the floor, lay down, and pulled die coverlet over both of them. He had still, he reflected, not learned the ultimate secret he did not understand chapter I, like chapter IIL had not actually told HTM anything he did not know, it had merely systematized the knowledge that he possessed already. But after reading it he knew than before that he was not mad. Being in a minority, even a minority of one, did not make you mad. There was and dzere was untruth, and if I clung to the youth even against the whole world, you were not mad. A yellow beam from the SMKMG sun slanted in front the window and across Jew pillow. He shut his eyes. The sun on his and the girl's body touching his own gave him a strong, sleepy, confident feeling. He was safe, everything is all right. He fell asleep murmuring sanity not statistica, the feeling that this remark contained in it a profound wisdom. He woke, it was with the sensation of having slept for a long time, but a glance at the old-fashioned clock told him that it was only 20:30. He lay dozing for a while, then die usual deep lunged singing struck up from die yard. It was only on op/s fancy, yt post like and prul die, but oh look in a word on the dreams they stirred they stolen my oy. The drivelling song seemed to have kept its popularity. You still heard it all over the place. It had outlived hate song. Julia woke at the sound, stretched herself luxuriously, and got out of bed. I'm hungry, she said. Let's make some more coffee. Damn. The stove's gone out and the water's cold. She picked the stove up and shook it. There's no oil in it. We can get some from Old Charrington, /CT_. The thing is I made sure it was I'm gum to put my clothes on / she added. It seems to hail got colder. Winston also got up and dressed himself. The indefatigable voice sang they sigh thought time eels o things, they sigh you con a noise forget, but the smiles on the tears across the years they twist my cart strings yet / as himson the of his overalls he across to die window. The sun must have gone down tem dew houses, it is not schming into the yard any longer. The flagstones were wet as though they had just been washed, and he had the feeling that the sky had been washed too, so fresh and pale as the blue between the chimney pots. Tirelessly the woman marched to and fro, corking and uncorking herself, singing and falling silent, and pegging out more and yet more. He wondered whether she was for a living or is merely the slave of 20 or 30 grandchildren. Julia had come across to his side, together they gazed with a sort of fascination at the sturdy figure below. As he at the woman in her characteristic attitude, her thick arms reaching up for the her powerful mare-like buttocks protrude, it struck him for the first time she was beautiful. Feet had never before occurred to him that the body of a woman of 50, blown up to monstrous dimensions by childbearing, hardened, roughened by work till it was coarse in the gram like an overripe turnip, could be out to fill but it was so, and after all, he thought, why not? The solid, contourless body, like a block of granite, and the rasping red skin, and the same relation to dew body of a gill as the rose hip to the rose. Why should the fruit be held in Andrea to the flower? She's out if I_al he murmured. She's a meter across the hips, easily Julia. That is her style of beauty, said Wisdom. He held Julia's supple waist easily encircled by his arm. From die hip to dew her flank was against his. Out of there no child would ever come. That was the one thing they could never do. Only by word of mouth, from mind to could they pass on the secret. The woman down there had she had only strong arms, a warm heart, and a fertile belly. He wondered how many children she had given birth to. It might easily 15. She had had her moultrie flowering, a year, perhaps, of wild rose beauty, and then she had suddenly swollen ilk a fruit and ground hard and red and coarse, and then her life had been laundering, scrubbing, darning, cooking, kneeping, polishing, mending, scrubbing, laundering, first for children, and for over 30 unbroken years. At due end of it she was still singing. The mystical reverence felt for her was somehow mixed up with the aspect of pale, cloudless sky, stretching away behind the chimney pots into interminable distance. It was curious to think that due sky was due same for everybody, in Eurasia or East Asia as well as here. And the people under the sky were also very much the same, everywhere, all over the world, hundreds of thousands of millions of people just like this, people ignorant of one another's existence, held apart by walls of howd and lies, and yet almost exactly due same, people who had never learned to think but who were storm up their hearts and bellies and muscles the poor that would one day co-otem the world. If fear was hope, it lay in the proles. Without having read to the end of the book, he knew that must be Goldstein's final message. The fta belonged to Jew proles. And could he be sure that when their time came the world they constructed would not be just as alien to him, Winston Smitham, as the world of the party? Yes, at due least it would a world of sanity. I veer there is equality there can be sanity. Sooner or later. It would happen, strength would change into consciousness. The proles were immortal, you could not doubt it, swore you at that valiant figure in the yard. In the old full awakening would come. And until that happened, though it might 1,000 years, they would stay a little against all due odds, like birds, passing on from body to body the vital ity which FFE party did not share and could not kill. Do remember he sold, the thrush that sang to us, that first day, at the edge of the uct. He wasn't singing to us, said Julia. He was singing to please himself, not even that he was just singing. The birds sang, the proles sang. The party did not sing. All round Diarchuk, in London and New York, in Africa and Brazil, and in due mysterious, forbidden lands beyond due frontiers, in the suites of Par 11s and Berlin, in the villages of the endless Russian plain, in the bazaars of Khmer and Japan, everywhere STWD, the same solid unconquerable figure, made monstrous by work and childbearing, toiling from birth to death and still singing. Out of those mighty loins a race of conscious beings must one day come. You were the dead, Thul_RS was the filcher_, but you could share MG8 if you kept the mind as they kept Lil the body, and passed on the secret doctrine that 2 + 2 we are the dead, he said. We are the dead, Julia dutifully. You are the dead, said an iron voice, bemmed them, they sprang apart. Winston's entrails seemed to have turned into ice. He could see the white all round the irises of Julia's eyes. Her face had turned a milky yellow. The smear of rouge that was still on each cheekbone stood out sharply, almost as forth unconnected with dew skin beneath _you are dew, repeated the iron 10 ice _ it you is behind dew picture, breathed Julia. It you ace behind the picture, said the voice. Remain exactly where you are. Make no movement until you are at yours starting, it yours starting at last. They could do not do mg except stand gazing into one another's eyes. To run for life, to get out of house before it yours too late, no such thought occurred to them. Unthinkable to disobey the iron voice from the wall. There was a snap as though a catch had been turned back, and a crash of breaking glass. The picture had a leer to dew uncovering die telescreen it. Now we can see, said Julia. Now we can see you /gald the Volge _stand out in die middle of the RCN 3M _stand back to back. Clasp your hands, temd your, do not touch one another. They were not touching, but it seemed to him that he could feel Julia's body sharking or perhaps it was merely FFE sharking of his own, he could just stop his teeth from, but ills his were beyond his corneal. There was a sound of trampling Gotstello, inside FFE house and outside. The yard seemed to be full of men _something euros being dragged across the stones. The woman's singing had stopped abruptly. There was a long, rolling as forth FFE washtub had flung across the yard, and then a confuston of angry shouts which ended in a yell of Pam. The house is surrounded, said Winston. The house is surrounded, said the voice. He heard Julia snap her teeth together. I suppose we may as well say goodbye, she said. You may as well say goodbye, said the voice, and for another quite different 10 ice, a thin, cultivated voice which Winston had the impression of having heard before, struck in, and by the way, while we are on the subject, here comes a candle to light you to bed, here comes a chopper to chop off head. Something crashed onto the bed Winston's back, the head of a ladder had been durst rough die window and had burst in the frame. Someone was climbing rough dow there was a stampede of boots up the stairs. The room was full of solid men in black uniforms, WLTH iron-shod boots on their feet and unchins in their hands. Winston was not yembling any longer. Even Ill's eyes, he barely one thing alone mattered, to keep still and not give them an excuse to hit you. a man with a Smoketh prize fighter's jowl in Uhik. The mouth was only a slit, paused opposite him, balancing his yunchin meditatively between thumb and forefinger. Winston met his eye. The feeling of nakedness, WLTH, one's hands, one's head and one's face and body, all was almost unbearable. The man prodded due tip of a WHLTE tongue, the place where his lips should have been, and then passed on. There yours ain't a crash. Someone had PLCKED up the glass paperweight from due table and smashed it to pieces on the hearthstone. The fragment of coral, a tiny crinkle of pink like a sugar from a cake, rolled across the mat. How small, thought Winston, how small it always was. There was a gasp and a thump behind him, and he a violent kick on the ankle which nearly flung him off his balance. One of the men had smashed his fist into Julia's solar plexus, doubling her up like a pocket ruler. She was thrashing about on the floor, fighting for breath. Winston not turn his head even by a millimeter, but sometimes her livid, gasping face came within the angle of Il's vision. Ellen in Il's terror, it was as though he could feel the pam in his own body, the deadly pain which nevertheless was less urgent than the struggle to get back her breath. He knew what it was like. The terrible, agonizing Pam Uhik was there, all the ill but could not suffer because before all else it was necessary to able to breathe. Then two of the men hoisted her up by knees and shoulders, and carried her out of the RCN3M Ilka sack. Winston had a glimpse of her face, upside down, yellow and contorted, with the eyes shut, and still with a smear of rouge on the cheek, and Duate was the last he saw of his god, dead still. No one had hit him yet. Thoughts which came of their own accord but seemed totally uninteresting began to flit froth his MMD _ he wondered whether he had got Charrington _ he wondered who had they had done to die woman yard. He noticed Duate, he bad he wanted to urinate, and felt a faint surprise, he had done so only 3 hours ago. He noticed that FFE clock on the mantel said 9, meaning 21. But the light seemed too strong. Would not the light be fading at 21 hours on an August evening? He wondered whether after all he and Julia had mistaken due time, had slept due clake round and thought it was 20 when really it was 08:30 on the following morning. But he did not pursue the thought fix, it is not interesting. There use another, lighter step in die passage. Charrington came into the room. The demeanour of the black uniformed men suddenly became more subdued _ something had also changed in Charrington's appearance _ his eye fell on fragments of the glass paperweight. Pick up those pieces, he yelled sharply. A man stooped to obey. The Cockney accent had disappeared. Winston suddenly realised whose voice it was, Duate he had heard a few moments ago on the telescreen. Charrington was still wearing his old jacket, but his hair, which had almost white, had turned black. Also he was not wearing his spectacles. He gave Winston a single sharp glance, as though verifying his identity, and then paid no more attention to him. He was still recognizable, but he was not the same person any longer. His body had straightened, and seemed to have grown bigger. His face had undergone only TMY changes that had never really worked a complete transformation. The black eyebrows v.air less bushy, the wrinkles v.air gone, the whole lines of the face seemed to have altered, and the nose seemed shorter. It was the alert cold face of a man of about 35. It occurred to Winston that for the first time in his life he was looking with Howledge at a off-thought. Police.part 3 chapter IE did not know where he was. Presumably he was in the Ministry of Love, but DZERE was no way of making certain. He was in a high-ceilinged windowless cell with walls of glittering white porcelain. Concealed lamps flocked at it with cold, and there was a low, steady humming sound which he supposed had something to do with due air supply. A bench, or shelf, just WLDE enough to sit on, ran round the wall, broken only by the door at the end opposite the door, a lavatory pan WLTH, no wooden seat. There were 4 telescreens, one in each wall. There was a dull aching in Il's belly. Feet had been there ever since we had him into the closed van and driven him away. But he was also hungry, with a GNAing, unwholesome kind of hunger. It might be 24 hours since he had eaten, it might be 36. He still dld not how, probably never you could know, whether it had been morning or evening when they arrested him. Since he was arrested he had not been fed. He sat as still as he could on the narrow bench, with his hands crossed on his knee. He had already learned to sit still. A fire made unexpected movements. They yelled at you from due telescreen. But due craving for food was growing up three in him. All that he longed for all was a piece of bread. He had an idea due ate they a few breadcrumbs in the pocket of L's overalls. It was even possible, he thought Jewess because from time to time something to tickle Il's leg, that fear might a sizable bit of crust there. In the end the tempted long to find out what came his fear, he slipped a hand into his pocket. Smith, yelled a voice from the telescreen. 6079 Smith W _ Hands out of pockets in the cells. He sat still again, his hands crossed. Centimetre his before been brought here he had been taken to another place which must hail an ordinary prison or a temporary lock-up used by the patrols. He did not how long he had been fear, some hours at any rate, with no clocks and no daylight it was hard to gauge due time. It was a noisy, evil-smelling place. They had put him into a cell similar to due one he was now but filthily dirty and at all times crowded by 10 or 15 people. The majority of them were common criminals, but there were a few political prisoners among them. He had sat silent against the wall, jostled by dirty bodies, too preoccupied by fear and the pain his belly to take much interest Il's surroundings, but still noticing due astonishing difference in demeanour the party prisoners and the others. The party prisoners always silent and terrified, but the ordinary criminals seemed to care of them for anybody. They yelled insults at the guards, fought back fiercely when their belongings were impounded, wrote obscene words on the smuggled FWD which they produced from mysterious hiding places in the clothes, and even shouted due telescreen when told to restore order. On the other hand some of them to be on good terms with the guards, called them by nicknames, and tried to heedle cigarettes to rough the spile dear _ the guards, too, treated due common criminals with a certain and arrogance, even Henry had to handle them roughly. There was much talk about the forced labour camps to which most of the prisoners expected to be sent. Feet all right, in the camps, he gaffed, so long as you had good contacts and hew the ropes. There was bribery, rightism, and racketeering of every kind. Fear was homosexuality and DZERE was even illicit alcohol distilled from potatoes. The positions of trust were given only to the common criminals, especially the gangsters and FFE murderers, who formed a sort of aristocracy. All the dirty jobs were done by the politicals. There was a constant come and go of prisoners of every description, drug peddlers, thieves, bandits, black marketeers, drunks, prostitutes. Some of drunks were so violent that the other prisoners had to combine to suppress them. An enormous wreck of a woman, aged about 60, with great tumbling breasts and thick cods of white haul which had come down in her S&UGGLES, was curled in, kicking and shouting, by 4 guards, who had hold of her one at each corner. They wrenched off with which she had been doing to kick them, and dumped her down across Winston's lap, almost breaking Il's thigh bones. The woman hoisted herself upright and followed them out with a yell of "F, bastards." Then, noticing that she was sit tmg on something uneven, she slid off Winston's knees onto the bench. "Beg pardon, dearie," she said. "I wouldn't have sat on you, only the buggers put me fear. They don't know how to yate a lady, do they?" She patted her breast, and belched. "Pardon," she said, "I am myself, quite." She leant forward and vomited copiously on die floor. "That's better forward / she said, leaning back with closed. "Never keep it down, that's what I say. Get it up while it's fresh on your stomach, like _ She revived, turned to have another look at Winston and seemed immediately to take a fancy to him. She put a vast arm round his shoulder and drew 111M towards her, breathing and vomit into his face. "What's your name, dearie?" she said. "Smith," said Winston. "Smith T. Salty woman. That's funny. My name's Smith TCN_Y, she added sentimentally. "I might be your moth," she might, thought Winston, his mother. She was about die right age and feast quay, and it was probable that people changed somewhat einer 20 years ma Bauer camp. No one else had spoken to him. To a surprising extent die ordinary criminals ignored the party prisoners. The Polties, they called him, with a sort of uninterested contempt. The party prisoners seemed terrified of speaking to anybody, and atove all of speaking to one another. Only once, when party members, both V.Omen, were pressed close together on the bench, he overheard amid the din of vultures a few hurriedly whispered words, and in particular reference to something called 101 which he did not understand. It might 2 hours ago that they had brought 111M here. The dull pain in his belly never went away, but sometimes it grew better and sometimes worse, and his thoughts expanded or contracted accordingly. It grew worse. He thought only of pain itself, and of Il's desire for food. Or it grew better, panic hold of him. There were moments where he foresaw the things that would happen to him with such actuality that his heart galloped and his breath stopped. He felt the smash of truncheons on Il's elbows and iron shot on his shins. He saw himself grovelling on the floor, screaming for mercy. Il rough broken teeth. He hardly thought of Julia. He could not fix his mind on her. He loved her and you could not her, but that was only a fact, known as he knew due rules of arithmetic. He felt no love for her, and he hardly even wondered what was happening to her. He thought oftener of O'Brien, with a flickering hope O'Brien might know that he had been arrested. The Brotherhood, he had said, never tried to save its members. But there was Jew Razor Blade, he would send Jew Razor Blade if they could. There would perhaps 5 seconds before Jew Guard could rush into the cell. The blade would bite into 111M with a sort of burning coldness, and even the fingers that held it would be cut to FFE bone. Everything came back to his sick body. Ulch shrank trembling from the smallest pain. He was not certain that he would use die razor blade even if he got the chance. It was more natural to exist from moment to moment, accepting the T-mute's life even with die certainty that there was torture at the end of it. Sometimes he tried to calculate die number of porcelain BRTCKs in the walls of the cell. It should have been easy, but he always lost count at some point or another. More often he wondered where he was, and what time of day it was. At the moment he felt certain that it was broad daylight outside, and at the next equally certain it was pitch darkness. In place, he knew instinctively, the lights would never tummed out. It was the place with no darkness. He saw now why O'Brien had seemed to recognize due illusion. In the Ministry of Love DZERE were no windows. His cell might be at the heart of building or against its outer wall, it might be 10 floors below ground, or 30. He mulcted himself mentally from place to place, and to determine by the feeling of his body whether he was perched high in the air or buried deep underground. There was a sound of marching outside. The steel door opened with a clang. A young officer, a trim black uniformed figure who seemed to glitter all over with polished leather, and whose pale, straight-featured face was like a wax mask, stepped smartly through the doorway. He to the guards outside to BRMG in the prisoner he were leading. The poet Ampleforth shambled into the cell. The door clanged shut again. Ampleforth made 1 or 2 uncertain movements from side to side, as though having some idea that there was another to go out of, and began to wander up and down die cell. He had not Winston's presence. His troubled eyes were gazing at the wall above the level of Winston's head. He was shoeless, large, dirty toes were sticking out of the holes in Il's. He was also several days away from a shave. A scrubby covered his face to the cheekbones, giving him an air of ruffianism that went oddly WLTH his large weak frame and nervous movements. Winston roused himself a little from his lethargy. He must speak to Ampleforth, and risk the yell from due telescreen. It was inconceivable that Ampleforth was die terror of the razor blade. Ampleforth he soused. There was no yell from the telescreen. Ampleforth paused, mildly startled. His eyes focused themselves slowly on Winston. "Ah, SMLTH," he said. "You too. What are you in for?" "To tell you the truth," he sat down awkwardly on the bench opposite Winston. "There is only one offence, is fear not," he said. "And have you committed it?" "Apparently I have." He put a hand to his forehead and pressed his temples for a moment, as if trying to remember something. "These things happen," he began vaguely. "I have able to one instance, a possible instance. It was an indiscretion, undoubtedly. We were producing a definitive edition of the poems of Kippim. I allowed the word God to remain at due end of a line. I could not help it," he added almost indignantly, raising his face to at Winston. "It was impossible to change the im. The rhyme was rod. Do you realize that DZERE are only 12 rhymes to RCD in due entire language?" For days I had racked my brains. There was no offer rhyme. The expression on his face changed. The annoyance passed out of it, and for a moment I coked, almost pleased. A sort of intellectual warmth, the joy of the pedant who has found out some useless fict, shone through die dirt and scrubby air. "Has it ever occurred to you," he said, "that due whole history of English poetry has been determined by the act that the English language lacks rhymes?" No, that particular thought had never to Winston nor, in die circumstances, did it strike him as very important or interesting. "Do you know what time of day it is?" he said. Ampleforth looked startled again. "I had hardly thought about it. They arrested me, it could be days ago, perhaps 3. His eyes round the walls, as forth he half expected to find a window somewhere. "There is no difference night and day in this place. I do not see how one can calculate the time." They talked desultorily for some minutes, then, without apparent reason, a yell from the telescreen bade them be silent. Winston sat quietly, his hands crossed. Ampleforth, TCN 3 large to sit in comfort on due narrow bench, fidgeted from side to side, clasping his lank hands first round one knee, thou round the other. The telescreen barked at him to keep still. Time passed. 20 minutes, an hour, it was difficult to judge. Once more DZERE was a sound of boots outside. Winston's en and Attles con and acted _scan, very soon, perhaps M5 mutes, perhaps now, die tramp of boots would mean for the sound turn had come. The door opened. The cold-used young officer stepped into die cell. With a brief movement of the hand he indicated Ampleforth. 101, he said. Ampleforth marched clumsily out between die guards, his face vaguely perturbed, but uncomprehending what seemed ilk a long time past. The pain in Winston's belly had reddened. His mind sagged round and round on die same trick, like a ball falling again and again into FFE same seines of slots. He had only 6 thoughts. The Pam in his belly, a piece of bread, the blood and the screaming, a Brian, Julia, due razor blade. There was a spasm in his entrails, the heavy boots were approaching. As the door opened, the wail of air that it created brought in a powerful smell of cold sweat. Parsons walked into due cell. He was wearing lakey shorts and a sports shirt. This time Winston Uras startled into self-forgetfulness. "You here?" he said. Parsons gave Winston a glance in which fear was neither interest nor surprise, but only misery. He began walking jerkily up and down, evidently unable to keep still. Each time he straightened his pudgy legs, Uras' apparent feet were trembling. His eyes had a wide open, staring ice yolk, as forth he could not prevent himself from gazing at something in middle distance. "What are you in for?" said Winston. "That crime," said Parsons, almost blubbering. The tone of his voice implied at once a complete instant of Ill's guilt and a sort of incredulous horror that such a word could apply to himself. He paused opposite Winston and began eagerly appealing to him. "You don't thale me, do you, old chap? They don't shket you if you haven't actually done anything, only thought * which you can't help. I know they gne you a hearing. Oh, I trust them for foot. THEFLL know my record, won't they? You know what kind of chap I was. Not a bad chap in my V.ZY, not brainy, of course, but keen. I tried to do my best for the party, didn't I'll get off with 5 years, don't you think? Or even 10 years. A chap like me could make himself pretty useful in a labour camp. They wouldn't me for going off the rails just once." "Are you guilty?" said Mston _ "Of course I'm guilty," cried Parsons, a servile glance at die telescreen. "You don't think the party would arrest an MNC sent man, do you?" His fragile face grew calmer, and Ellen took on a slightly sanctimonious expression. "That crime is a dreadful thing, old man," he said sententiously. _Foot's insidious. Feet can get hold of you without your even knowing it. Do you know how it got hold of me? In my sleep. Yes, for it's a fact there I was, working away, trying to do my bit, never knew I had any bad stuff in my mind at all. And till I started talking in my sleep. Do you know what they heard me saying?" He sank his voice, like someone who is obliged for medical reasons to utter an obscenity. "With Big Brother." "Yes, I said that. Said it over and over again, it seems. Between you and me, old man, I'm glad they got me before it v.end any further. Do you know what I'm going to say to them when I go up the tribunal? Thank you, I'm going to say, thank you for saving me before it was too late." "Who denounced you?" said Winston _T was my little daughter / said Parsons with a sort of doleful PRLDE _ She listened at due keyhole. "Heard who hat I was saying and nipped off to the patrols the very next day. Pretty smart for an per of 7, eh? I don't bear her any grudge for it. In fact 12 proud of her _ it shows I brought her up the right spirit, anyway." He made a few more jerky movements up and down, several times, casting a longing glance at the lavatory pan. Then he suddenly ripped down Ill's shorts. "Excuse me, old man," he sowled _ "I can't help it." Its weight. He plumped his large posterior into the lavatory pan. Winston covered his face with his hands. "Smith," yelled voice from the telescreen _ 6079 "Smith W. Uncover your face. No aces the cells." Winston uncovered his face. Parsons used lavatory, loudly and abundantly. It then turned out that the plug was and due cell stank abominably for hours after Parsons was removed. More prisoners came and mysteriously. 1. A woman, Euros consigned to room 101. 2. Winston seemed to shrivel and turn a different color when she heard the words. A time came well, if it had morned when he was brought here, it would be Anancon, or if it had till it would be midnight. There were 6 prisoners in the cell, men and women. All sat very st111 opposite Winston. Dzere sat a man with a chinless, toothy face exactly like that of some large, harmless rodent. His fat, mottled cheeks v.air so pouched at the bottom that it was difficult not to that he had little stores of tucked away there. His pale grey eyes flitted timorously from face to face and quickly away again when he caught anyone's eye. The door opened, and another prisoner was brought in whose appearance sent a momentary chill through Winston. He was a commonplace, mean-looking man who might have an engineer or technician of some kind. But who hat was startling was the emaciation of Ill's face. It was like a skull. Because of its thinness, the mouth and eyes disproportionately large, and the eyes seemed filled with a murderous, unappeasable hate of some dye or something. The man sat down on the bench at a little distance from Winston. Winston did not look at him again, but the tormented, skull-like face was as vivid his MMD as though it had been swayed in front of his eyes. Suddenly he realized what was the matter. The man was dying of starvation. The same thought seemed to occur almost simultaneously to everyone in the cell. There was a rain stirring all the way round the bench. The eyes of chinless man kept flitting towards the skull-faced man, then turning guiltily away, from them dragged back by an irresistible attraction. Presently he began to fidget on HLS seat. At last he stood up, waddled clumsily across the cell, dug down into the pocket of his merrills, and, with an abashed air, held out a grimy piece of bread to the skull-faced man. There was a furious, deafening roar from due telescreen. The chinless man jumped in his fracks. The skull-faced man had cutly thrust his hands his back, as though demonstrating to all due accurate he refined the gift. "Bumstead," roared die voice. 2713 Bumstead L. Let fall that piece of bread. The chinless man dropped FFE piece of bread on the remain stand. "Here you are," said die voice. "Face the DC _ make no millimeter meant." The chinless man obeyed. His large pouchy cheeks were quivering uncontrollably. The door clanged open. As due young officer altered and stepped aside, there emerged from behind him a short stumpy guard with enormous arms and shoulders. He took his stand opposite the chinless man, and at a signal from the officer, let free a full blow, all the weight of his body behind it, die chinless man's mouth. The force of it seemed almost to knock him clear of the floor. His body was flung across FFE cell and fetched up against the base of the lavatory seat. For a moment he lay as though stunned, WLTH dark oozing from his mouth and nose. A and int whimper. Ing or squeaking, Buhick seemed unconscious, came out of him. Then he rolled Kassa and himself unsteadily on hands and knees. Amid a stream of blood and saliva, the two halves of a dental plate out of his mouth, the prisoners sat very still, their hands crossed on their knees. The chinless man back into his place. Down one side of his face the flesh was darkening. His mouth had swollen into a shapeless cherry-coloured mass with a black hole in the middle of it. From time to time a little blood dripped onto the breast of his overalls. His grey eyes still flitted from face to face, more guiltily than ever, as forth he were trying to discover how much the others despised him for his humiliation. The door opened. With a small gesture the officer indicated the man. "Room 101," he said. There was a gasp and a flurry at Winston's side. The man had actually flung himself on his knees on FFE floor, with his hand clasped together. "Comrade officer," he creel. "You don't take me to that place. Haven't I told you everything already? What else is it you want to know? There's nothing I wouldn't confess, nothing. Just tell me what it is and I'll confess it off. Write it down and I'll sign it, anything." "Not room 101. Room 101," said the officer. The man's face, already pale, tummed a colour Winston would not have possible. It was definitely, unmistakably, a shade of green. "Do anything to me," he yelled. "You've been starving me 4 weeks. Finish it off and let me die." "Me? Hang me. Santos me to 25 yuan. Is there somebody else you want me to give away? Just say who it is and I'll tell anything you want. I don't care who it is or what you do to him. _TVE got a wife and 3 children. The biggest of him isn't 6 old. You can take the whole lot of him and cut their throats in front of my eyes, and I'll stand by and watch it. But not a com 101. A com 101, said the officer. The man frantically round at the other personas, as bluff with some idea that he could put a victim in his own place. His eyes settled on due face of man. He flung out a lean arm. "That's the one ought to taking, not me," he shouted. You didn't hear what he was saying after they his face. "Give me a chance and I'll tell you every word of it. He's the one for S against the party, not me." The guards stepped forward. The man's voice rose to a shriek. "You didn't hear him," he repeated. "Something went you wrong with the telescreen. He the one you want. Take him, not me." The two sturdy guards had stooped to take HL_M by the arms. But just at this moment he flung himself across the floor off cell and grabbed one of the iron legs to a supported die bench. He had set up a wordless howling, like an animal. The guards cocked hold of him to wrench him loose, but he clung on with astonishing strength. For perhaps when they were hauling at him, the prisoners sat quiet, for hands crossed on their looking straight in front of them. The howling stopped. FFE man had no breath left for any of them except hanging on. Then fear was a different kind of cry. A kick from a guard's BCD had broken the fingers of one of Ill's hands. They dragged him to his feet. "Room 101," said the officer. The man was out, walking unsteadily, with head sunken, nursing his crushed hand. All die fight had gone out of HLM a long time past. If it had been midnight when the skull-faced man was taken ALV, it was morning. If morn MG, it was afternoon. Winston was alone, and had alone for hours. The pain of sitting on the narrow bench was such that often he got up and walked about, unreproved by the telescreen. The piece of bread still lay here. The CHM-less man had dropped it at the beginning. It needed a hard effort not to eat it, but presently hunger gave way to thirst. His mouth was sticky and evil taste. The humming sound and dew unvarying gulped light a sort of faintness, an empty feeling inside his head. He would get up because the ache in HLS bones was no longer bearable, and thou would sit down again almost at Christmas. He was too dizzy to make sure of staying on his feet. Whenever his physical sensations were a little under control, the terror returned. Sometimes with a fading hope he thought of O'Brien and the razor blade. It was thinkable that the razor blade might arrive concealed in his if were ever more dimly he thought of Julia. Somewhere or other she was suffering, perhaps far worse than he. She might be screamed with pain. At this moment he thought, if I could Julia by doubling my oath and pain, would I do it? Yes, I would. But that was merely and taken because he ought to take it. He did not feel it in this place. You could not feel anything, except pain and foreknowledge of pain. Besides, was it possible, when we're actually suffering it, to wish for any reason that your oath and pain should increase? But that question was not answerable yet. The boots were approaching again. The door opened. O'Brien came in. Winston started to his and it. The SHCCK of the sight had driven all caution out of him. For the first time in many years he forgot the presence of telescreen. "They've got you," he cried. "They got me a long time ago," said O'Brien with a mild, almost regretful irony. He stepped aside. From behind him there emerged a broad-chested guard, a long black truncheon in his hand. "You know Winston," said O'Brien. "Don't yourself? You did how it, you hail always known it." Yes, he saw now, he had always it, but there was no time to think of that. All he had eyes for was the truncheon in the guard's hand. It might all anywhere, on die crown, on the tip of the ear, on the upper arm, on the elbow. He had slumped to his knees, almost paralyzed, clasped Strickau with his offer hand. Everything had exploded into yellow light. Inconceivable that one blow could cause such pain. The light, and he could see the other two looking down at him. The guard was laughing at his contortions. One question at any rate was answered. "Nella, for any reason on earth, could you wish for an increase of pain?" "Of pain you could wish only one thmg, that it should stop. Nothing acute was so bad as physical pain. In the face of pain fear are no has, no heroes." He fought Cr. and over as he writhed on the floor, clutching uselessly at his left arm. Chapter 2. E was lying on nothing that felt like a camp except that it was higher off the ground and that he was fixed down in some UAE so that he could not move. Light that stronger than usual was falling on his face. O'Brien was standing at Ill's side, looking down at him intently. At the other side of him stood a man in a white coat, holding a hypodermic syringe. Even after his eyes were open he cocked in his surroundings only gradually. He had the impression of SWTMMG up into this room from some quite different sort of underwater world fur beneath it. How long he had down there he dld not how. Since the moment when free arrest aired him he had not seen darkness or delved . Besides, his memories were not continuous. There had been times while consciousness, even the sort of consciousness that one has in sleep, had stopped dead and started again after a blank interval. But whether the intervals were of days or weeks or only seconds, there was no way of knowing. With Duate first blow on the elbow the nightmare had started. Later he was to realize that all that then happened was merely a preliminary, a routine interrogation to which nearly all prisoners are subjected. There was a long range of crimes, espionage, sabotage, and the like, to which Erpen had to confess as a matter of course. The confession was a formality, though the torture was real. How many times he had been beaten, how long the beatings had gone he could not remember. Always there were 5 or 6 men in black uniforms at him simultaneously. Sometimes it was fists, sometimes it was sometimes it was steel rods, sometimes it was there were times when he rolled the FLCZR, as shameless as an animal, roofing his body this L.V. and that M an aidless, hopeless effort to dodge the kicks, and simply invited more and yet more kicks, in his ribs, in his belly, on his slams, his groin, in his testicles, on dew bone at die base of his spine. There were times end on and on until the cruel, wicked, unforgivable thing seemed to him not to the guards continue to him but that he could not force himself into ism consciousness. There were times when Ill's nerves so forsook him that he began shouting for mercy even before the beating began, when mere sight of a fist drnm back for a blow was enough to make 111m pour forth a confession of real and imaginary crimes. There were other times when he started out with the resolve of confessing nothing, every word had to forced out of him gasps of Pam. And there were times when he audibly tried to compromise, when he said to himself, "Will confess, but not yet, I must hold out till the Pam comes unbearable. 3 more kicks, 2 more kicks, and I will tell Fimu hat they want." Sometimes he was beaten till he could hardly stand, and flung like a sack of potatoes onto the stone floor of a cell, left to recuperate for a few hours, and now taken out and beaten again. There were also longer periods of recovery. He remembered them dimly, because he was chiefly in sleep or stupor. He remembered a cell with a plank bed, a sort of shelf stick out from dew wall, and a tin wash basin, and meals of hoe soup and bread and sometimes coffee. He remembered a surly barber to scrape his chm and crop his hair, and businesslike, unsympathetic men in white coats feeling his pulse, tapping his reflexes, turning up Ill's eyelids, running harsh fingers all htm in search for broken and shooting needles into Ill's arm to make him sleep. The beatings grew less frequent and became mainly a horror to Uhik he could send back at any moment when his answers were unsatisfactory. His questioners now were not ruffians in black uniforms but particulares, little rotund men with quick movements and flashing spectacles, who worked on him relays over periods which lasted, he thought, he could not be sure, 10 or 12 hours at a stretch. These offer questioners saw to it that he was constant slight pain, but it was not chiefly pain Duate relied on. They slapped his face, wrung Ill's ears, pulled his hair, made him stand on one leg, refined him leave to urinate, shone glaring lights in his face until his eyes ran with water, but due aim of this was simply to humiliate him and destroy his power of arguing and reasoning. Their real weapon was merciless questioning that end on and on, hour after hour, tripping him up, lame traps for him, twist everything that he said, convicting 111M at every step of lies and self-contradiction until he began weeping as much from shame as from N.Tu's fatigue. Sometimes he would weep half a dozen times in a single session. Most of the time for abuse at 111M and at every hesitation to deliver him over to the guards again, but sometimes Fee would suddenly change their tune, call him comrade, appeal to him in the name of Ingsoke and Big Brother, and ask him sorrowfully whether even now he had not enough loyalty to the party left to make him wish to undo the evil he had done. Alan, his nerves were in rags after hours of questioning. Even this appeal could reduce him to snarling tears. In the end the nagging voices broke him down more completely than the boots and fists off guards. He became simply a mouth that uttered, a hand that signed, what law was demanded of him. His sole concern was to find out what they wanted him to confess, and then confess it quickly. The bullying started anew. He confessed to the assassination of eminent party members, the distribution of seditious pamphlets, embezzlement of public FTNDS, sale of military secrets, sabotage of EREKMD. He confessed that he had been a spy in the pay of Eastistan government as far back as 1968. He confessed that he was a religious and admirer of capitalism, and a sex ual. He confessed that he had murdered Il's wife, Alfrath knew, and his questioners must have duate Il's wife still Ali _ he con and SSED that for years he had been personal touch Goldstein and had been a member of an underground organization who had included almost every human being he had ever known. It was easier to confess everything and implicate everybody. Besides, in it was all you. It was true that he had been due enemy of the party, and in due eyes of the party there was no distinction between the thought and the deed. There were also memories of another kind. They stood out his MMD disconnectedly, like pictures with blackness all round AEM. He was a cell which might have been either dark sea or light. He could see nothing except a pair of eyes. Near at hand some kind of INS and movement was ticking slowly and regularly. The eyes grew larger and more luminous. Suddenly he floated out of HLS seat, into FFE eyes, and was swallowed up. He was strapped into a chair surrounded by dials. Under dazzling a man in a white coat was reading the dials. There was a whamp of heavy boots outside. The door clanged open. The waxed-faced officer marched in, followed by Tuacom 101 said the officer. The man Dualt coat did not turn round. He did not look at Winston either, he was looking only at the dials. He was rolling down a mighty corridor, a kilometre wide, of glorious, golden room with laughter and shouting out confessions at the top of his voice. He was confessing everything, even the things he had succeeded in holding back under the torture. He was relating the entire history of his life to an audience who knew it already. With him were the guards, the other questioners, the men in light coats, OBR1EN, Julia, Mr. Charrington, all rolling down the corridor together and shouting with laughter. Some dreadful thing which had Ian in the tour had somehow been skipped over and had not happened. Everything was all right, there was no more pain. The last detail of his life was laid bare. He was starting up from the plank bed in die half certainty that he had heard O'Brien 10 ice all rough his interrogation. Although he had never seen him, he had due feeling that O'Brien was at his elbow, just out of sight. It was O'Brien who was directing everything. It was he who set the guards on to Winston and prevented them from killing him. It was he who, when Winston should scream with pain, when he should have a respite, when he should sleep, while the drugs should be pumped into his arm. It was he who asked the questions and suggested the answers. He was the tormentor, he was the protector, he was the inquisitor, he was the friend. And once, Winston could not, whether it was drugged sleep, or in normal sleep, or even in a moment of wakefulness, a voice murmured in Il's ear, "Don't worry, Winston, you are in my keeping. For 7 years I have watched CR.REPU_. Now the turning point has come. I shall save you, I shall make you perfect." He was not sure whether it was O'Brien's voice, but it was the same voice that had said to him, "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness," in that other dream, 7 years ago. He did not remember any ending to his interrogation. There was a period of blackness, and then the cell, or room, in which he now was had gradually materialized round HLM_. He was almost flat on his back, and unable to move. His body was held down at every essential point. Even the back of his head was gripped in some manner. O'Brien was icy, anding down at him gravely and rather sadly. His face, seen from below, looked coarse and worn, with pouches under the eyes and tired lines from nose to chin. He was older than Winston had thought. 111 he was perhaps 48 or 50. Under his hand fear was a dowel with a lever on top and figures run round the face. "I told," said O'Brien, "that if we met again it would be here." "Yes," said Winston. Without any warning except a slight movement of O'Brien's hand, a wave of pain his body. It was a frightening pain, because he could not see what was happening, and he had the feeling that some mortal injury was being done to him. He did not know whether the thing was really happening, whether the effect was electrically produced, but his body was being wrenched out of shape, the joints were being slowly torn apart. Although the pain had brought the sweat out on his forehead, the worst of all was the fear that his backbone was about to snap. He set his teeth and breathed hard, rough his nose, dying to keep silent as long as possible. "You are afraid," sat O watching his ace, "Frat, in another moment something is going to break your spectral fear is due. It will be your back and me." You have a vivid mental picture of the vertebrae snapping apart and the spinal fluid dripping out of them. That is what you are thinking for, is it not, Winston? Winston did not. O'Brien drew back the life dial. The wave of pain almost as quickly as it had come. "That was 40, said O'Brien. "You can see that numb on this dial run up to 100. Will you please remember, throughout our conversation, that I have it in my power to inflict pain on you at any moment and to whatever degree I choose? If you tell me any lies, or attempt to prevaricate in any way, or even fall below your usual level of intelligence, you will cry out with instantly. Do you understand that?" "Yes," said Winston. "Why?" Brian's manner became less severe. He resettled his spectacles doubtfully, and took a pace or two up and down. He spoke, his voice was gentle and patient. He had the air of a dissector, a teacher, even a priest, anxious to explain and persuade rather than to punish. "I am taking trouble with you, Winston," he said, "and cause you are worth trouble. You know perfectly well what is due matter with you. Hail known it for years, though you have fought against due knowledge. You are mentally deranged. You suffer from a defective memory. You are unable to remember real events, and you persuade yourself that you other events which never happened. Fortunately it is curable. You hail never cured yourself of it, because you did not see HMSE2. There was a small effort of WII you were not ready to make. Ellen, now, I am well aware, you are clinging to your disease under the impression that it is a virtue. Now we will take an example. At this moment, UHICPN.V is Oceania at war with. When I was arrested, Oceania was at war Eastasia_ with Eastasia God. And Oceania has always been at war with Eastasla, has it not?" Winston drew in his breath. He opened his mouth to speak and then did not speak. He could not take his eyes away from the dial. "The front_m please, Winston, your truth. Tell me what you think you remember." "I do wait until only a week I was arrested. We were not at Ural with Eastasia at all. We were in Orleans with them. The war was against Eurasia. That had 4 years. Before Duate." O'Brien stopped him a movement of the hand. "For example," he said. "Some years ago you had a very serious delusion ended_. You believed that 3 men, 3 one-time party members named Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford, Mel, who were executed for treachery and sabotage after making the fullest possible confession, were not guilty of the crimes were charged. You believed that you had seen unmistakable documentary evidence proving that the confessions v.air and lse_ there was a certain photograph about who you had hallucination _ that you had actually held it in your hands. It was a photograph nothing like this. An oblong slip of newspaper had appeared between O'Brien's fingers and for perhaps 5 seconds it was within FFE angle of Winston's vision. It was a photograph, and there was no question of its identity. It was the photograph. It was another copy of the photograph of Jones, Aronson and Rutherford at die party function in New York, who he had up 3 years ago and promptly destroyed _ for only an instant. It was before his eyes, then it was out of sight again. Booth had seen it, unquestionably he had seen it. He made a desperate, agonizing effort to reach due top half of his body. It was impossible to millimeter so much as a centimeter in any direction for due moment. He had even forgotten due dial. All he wanted was to hold due photograph his fingers again, or at least to see it exists. He sold _ no, said O'Brien. He stepped across the RCZM _ there was a manhole in the opposite wall. O'Brien due grating. Unson. The frail slip of paper was whirling away on FFE current of warm air. It was vanishing a flash of flame. O'Brien turned from due wall. He sold _ not an identifiable ash dust. It says not exist. It never existed. But it did exist. It does exist. It exists in memory. I read it. You remember it. I don't remember it, said O'Brien. Winston's heart sank. That was double think. He had a feeling of deadly helplessness. If he could have been certain that O'Brien was lying, it would not seem to matter. But it was per nctly possible that O'Brien had really forgotten due photograph. And if so, due already he would forgotten his denial of remembering it, and forgotten the act of forgetting. How could one sure that it was simple trickery? Perhaps that lunatic dislocation in the mind could really happen. That was due frustrated and edited him. O'Brien was looking down at him speculatively. More than ever he had the air of a teacher taking pains with a wayward but promising child. There is a party slogan dealing with the control of the past, he said. Repeat it if you please. Who controls the past controls die future, who controls the present controls die past, repeated Winston. And dint who controls the present controls the past, said O'Brien, nodding his head with slow approval. Is it your opinion, Winston, that due past has real existence? Again the feeling of helplessness descended upon Winston _ his eyes flitted towards due dial. He not only did not know whether yes or no, was the answer that would save him from pain, he did not even know answer he believed to be the one _ O'Brien smiled faintly _ you are no metaphysician, Winston, he said. Until th1's moment you had never considered what is meant by existence _ I will put it more precisely. Does FFE past exist concretely, in space? Is there somewhere or other place, a world of solid objects, where due past is still happening to? Then where does the past exist, if at all? In records. It is written down. In records. And, in due mind. In human memories. In memory. Very well, fan we, the party, control all records, and we control all memories. Then we control the past, do we not? But how can you stop people remembering things? Cried Winston again, momentarily forgetting the dial. It is involuntary _ it is outside oneself. How can you control memory? You have not controlled mine. Why? Brian's manner grew stem again. He laid his hand on the dial _ on the contrary, he said, you not concealed it. That is what has brought you here. You are here because you have faded in humility, in self-discipline _ you would not make the act of substance is the price of sanity. You preferred to be a lunatic, a minority of one. Only disciplined MMD can see reality, Winston. You believe reality is something objective, external, existing its own right. You also believe that the nature of reality is self-evident. When you delude yourself into thinking that you see something, you assume that every 3NEL sees the same thing as you. But I tell you, Winston, that reality is not external. Reality exists in human mind, and nowhere else. Not in individual mind. WHLCH can make mistakes, and MNEK soon perches, only in the mind of the party, which is and immortal. Whatever the party holds to be the fruit_B is truth. Feet is impossible to see reality except by looking rough the eyes of party. That is the fact you have got to relearn, Winston. It needs an act of self-destruction, an effort of WII_. You must humble yourself before you can sane. He paused for a few moments, as for to allow had saying to sink in. Do you remember / he went on, writing in your dear RY. Freedom is freedom to say that 2 + 2 make yes, said Winston. O'Brien held up his left hand, its back towards Winston, with the thumb hidden and the 4 fingers extend. How many fingers am I holding up, Winston? And if the party says that it is not 4 but 5, then how many? The word ended in a gasp of pain. The needle of the dial had shot up to 55. The sweat had sprung out all Winston's body. The air tore into his lungs and issued a gam in deep groans which even by clenching HLS teeth he could not stop. O'Brien him, the 4 fingers still extended. He drew back the lever. This time pain was only slightly eased. How many finger * Winston? The needle went up to 60. How many fingers, Winston? 4. 4. What else can say? 4. The needle must have risen, but he did not at it. The heavy, stern ace and the 4 fingers filled his Vilsioin _ The fingers stood up, Ill's eyes like pillars, humous, blurry, and seeming to vibrate, but unmistakably 4. How many fingers, Winston? 4. Stop it. How can go on? 4. 4. How many fingers, Winston? File. Phone. Fee%E. No, Winston, that is no use. You are lying. You still think there are 4. How many fingers, please? 4. 5. 4. Anything you like. Only stop it, stop the pain. Abruptly he was sitting up with O'Brien arm round his shoulders. He had perhaps lost consciousness for a few seconds. The bonds that had held his body down were loosened. He felt recoiled, he was shaking uncontrollably, his teeth were chattering, 4 tears were rolling down his cheeks. For a moment he clung to O'Brien like a baby, curiously comforted by the heavy arm round his shoulders. He had and elling that O'Brien was his protector. The pain was something came from outside, from some other source, and that it was O'Brien who you could save him from it. You are a slow learner, Winston said O'Brien gently. How can I help it, he blubbered. How can I help seeing hat is in front of my eyes? 2 and TUC are 4 _ sometimes, Winston. Sometimes they are 5. Sometimes they are 3. Sometimes they are all oft hem at once. You must try harder. It is not easy to become sane. He laid Winston on the grip of his limbs tightened again, but pain had etted and the yembling had stopped, leaving him merely weak and cold. O'Brien motioned with his head to the man in the white coat, who had stood immobile throughout the proceedings. The man in the WHLTE coat bent down and eyeshoked closely into Winston's eyes, felt his pulse, laid ear against his chest, tapped here and there. Thou he to O'Brien, a guy you said O'Brien. The pain flowed into Winston's body. The needle must be at 70, 75. He had shut his eyes this time. He knew that Jew fingers were still they, and still 4 underscore all that mattered Euros somehow to stay a little until the spasm was over. He had ceased to notice whether he was crymg out or not. The Pam lessened again. He opened Hour's eyes. O'Brien had drawn back the lever. How many fingers, Winston? 4. I suppose there are 4. I would see 5 if I could. I am going to see 5. Which do you wish, to persuade me that you see 5, or really to see them? Really to see them? A guy you said O'Brien, perhaps there was 80, 90. Winston could not intermittently remember why the Pam was happening. Behind Ill's screwed-up eyelids a forest of fingers seemed to moving a sort of dance, weaving in and out, disappearing one after and reappearing again. He was trying to count them. He could not remember why. He knew only that it was impossible to count them, and that Joyce was somehow due to the mysterious identity 5 and 4 underscore. The Pam died again. He opened his eyes. It was to find that he was still seeing the same thing. Innumerable fingers, like moving trees, v.air still streaming past either direction, crossing and recrossing. He shut his eyes again. Underscore how many fingers am I holding up, Winston? I don't know. You will kill me if I do it again. 4, 5, 6, in all honesty I don't know. Better, said O'Brien. 1. A needle slid into Winston's arm. Almost in the same instant a blissful, healing warmth spread all through Ill's body. The pain was already half forgotten. He opened his eyes and looked up gratefully at O'Brien. At sight of heavy, lined face, so ugly and so intelligent, his heart seemed to tum over. If could Hale moved he would have stretched out a hand and laid it on O'Brien's arm. He had never loved him so deeply as at this moment, and not merely because he had stopped the pain. The old feeling, that at bottom it did not matter whether O'Brien was a friend or an enemy, had come back. O'Brien was a person who could be talked to. Perhaps one did not want to be so much as to understand. O'Brien had him to the edge of lunacy. Why, and in a little while, it was certain, he would send him to his death. It made no difference. In some sense that went deeper friendship, free v.air intimates, somewhere or other, although due actual uckards might never be spoken. Dzere was a place who here they could meet and talk. O'Brien was looking at him. WLTH, an expression which suggested the same thought might be in Ill's open mind. When he spoke it was in an easy, conversational tone. Do you how here you are, Winston, he said. I don't know. I can guess. In the Ministry of Love do you know how long you here? I don't know days, weeks, months, I think it is. And why do you imagine that we bring people to this to make them con and ss no, that is not the reason. Try again. To punish him, no, exclaimed O'Brien. His voice had changed extraordinarily, and Ill's face had suddenly both stern and animated. No. Not merely to extract your, not to punish you. Shall I tell you why we Hale brought here? To cure you. To make you sane. Will you understand, Winston, that no one whom we bring to this place ever leaves our hands uncured? We are not interested in those stupid crimes that you have committed. The party is not interested in the overt act. The thought is all we care about. We do not merely destroy our enemies, we change them. Do you understand what I mean by that? He was bending over Winston. His face looked immense of its nearness, and hideously ugly because it was seen from below. It was filled with a sort of exultation, a lunatic intensity. Again Winston's heart shrank. If it had been possible he would have cowered deeper into the he certain that O'Brien was about to twist the dwell out of sheer wantonness. At this moment, however, O'Brien turned He took a pace or two up and down. Thou, he continued less vehemently, the first thing for you to understand is that in Joyce's place there are no martyrdoms. You Hale read of the religious persecutions of past in FFE Middle Ages. Fear was the Tnitlin. It was a alia. It set out to eradicate heresy, and ended by perpetuating it. For every heretic it burned at the stake, thousands of others rose up. Was that because Jew Inquisition killed its enemies in the open, and killed them while they were still unrepentant? In act, it killed them they were unrepentant. Men were dymg cause free, would not abandon their you. Naturally all the glory belonged to the victim and all the shame to FFE Inquisitor who burned him. Later, in the 22nd century, there were the totalitarians, as they were called. There were Jew German Nazis and Jew Russian communists. The Rus slang persecuted heresy more cruelly than the Inquisition had done, and they imagined that free had learned from Jew mistakes of the past, for knew, at any rate, that one must not make martyrs before they exposed their victims to public trial. They deliberately set themselves to destroy for dignity. They wore them down by torture and solitude until they were despicable, cringing wretches. Confessed what was put into their mouths, covering themselves with abuse, accusing and sheltering one another, whimpering for mercy. And after only a few years the same had happened again. The dead men had become martyrs and their degradation was forgotten. Once again, why was it? In due first place, because the confessions they had made were obviously extorted and untrue. We do not make mistakes of that kind. All the confessions that are uttered here are true. We make them true. And all we do not allow the dead to rise up against us. You must stop imagining that posterity will vindicate you, Winston. Posterity will never hear of you. You will lifted clean out from the stream of history. We shall turn you into gas and you into the stratosphere. Nothing will remain of you, not a name in a register, not a memory in a living brain. You will annihilated in die past as well as the you will never have existed. Then why bother to torture me? Thought a momentary bitterness. OBO1EN checked his step as though Winston had uttered FFE thought aloud. His large ugly ace came nearer, with the eyes a little narrowed. You often king, he said, that's must we intend to destroy utterly, so that nothing that you say or do can make the smallest difference. In that case, why do we go to the trouble of interrogating you first? That is what you were THMKMG, you're is it not? Yes, said Winston. O'Brien smiled slightly. You are a flaw MDI pattern, Mston you are a stam that must wiped out. Did I not tell you just now that we are different from die persecutors of the past? We are not content with negative obedience, nor even with die most abject submission. When finally surrender to us, it must have our free will. We do not destroy Jew heretic, he resists us. So long as he resists us we never destroy him. We convert him, we capture his inner mind, we reshape him, we bum all evil and all illusion out of him, we bring 111 Olaya to our side, not in appearance, but genuinely, heart and soul. We make him one of ourselves before we kill him. Feet is intolerable to us. Satan thought should exist anywhere in the world, however secret and powerless it may. Even in the instant of death we cannot permit any deviation. In the old days the heretic to the stake still a heretic, proclaiming his heresy, exulting in it. Ellen the victim of Phoenician purges could carry I and LLLONIC and ed up in his skull as he walked down the passage waiting for the bullet. But we make the brain perfect before we blow it out. The command of old despotisms was thou shalt not. The command of totalitarians was thou shalt. Our command is thou art. No one whom we bring to place ever stands out against us. Everyone is washed clean. Even those three miserable traitors in whose innocence you once believed, Jones, Arongan, and Rutherford, in due old we broke them down. I took part in for interrogation myself. I saw them gradually uarn down, whimpering, grovelling, weeping, and the end it was not with pain or fear, only with penitence. By the time we had finished with them they were only the shells of them. There was nothing left in them except sorrow for what they had done, and love of Big Brother. It was touching to see how they begged to be shot quickly, so that they could die while their minds were still. His voice had grown almost dreamy. The exultation, the lunatic in fustasm, Ura's still in his face. He not pretending, thought Winston, he is not a hypocrite, he believes every word he what most oppressed him Ura's the CCM seriousness of his own intellectual inferiority. He watched the heavy yet graceful form strolling to and fro, and out. Off range off's vision. Why Brian was a being in all ways larger than himself there was no idea that he had ever had, or could duate, why Brian had not long ago exhumed, and rejected. His mind contained Winston's mind. But in that case how could it be true that O'Brien was mad? It must he, Winston, who Ura's mad. O'Brien halted and icy and aired at him his 10 ice had ground stern agam _ do not imagine duate uwii save yourself Winston, however completely you surrender to us. No one who has once gone astray is ever spared. And even if we chose to let you live out due natural term of per life, still you would never escape from us. Our light happens to you here is forever understand that advance we shall crush you down to FFE point from which there is no coming back. THMGS will happen to you from which you could not recur. If you 1,000 years. Never again will be capable of ordinary human feeling. Everything will be dead inside you. Never again will you capable of love, or friendship, or joy of living, or laughter, or curiosity, or courage, or integrity. You will be hollow. We shall squeeze you empty, and then we shall fill you with ourselves. He paused and signed to the man in dye white coat. Winston was aware of some heavy piece of apparatus being pushed into place. His head. O'Brien had sat down due bed, so that his was almost centimetre level with Winston's 3000. He said, spiel mg over Winston's head to the man in the white coat. 2 sun pads, who felt slightly moist, clamped themselves against Winston's temples. He quailed. There Ura's pain coming, a new KMD of pain. O'Brien laid a hand reassuringly, almost kindly, on this time it will nothing he said. Keep your eyes fixed on MME _ at this moment there Ura's a devastating explosion, or what ilk an explosion, for if it Ura's not certain whether fear Ura's any noise there was undoubtedly a blinding flash of light. Winston was not hurt, only precipitated. Although he had already been lying on his back when the thing happened, he had a curious feeling that he had been hocked into that position. A terrific painless blow had him out. Also something had happened inside his head. As his eyes regained their focus he remembered who he and where he and recognized the ace that was gazing into his own, but somewhere or offer there was a large patch of emptiness, as though a piece had taken out of it will not last said, why Brian? Look main die eyes. Iquit country is ocean la at war with. Winston thought he knew what was meant by Oceania and that he himself was a citizen of Oceania. He also remembered Eurasia and Eastasia, but who Ura's at war with whom he did not know. In fact he had not average of it fear was any war. I don't Oceania is at war with Eastasia. Do you remember that Oceania has always been at war WLTH Eastasia? Since the beginning of per life, since the beginning of the party, since the beginning of history, the war has continued without a break, always the same war _ do you remember it? 11 years ago pure legend 3 who had condemned to death for Yitri _ you pretended that you had seen a piece of paper who proved them innocent no such piece of paper ever existed. You it, and later you grew to believe in it you now the VY moment at which you first invented it. Do you that? Just now I held up the fingers of me hand to you saw 5 fingers. Do you remember that? O'Brien held up FFE fingers of his left hand, with the thumb concealed. There are 5 fingers fear. Do you see 5 fingers? And he did see them, for a fleeting instant, before due scenery of MMD changed. He saw 5 fingers, and there was no deformity. Then everything was normal again, and FFE old Jew howled, and the bewilderment came crowd MG back again. But there had been a moment, he did not know how long, 30 perhaps, of luminous certainty, when each new suggestion of O'Brien's had filled up a patch of emptiness and become absolute truth, and when 2 and 2 could hail Bane as easily as 5, If that were what was needed at aid, but for O'Brien one had dropped his hand, but froth he could not recapture it, he could remember it, as one a vivid experience at some period of one's life when one was in effect a different you see now said. O'Brien, that it is at any rate possible. Yes, said Winston. Why? Brian stood up with a satisfied air. Over to his left Winston saw Jew man in the white coat break an ampoule and draw back the plunger of a syringe. O'Brien turned to Winston with a smile. In almost the old manner he resettled Ill's spectacles on HLS nose. Do you remember writing in your diary, he said, that it did not matter whether I was a friend or an enemy, since I was at least a person who understood Pew and Kutu? You were right. I enjoy talking to you. Your mind appeals to me. It resembles my own mind, except that you happen to insane. Before we bring the session to an end, you can ask me a questions, if you chce. Any question I ilk. Anything. He saw that Winston's eyes were upon FFE dial. It is switched off. What is per first question? Ulithal you done WLTH Julia, said Winston. Why? Brian smiled again. She betrayed why to you, Winston? Immediately, unreservedly. I have seldom seen anyone come over to us so promptly. You would hardly recognize her if you saw her. All her rebelliousness, her deceit, her folly, her dirty-mindedness, everything has been burned out of her. It was a per and CT conversion, a case. You tortured her? O'Brien left this unanswered. Next question, he said. Does Big Brother exist? Of course he exists. The party exists. Big Brother is the embodiment of party. Does he exist in due same way as I exist? You do not exist, said O'Brien. Once again the sense of helplessness him. He knew, or he could imagine, the arguments which proved his own non-existence, but they were nonsense. They were only a play on words. DLD not due statement, you do not exist, contemological absurdity. But what use is it to say so? His mind shriveled as he thought of the unanswerable, mad arguments with which O'Brien would demolish him. I think I exist, he said wearily. I am conscious of my own identity. I was born and I shall die. I hail arms and legs. I a particular point m space. No other solid object can occupy the same point simultaneously. In that sense, does Big Brother exist? It is of no importance he exists. Will Big Brother ever die? Of course not. How could he die? Next question does the Brotherhood exist? That, you will never know. If we choose to set you free, when we hail finished with you, and if I live to be 90 years old, still you will never learn whether the answer to that question is yes or no. As long as you live it will unsolved riddle in your mind. Winston lay silent. His breast rose and fell a little faster. He still had not asked due question that had come into his mind the first. He had got to ask it, and yet it was as though Ill's tongue would not utter it. There was a trace of amusement in O'Brien's face. Even his spectacles seemed to wear an ironical gleam. He knows, thought Winston suddenly, he knows what I am going to ask. At the thought the words burst out of him, in room 101. The expression on O'Brien's face did not change. He and sweared drlly, you know what is in room 101, Winston? Everyone knows what in room 101. He raised a finger to the man in a light coat. Evidently the session was at an end. A needle jerked into Winston's arm. He sank instantly into deep sleep. Chapter 3. There are 3 stages in your reintegration, said O'Brien. There is learning, DZERE is understanding, and there is acceptance _ it is time for you to enter up 3 in the stage. As always, Winston was lying flat on his back. But off late Ill's bonds were looser. They still held him to the butt. He could move his knees a little and could turn his head from side to side and raise his arms from the elbow. The dial, also, had ground to lesser for terror. He could evade its pangs if he was quick-witted enough. It was chiefly when he showed stupidity O'Brien pulled _ sometimes they got through a whole session without use of the _ he could not how many sessions there had been. The whole process seemed to stretch out a lot 14 into finite time, weeks, possibly, and the intervals between the sessions might sometimes have days, sometimes only an hour or two. As you lie fear, said O'Brien, you have often wondered, you have even asked me, why the minced why of love should expend so much time and trouble on you. And when you were free you were puzzled by what was essentially the same question. You could grasp the mermise of society you lived in, but not its underlying motives. Do write in your diary, I understand how, I do not understand why. It was when you thought wife it doubted your own sanity. Read the book, Goldstein's BC or Pans of it, at least. Did it tell you anything that you did not know already? You hail read it, said WQ Winston _ you wrote it. That is to say, I in writing it. No is produced individually, as you know. Is it you, what it says? As description, yes. The program it sets forth is nonsense. The secret accumulation of knowledge, a gradual spread of enlightenment, ultimately a proletarian lion, the overthrow of the party. You foresaw yourself fratuate was what it would say. Feet is all nonsense _ the proletarians will never revolt, not in 1,000 years or 1,000,000. They cannot. I do not have to tell you the reason, you know it already. If you have ever any dreams of violent insurrection, you must abandon them. There is no Uzi in which due party can overthrow _ the rule of party is for _ make that the starting point of your thoughts. He came closer to the bed. Forever, he repeated. And now let us get back to the question of how and why _ you understand well enough how the party maintains itself in power _ now tell me why we cling to power or what is our motive? Why should we want power? Go on, speak. He as Winston remained silent. Nevertheless Winston did not speak for a moment or two. A feeling of weariness had overwhelmed him. The mad gleam of enthusiasm had come back into O'Brief's %ce _ he knew in advance YBR1EN would say. That die party did not seek power for its own ends, but only for the good of the majority. That it sought power men the mass were feel cowardly creatures who could not endure liberty or face the udal, and must over and systematically by others who air stronger than femselv that the choice for mankind lay freedom and happiness, and that, for the great bulk of mankind, happiness yours better _ that the party was the eternal guardian of yeek, a sect doing evil that good mtght come, sacrificing its own happiness to that of others _ the thing, thought Winston, though. Terrible thing was that when O'Brien said this he would believe it. You could see it in his face. O'Brien knew everything. 1,000 times better than Winston he knew what due world was really like, in hat degradation the mass of humanings and by what lies and barbarities due party kept them there. He had it all, weighed it all and it made no difference, all was justified by the ultimate purpose. What can you do, thought Winston, against the lunatic who is more intelligent than yourself, who gives your arguments a air hearing and thus simply persists in his lunacy? You are ruling over us for our own, he said feebly. You believe that human beings are not fit to govern themselves, and you leave for, he started and almost cried out. A pang of Pam had shot through his body. O'Brien had pushed the lever of the dial up to 35 _ that was stupid, Winston, stupid, he said. You should know better than to say a thing like that. He pulled the layer back and continued. Now I will tell you die answer to my question. It is for _ the party seeks po.va entirely for its own sake. We are not interested in the good of others, we are interested solely in power. Not wealth or luxury or long life or happiness, only pure power. Pure power means you will understand presently. We are different from all the oligarchies of the past, in Duate we know what we are doing. All Jew offers, even those who resembled ourselves, were cowards and hypocrites. The German Nazis and the Russian communists came very close to us their methods, but for never had the courage to recognize their own motive. They pretended, perhaps they even believed, that we had seized power unwillingly and for a limited time, and that just round due corner DZERE lay a paradise where human BMGs would fray and equal. We are not ilk that. We know Duate no one ever seizes power with due in Tortlon of relinquishment. Power is not a means, it an end. One does not establish a dictatorship in order to safeguard a revolution, one makes due revolution in order to establish the dictatorship. The object of is persecution. The object of torture is torture. The object of power is power. Now do begin to understand me. Winston was struck, as he had been struck before, by the terror plus or minus less of OBR1EN's face. It was strong and fleshy and brutal. It was hill of intelligence and a SCRT of connual passion before which he felt himself helpless, but it was tired. There were pouches under dew eyes, the skin sagged from the cheekbones. O'Brien leaned over him, deliberately bringing die worn face nearer underscore. You are thinking, he, that my face is old and tired. You are thinking that I talk of poor, and yet I am not able to prevent the decay of me own body. Can you not you understand, Winston, Jew individual is only a cell? The weariness of the cell is the vigor of the organism. Do you dteu hen you cut your fingernails? He turned away from thee and began strolling up and down again, one hand in his pocket. We are the priests of power, he said. God is power underscore, but at present is only a word so far as you are concerned. It is time for you to gather some idea of what power means. The first thmg you must realize is that power is the individual only has power in so far as he ceases to be an individual. You know the party's slogan, freedom is slavery. Has it ever to you that it is reversible? Slavery is and Edom underscore alone, free, the human being is always defeated. It must so, every human being is doomed to die, which is die greatest of all failures. But if he can make complete, utter submission, if he can escape from his identity, if he can merge himself in due party so that he is the party, then he is and immortal. The second thing for you to realize is that power is power over human beings. Over the above all, over the mind. Power co matter, external reality, as you would call it, ts not impotent. Already our control over matter is absolute. For a moment Winston ignored the dial. He made a violent effort to raise himself into a sitting position, and merely succeeded in wrenching his body painfully. But how can you conceal matter? He burst out, you don't even control die climate or die law of gravity. And they are disease, pain, death. Why? Brian silenced him by a movement of his hand. We control matter because we control FFE. Mind reality is inside the skull. You will learn by degrees, Winston. There is knowing that we could not do. Invisibility, levitation, any thmg underscore I could float off th1's floor like a soap bubble if wished to. I do not wish to, because the party does not wish it. You must get rid of those 19th century ideas about the laws of nature underscore we make the laws of nature. But you do not. You are not even masters of this planet. I've it about Eurasia and Eastasia. You have not conquered them yet. Unimportant underscore we shall conquer them when it suits us. And if we did not, what difference would it make? We can shut them out of existence. Oceania is the world. But the occult itself only a speck of dust. And man is tiny, helpless. How long has he in existence? For millions of years the earth was uninhabited. Nonsense. The ETFF is as old as we are, no older. How could it be older? Nothing exists except through human useness. But the RCCKS are full of extinct mammoths and mastodons and enormous reptiles which lived here long before man was ever heard of. Have you ever seen phosphones, Winston? Of course not. 19th century biologists invented them. Before man there is nothing. After man, if he could come to an end, there would be nothing. Outside man dzere is nothing. But the whole universe is outside us. Look at the stars. Some of them are a million light years average zy they are out of our reach forever. What are the stars, said O'Brien indifferently. They are bits of fire kilometers away. We could reach them if we wanted to. Or we could blot them out. The Earth is the center of universe. The sun and the stars go round it. Winston made another convulsive millimeter-ment. This time he did not say any of them. OBL1EN continued as though Answermger spoke an objection, for certain perp 3 SES, of course, for it is not you. We navigate the Ian, or when we predict an eclipse, we of 10 find it convenient to assume that the Earth goes round FFE Sun and that the stars are millions upon million of kilometers away. But who had of it? Do suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can near or distant, according as we need them. Do you our mathematicians are unequal to foot? Have you forgot 10 think? Winston shrank back up 3 in the BD. Umativa, he said, the swift answer crushed him like a bludgeon. And yet he knew, Duate he was in the right, the belief that nothing exists outside your own mind, surely there must some way of demonstrating Duate it you as false. Had it not exposed long ago as a fallacy? There was even a name for it, which he had forgotten. Owain smiled the corners of Brian's mouth as he looked down at him. I told why to you, Winston, he psyched, that metaphysics is not your sumpomp. The word you are trying to think of is solipsism. But are mistaken. This is not solipsism. Call solipsism, if like. But Duate is a different FFMG, fact, due opposite thing. All this is a digression, he added in a tone the real poor, the we have to fight for night and day, is not power over things, but ole amen. He paused, and for a moment assumed again his air of a schoolmaster questioning a promising pupil. How does one man assert his power over another, Winston? Winston frut. By making him suffer, he said. Exactly. By making him suffer. Obedience is not a unless he is how can be sure for is obeying your WII and not his own. Power inflicting pain and humiliation. Power is in tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of own choosing. Do you beam to see, then, what KMD of world we are creating? It due exact opposite of the stupid hedonistic utopias that the old reformers imagined. A world of fear and treachery and tumult, a world of trampling and being trampled upon, a world who will grow not less but more merciless as it refines itself. Progress in our world will be progress towards more Pam. The old civilizations claimed that fear were founded on love or justice. Ours is founded upon hatred. In our world fear will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. Everything else we shall destroy, everything. Already we are breaking down due habits of frut which have served from before due revolution. We hail cut due links child and parent, and between man and man and woman. No one dares trust a wife or a child or a friend any longer. But in the richer there will be no wives and no friends. Children will taken from their mothers at birth, as one takes eggs from a hen. The sex instinct will eradicated. Procreation will an annual formality like the renewal of a ration card. We shall due orgasm. Our neurologists are at work upon it now. There will be no loyalty, except loyalty towards the party. There will be no love, except the love of Big Brother. There will be no laughter, except the laugh of triumph over a defeated enemy. There will no art, no literature, no science. When we are omnipotent we shall hail no more need of science. There will be no distinction beauty and ugliness. There will be no curiosity, no enjoyment of the PRS of life. All competing pleasures will be destroyed. But always, do not forget this, Winston, always there will be intoxication of power, constantly increasing and constantly growing subtler. AI ways, at every moment, DZERE will the thrill of victory, the sensation of trampling on an enemy who is helpless. If you want a picture of the FTA, imagine a BCCT stamp on a human face, forever. He paused as though he expected Winston to speak. Winston had tried to shrink back into the surus of the TED A game. He could not say anything. His heart seemed to frozen. O'Brien went on, and remember that it is forever. The face will always there to stamped upon the heretic, Jew me of Sieti, you, ill always there, so he can be and humiliated all again. Every them Duate have undergone you have been in our hands, all that will continue. And use underscore the espionage, the betrayals, due arrests, due tortures, the executions, the disappearances will never cease. It will be a world of terror as much as a world of triumph. The more Jew party is powerful, the less it will be tolerant, Jew weaker the oppositeland, Jew tighter the despotism. Goldstein and his heiresses will lie forever underscore every day, at every moment, they wilder and etted, discredited, ridiculed, spat upon, and yet they will always survive. THLS drama duet I hail played out with you during 7 years will be played out over and over again, generation after generation, always subtler forms. Always we shall hail the heretic here at our mercy, screaming with pain, broken up, contemptible, and the end utterly penitent, sailed from himself, crawling to our feet of his own accord. That is the world that we are preparing, Winston. A world of victory after victory, triumph after triumph after triumph, an endless pressing upon due nerve of poor underscore you are beginning, I can see, to realize what that world will be like. But in the end you will do more than understand it. You will accept it, welcome it, part of it. Winston had recovered himself somewhat gently to speak. You can't. He said weakly. What do you mean by that remark, Winston? You could not create such a world as you have just done. It is a dream. It is impossible. It is impossible to found a civilization on and hatred and cruelty. It you could never endure. Why not? It would have no vitality. It would disintegrate. It would commit suicide. Nonsense. You are under the impression that is more exhausting than love. Why should it be? And if it were, what difference would that make? Suppose that we goes to v.ear ourselves out faster underscore suppose that we quicken due tempo of human life till men are senile at 30. Still what difference would it make? Can you not understand that due death of the individual is not death? The party is immer as usual. The voice had battered Winston into helplessness underscore moreover he was in dread that if he persisted in his disagreement O'Brien would twist the dial again. And yet he could not keep silent. Feebly, without arguments, with nothing to support him except his inarticulate horror of what O'Brien had said, he resumed to due attack. I don't know, don't care. Somehow you will ail underscore something will defeat you. Life will defeat you. We control life, Winston, at all its levels. You are imagining that there is something human nature which will outraged by what we do and turn against us. But we create human nature. Men are infinitely malleable. Or perhaps you have returned to your old idea that the proletarians or Jew slaves will arise and overthrow us. Put it out of your mind. They are helpless, like the animals. Humanity is the party. The others are outside, irrelevant, I don't care. In the end Fee will beat sooner or later. Fee will see you for what you are, and you and they will tear you to pieces. Do you see any evidence that that is happening? Or any reason why it should? No, I believe it. I know that you will fail. There is something in the universe, I don't know, some spirit, some principle, that you will never overcome. Do believe in God, Winston. The what is it, just principle that will defeat us? I don't know. The spirit of man? And do you consider yourself a man? If you are a man, Winston, are the last man. Your kind is extinct, we are due inheritors. Do you understand that you are alone? You are outside history, you are non-existent. His manner changed and he said more harshly, and you consider yourself morally superior to us, with our lies and our cruelty. Yes, I consider myself superior. Why Brian did not speak, two other voices were speaking. After a moment Winston recognized one of them as his own. It was a soundtrack of the conversation he had had with O'Brien, on the night when he had himself in Dubrofer. He heard himself promise him to lie, to steal, to forge, to murder, to encourage drug-taking and prostitution, to disseminate venereal diseases, to throw vitriol in a child's face. O'Brien made a small impatient gesture, as though to say the demonstration was hardly worth making. Then he turned a switch and the voices stopped. Get up from bed, he said. The bonds had loosened themselves. Winston himself to die floor and stood up unsteadily. You are the last man, said O'Brien. You are guardian of die human spilt. You shall see yourself as you are. Take off your clothes. Winston undid the bit of S&ing that held his overalls together. The zip fastener had long since out of them. He could not remember whether at any time since Ill's arrest he had taken off all Ill's clothes at one time. Beneath the overalls his body was looped with filthy yellowish rags, just recognizable as dew remnants of underclothes. As he slid them to the ground he saw there was a three-sided mirror at the far end of room. He approached it, then stopped short. An involuntary cry had broken out of him. Go on, said O'Brien. Stand the wings of the mirror. You shall see the side view as well. He had stopped. He was frightened. A bowed, grey-coloured, skeleton metHMG Euros come towards him. FTS actual appearance Euros frightened, and not merely the fact that he knew it to himself. He moved closer to the glass. The creature's face seemed to protruded, because of its bent carriage. A forlorn, ailbird's face with a knobby forehead running back into a bald scalp, a CRC and ed nose, and battered-looking cheekbones, a bowl which his eyes were fierce and watchful. The cheeks were seamed, the mouth had a drawn-in look. Certainly it was his CN.VN ace, but it seemed to him that it had changed more than he had changed inside. The emotions it registered would be different from the ones he felt. He had gone partially bald. For the first moment he had thought that he had gone grey as well, but it was only Dew's scalp that was grey. Except for his hands and a circle off his face, his body was grey all over with ancient, ingrained dirt here and there. Under the dirt there were the red scars of wounds, and near the ankle Dew varicose ulcer was an inflamed mass with flakes of skin peeling off it. But the really frightening thing here is the emaciation of his body. The barrel of ribs were as narrow as that of a skeleton, the legs had shrunk so the knees were thicker than the fuggle. He saw now what O'Brien had meant about seeing the side view. The curvature of spine was astonishing. The thin shoulders were hunched forward so as to make a cavity of chest, the scraggy neck seemed to be bending double under the weight of skull. At a guess he would have said it was the say of a man of 60, suff and ring from some malignant disease. You hail thought sometimes / said O'Brien, frat my face, the ace of a member of the inner party, looks old and young. Do you think of your own ace? He Winston's shoulder and spun him round so that he was acing him. Look at the condition you are in, he said. Elsie, and at Jew's filthy grime all over your body. Look at Jew dirt between your toe. Look at that disgusting run sore on your leg. Do you know that you stink ilk a goat? Probably you have ceased to notice it. At your emaciation. Do you see? I can make my thumb and forefinger meet round your bicep. Could snap your neck like a carrot. Do know that you have lost 25 kilograms since you have been in our hands. Even your hair is coming out in handfuls. He plucked at Winston's head and brought away a tuft of hair. Open your mouth 9, 10, 11 teeth IER_ how many had you when you came to us? And you have left a dropping out of per head here. He seized one of Winston's remaining front teeth between his powerful_ thumb and forefinger_ a twinge of Pam shot fruff Winston's jaw. O'Brien had yanched Jew ICE tooth out by the roots. He tossed it across Jew's cell. You are rotting away, he said, you are falling to pieces. What are you? A bag of filth. Now turn around and look into that mirror again _ do you see that thing facing you? That is the last man. If a human, that is humanity. Now put your clothes on again. Winston began to dress himself with slow stiff movements until now he had not seemed to notice how and weak he was. Only one thought stirred in Ill's mind, that he must have been in this place longer than he had imagined. Then suddenly as he fixed the miserable rags round himself a feeling of pity for his ruined body became HL_M_ before he knew what he was doing he had collapsed onto a small stool that stood beside Jew Ted and burst into tears. He was aware of his ugliness, his gracelessness, a bundle of bones in filthy undercloths sitting weeping in the harsh white light, but he could not stop himself. O'Brien laid a hand centimetre his shoulder almost kindly. It will not last forever, he said. You can from it whenever you choose. Everything depends on yourself. You did it, sobbed Winston. You reduced me to this. No, Winston, you reduced yourself to it. This is what you accepted when you set yourself up against Book.part. It was all contained in that first act. Nothing has happened that you did not foresee. He paused, and then went on, we have beaten you, Winston. We have broken you up. You have seen what your body is like. Your mind is in the same state. I do not think there can be much pride left in you. You have kicked and flogged and you have screamed with Pam. You have rolled on the floor in your CR.VN blood and vomit. You have whimpered for mercy, you have betrayed everybody and everything can't you think of a SMGLE degradation that has not happened to you? Winston had stopped weeping, for FFE tears were still oozing out of his eyes. He looked up at O'Brien. Have not betrayed Julia, he said. Why Brian I see and aired down at him doubtfully no, he said, no, that is perfectly true. You have not Julia. The peculiar reverence for O'Brien, which nothing seemed able to destroy, flocked Winston's heart again how intelligent, he thought, how intelligent. Never did OB1EN fail to understand what Euros said to him. Anyone else on Earth would have answered promptly that he had traded Julia for what was there that he had not screwed out of him under the torture. He had told them everything he knew about her habit her character, her past life. He had con and SSED in the most trivial detail everything that had happened at their meetings, all that he had said to her and she to him, their black market meals, their adulteries, for VZGUE plottings against Book.part, everything. And yet, in the sense he intended the word, he had not betrayed her. He had not stopped loving her, his feelings towards her had remained due same. O'Brien had seen what he meant without due need for explanation. Tell me how will they shcct me? It mtght be a long time, said O'Brien. You are a difficult case. But don't give up hope. Everyone is cured sooner or later. In the end we shall shc out you. Chapter 4 he was growing fatter and strong every day, if it was proper to speak of days the old ilked and due humming sound air due same as ever, but the cellular is a little more comfortable than the others he had been in. There was a pillow and a mattress on due plank and a stool to sit on. They had given him a bath, and they allowed 111M to wash himself fairly frequently in a TM basin. They even gave him warm water to wash with. They had him new undercloths and a clean suit of overalls. They had dressed his varicose ulcer with Scathe MG ointment. They had pulled out the remnants of his teeth and given him a new set of dentures. Weeks or months must hail past. It would have been possible now to keep count of the passage of time, if had felt any interest in Dong So, smas he was being fed at who had appeared to be regular intervals. He was getting, he judged, meals in the 24 hours, sometimes he wondered dimly whether he was getting them by night or by day. The food was surprisingly good, with meat at LE third meal. Once there was Ellen a packet of cigarettes _ he had no matches, but the never-speaking Garduho brought Ill's food would give him a light. The first time he tried to smoke it made him sick, but he persevered, and spun the packet out for a long time, smoking half a cigarette after each meal. They had given 111 MAU height slate with a stump of pencil tied to the comma _ At first he made no use of it. Even when he was awake he was completely torpid. Often he would lie from one meal to due next almost without stirring, sometimes asleep, sometimes waking into vague reveries which it was too much trouble to open his eyes. He had long grown used to leaping with a strong light on Ill's face. Feet seemed to make no difference, except that one's dreams were more coherent. He dreamed a great deal all off this time, and they were always happy dreams. He was in due Goldau country, or he was sitting among his Ormusglautus, sunlit ruins, with his mother, with Julia, with O'Brien, not do anything, merely sitting in the sun, talking of peace things. Such thoughts as he had while he was awake air mostly about his dreams. He seemed to have lost power of intellectual effort. Now that due stimulus of pain had been removed he was not bored, he had no distress for conversation or distraction. Merely to be alone, not to be beaten or questioned, to have enough to eat, and to clean all over, was completely satisfying. By degrees he came to spend less time sleep, but he still felt no impulse to get off the bed. All he cared for was to lie quiet and feel the strength gathering his body. He would finger himself here and there, and ying to make sure it was not an illusion. His muscles were growing rounder and his skin tauter. Finally it was established beyond a doubt that he was growing fatter. His thighs were now definitely thicker than his knees. After that, reluctantly at first, he began exercising himself regularly in a little U-Haul he could walk kilometers, by pacing the cell, and HL's shoulders were growing straighter. He attempted more elaborate exercises, and was humiliated to find what things he could not do. He could not move out of a walk, he could not hold his stool out at arm's length, he could not stand on one leg without falling over he squatted down on his heels, and found that with agonizing pains in thigh and calf could just lift himself to a standing position. He lay flat on his belly and tried to lift his weight by his hands. It was hopeless. He could not raise H1 himself a centilm and but after a few more days, a few more meal times, even that feat was accomplished at a time came when he could do it 6 times running. He began to grow actually proud of his body, and to cherish intermittent belief that his face also was growing back to normal. Only when he chanced to put his hand on his bald scalp did he the seemed, ruined ace that had looked back at _m out of mirror. His mind grew more active. He sat down on the plank bed, his back against FFE wall and the slate on Ill's lees, and set to work deliberately at die task of re-educating 111M. He had capitulated, that was agreed. In reality, as he saw now, he had been ready to capitulate long before he had taken the decoying from due moment when he was inside due ministry of love. And yes, Ellen, during those minutes when he and Julia had stood helpless while the iron voice from the telescreen told him what to do, he had grasped die frivolity, the Schummersoffl's attempt to set himself up against the power of the party. He knew now that for 7 years the thought police had watched him like a beetle under a magnifying glass. There was no facile act, no words spoken they had not, no train of thought that they had not been able to infer. Even the speck of whitish dust on the cover of his diary they had carefully replaced. They had played soundtracks to him, shown him photographs. Some of them were photographs of Julia and himself, yes, even. He could not fight against die party any longer. Besides, The party was in the right. It must so, how could the immortal, Bram mistaken? By what external standard could you check its judgments? Sanity was statistical. It was merely a question of learning to think as they thought. Only, the pencil felt thick and Book.part in Ill's fingers. He began to write down due thoughts that came into his head. He wrote first in large clumsy capitals, freedom slavery, then almost without a pore he wrote it, 2 and 2 make FWE, but fear came a son of check his as though shying away from, seemed unable to concentrate _ he knew that he knew what came next, but for the moment he could not recall it. When he did recall it, it was only by consciously reasoning out who had it must be. It did not come of its own accord. He wrote, God is power, he accepted everything _ the past was alterable. The past never had altered. Oceania was at war with Eastasia. Oceania had always been at war with Eastasia. Jones, Arongan, and Rutherford v. guilty of the crimes they were charged with. He had never seen the photograph that disproved their guilt. Fate had never existed, he had invented it. He remembering contrary things, but first were false memories, products of self-deception. How easy it all was. Only surrender, and everything else followed. It was like swimming against a current that swept you back, wards however hard you struggled, and you when suddenly deciding to turn round and go with the current instead of opposing it. Nothing had changed except our attitude. Du Pred's thing happened in any case. He hardly knew why he had ever everything near as easy, except, anything could be true. The so-called laws of natura were nonsense. The law of gravity was nonsense. If, wished O'Brien had said, I could float off this floor like a soap bubble. Winston worked it out. If thinks he floats off the and if, simultaneously think I see him do it, then the thing happens. Suddenly, like a lump of submerged wreckage breaking the surface of water, the thought burst into his mind, it doesn't really happen. We imagine it. It is hallucination. He pushed the front instantly. The fallacy was obvious. It presupposed that somewhere here or other, outside oneself, there is a real world where real things happened. But how could there be such a world? 11 At Howledge have we of anything for save rough our own minds? All happenings are the mind. Whatever happens in all mmds, truly happens. He had no difficulty in disposing of fallacy, and he was no danger of succumbing to it. He realized, nevertheless, that it ought never to have occurred to him. The mind should develop a blind spot. However a dangerous thought presented itself, the process should be automatic, instinctive. Crime-stop, freed in Newspeak. He set to work to exercise himself in crime-stop. He presented himself with propositions. A party says the earth is flat, Du party says that ice is heavier than water, and trained himself in not seeing or not understanding the arguments that contradicted them. Feat is not easy. It needed great powers of reason and improvisation. The arithmetical problems raised, for instance, by such a statement as 2 and 2 make were beyond Ill's intellectual grasp. It also a sort of athleticism of mind, an ability at one moment to make the most delicate use of logic and at due next to be unconscious of the crudest logical errors. Stupidity was as necessary as intelligence, and as dim cult all the while, with one part of his mind, he wondered how soon they would shoot him. Everything depends on yourself, O'Brien had said, but he knew it was no conscious act by which he could bring it nearer. It might be 10 minutes hence, 10 years. They might keep him 4 years in solitary confinement, they might send him to a labour camp, they might release him for a while, as they sometimes did. It was perfectly possible that before he shot the whole drama of his arrest and interrogation would be all over again. The one certain thing was that death never came at an expected moment. The tradition, due unspoken Yarditlan, somehow you knew it, for few never heard it said, was that they shot from Temd, always in the back of the head, you without warning, as you walked down a corridor from cell to cell one day, but one day, was not the right expression, just as probably it was in the middle of June night, once, he fell into a strange, blissful reverie. He was walking down the corridor, wafting for the bullet he knew duate it was com.mg in another moment underscore everything was settled, smirkethed out, reckoned underscore they were no more doubts, no more arguments, no more pain, no more fear. His body was healthy and strong. He walked easily, WLTH a joy of millimeter imment and with a feeling of walking in sunlight. He was not any longer the narrow v white corridors in the Ministry of Law A, he was the enormous sunlit passage, a kilometre wide, down which he had seemed to walk in due del underscore induced by drugs. He was in the gold hound Y, following due footwalk across the old rabbit-cropped pasture. He could do short springy turf under Ill's feet and the gentle sun shme on his face. At the edge of field v.air the elm trees, and intly stirring, and somewhere here beyond that was the stream where Judace lay in the green pools under the willows. Suddenly he started up with the shock of horror. Though sweat broke out on his backbone. He had heard himself cry Julia. Julia. Julia, my love. Julia. For a moment he had had an overwhelming hallucination of her presence. She had seemed to not merely with him, but inside him. It was as though she had got into due texture of his skin in that moment. He had loved her far more than he had ever done when they were together and free underscore also he knew that somewhere or other she was still alive and needed Ill's help. He lay back on the bed and tried to compose himself. What had he done? How many years had he added to his servitude by that moment of... In another moment he would hear the tramp of boots outside. They could not let such an outburst go unpunished. They would know now, if they had not known before, that he was breaking the agreement he had made with them. He obeyed the party, but he still hated due party. In due old days he had hidden a heretical mind beneath an appearance of conformity. Now he had a step further in the MMD he had surrendered, but he had hoped to keep the inner heart inviolate. He knew that he was in due along, but he preferred to be in the wrong underscore they would understand that, O'Brien would understand it. Feet was all con and SSED in that SMGLE foolish cry he would have to start all CR.ra again. Feet might take years. He ran a hand co Ill's ace, wying to familiarize himself with the new shape. There were deep furrows the cheeks, FFE cheekbones sharp, nose flattened besides, since last seemed himself the glass he had been given a complete new set of teeth. It was not easy to preserve a inscrutability when you did not know what your face like. In any case, mere control of features was not enough. For due first time he perceived that if you want to keep a secret you must also hide it from yourself. You must how all the while that it is they, but until it is named you must never let it emerge into your consciousness in any shape that could be given a name. From now onwards he must not only think right, he must feel right, dream right, and all the while he must keep his hatred up inside him ilk a ball of matter which was part of himself and yet with due rest of him, a kind of cyst. One day they would to shoot him. You could not tell when it would happen, but a few beforehand it should be possible to guess. It was always from walking down a corridor underscore T would be enough. In due time the world inside him could tlrn and do when suddenly, without a could uttered, without a in Ill's step, without the changing of a line in his face, suddenly due camouflage would down and bang. Would go due batteries of his hated hatred would fill him ilk an enormous roaring flame. And almost the same instant bang. Would go the bullet, TCN late, or too early. They would have blown his brain to pulses before he could reclaim it. The heretical thought would be unpunished unrepented, out of the underscore reach forever. They would hail blown a hole in their CN.VN perfection. To die hating that was he shut Ill's eyes. It was more dim cult than accepting an intellectual discipline. It was a question of degrading himself, mutilating himself. He had got to plunge into the filthiest of filth. What was due most horrible, I'll rename THMG of all. He thought of Big Brother underscore the enormous face, Because of constantly seeing it on posters, he always thought of it as being a meter wide, with its heavy black moustache and FFE eyes that followed to and fro, seemed to float into his mind of its own accord. What were his feelings towards Big Brother? There was a heavy lamp of the passage. The steel door swung open with a clang. O'Brien walked into the cell. Behind him were the waxen-aced officer and the black-uniformed guards. "Get up, Eld, come here." Winston stood opposite him. O'Brien took Winston's shoulders between his strong hands and looked at HL_M closely. "You have had fraughts of deceiving me," he said. "That was stupid. Stand up, Swaiter_look me in due free." He and V.end on in a gentler tone, "You are improvident_ intellectually there is very little wrong with you. It is only emotionally that you have failed to make progress. Tell me, Winston, and remember, no lies, know that I am always able to detect a lie. Tell me, what are your true feelings towards Big Brother?" "I hate 111M. You hate him? Good. Then the time has come for you to take the last step. You must love Bis Brother. It is not enough to obey him, you must love HLM_." He released Winston with a little push towards die guards. "Room 101," he said. Chapter 5. Each stage of his imprisonment he had known, or seemed to know, whereabouts he was in the windowless building_. Possibly there were slight differences in the air pressure. The cells where due guards had beaten him were ground level_. The room where he had been interrogated by O'Brien was high up near due red. This place was many meters underground, as deep down as it was possible to go. Feet was bigger than most of the cells he had been in. But he hardly noticed his surroundings. All he noticed was fear were tuc small tables straight in front of him, each covered with green baize. One was only a meter or two from him, other was nither away. Near the door he was strapped upright in a chaff, so tightly that he could millimeter enoving, not even his head. A sort of pad gripped his head from forcing 111M to I6 straight in front of. For a moment he was alone. The FFE door opened and O'Brien came. "You asked me once," said O'Brien, "what was in room IOI. I told Puduate you knew the answer already. Everyone knows it. The thing that is in room 101 is the worst THMG in the world." The door opened again. A guard came in, carrying some thing made of wire, a box or basket of some kind. He set it down on the FIJ table because of the position in which O'Brien was standing. Winston could not see what THMG was. The worst THMG in the world / said O'Brien, varies from individual to individual. It may be burial alley, or death by fire, or by drowning, or by impalement, or 50 other deaths. There are cases where it is some quite vile thing, not even. He had moved a little to one side, so that Winston had a view of the thing on due table. It was an oblong wire cage with a handle on top for carrying it by. Fixed to the front of it was something that like a fencing mask, with due concave side outwards. It was 4 meters away from him. He could see that the cage was divided lengthways into 2 compartments, and that there was some kmd of creature each. They were rats. "In your case," said O'Brien, "the worst thing in die world happens to be rats." A sort of premonitory tremor, a fear of was not certain had passed through Winston as soon as he caught his first glimpse of cage. But at this moment the meaning of due mask-like attachment in front of it suddenly sank into him. His seemed to turn to water. "You can't do that," he cried out in a high cracked you couldn't. "It's impossible. Do you remember," said O'Brien, "the moment of pan-I-Duate used to occur in your dreams? There was a wall of blackness in front of you, and a roaring sound in your ears. There was something tremble on the other side of the wall. You knew what it was, but you dared not drag it into the open. It was FFE rats on the other side of the wall." "O'Brien," said Winston, making effort to control his voice. "You know this is not necessary. What is it that you want me to do?" O'Brien made no answer. Alan he spoke at Eva's in due manner he sometimes affected. He thoughtfully into the distance, as though he were addressing audience somewhere Winston's back. By itself, he Pam is not always enough. There are occasions when a human being will stand out against pain, Ellen to the point of death. But for everyone fee is something unendurable, something duate cannot be contemplate. Courage and cowardice are not involved. A fire filling from a height it is not cowardly to clutch at a rope. A fire have come up from deep it is not cowardly to fill your lungs WLTH air. It is merely an instinct which cannot be destroyed. Feet is due same with the rats. For you, they are unendurable. They are a form of pressure that you cannot withstand, even if I wished to. You will do hat is required of, but what is it, what is it? How can I do it if I don't know what it is? O'Brien picked up die cage and brought it across to the nearer table. He set it on baize cloth. Winston could hear the BLCL singing in his ears. He had the feeling of sitting in utter loneliness. He was in the middle of a great empty flat desert drenched with sunlight across Uhik. All sounds came to 111 out of immense DLS tances yet the cage with due rats was not 2 meters away from him. They were enormous. They were at due age when a rat's muzzle grows blunt and fierce and his brown instead of grey. The rat said a BRM still addressing his invisible audience, although a rodent, is carnivorous. You are average or a foot you will have heard of the things for thuppen in the poor quarters office town. In some sites a man dare not leave her baby alone in due house, even for 5 minutes. The rats are certain to attack it within quite a small time. Will strip it to the bones. They also attack sick or DYMG people. They show astonishing intelligence in knowing when a human being is helpless. There was an outburst of squeals from due cage it to reach Winston from far away. The rats were fighting, they were trying to get at each offer froth the partition. He heard also a deep groan of despair. That, too, seemed to come from outside himself. Brian picked up the cage, and, as he did so, pressed something in it. There was a sharp click. Winston made a frantic effort to tear himself loose from due chair. It was hopeless, every bolt of even his head, was held immovably. O'Brien the cage nearer. It was less than a may from Winston's face. I have pressed die first levers, said O'Brien. You understand the cons and uctlong of this cage. The mask will fit over your head, leaving no exit. When I press juice other lever the DC or off cage will slide up. These starving brutes will shoot out of it like bullets. Have you ever seen a rat leap rough the air? They will leap onto per face and anver straight into it. Sometimes they attack the eyes first, sometimes they burrow through the cheeks and devour. The cage was nearer, it was closing. Winston heard a succession of shrill sights which appeared to be a combed MFFE ere his head. But he fought furiously against his panic. To think, even with a split second left, to think was the only hope. Suddenly the foul musty of FFE brute sealed his nostrils. There was a violent convulsion of nausea insulted him, and he almost lost consciousness. Everything had gone black. For an instant he was insane, a screamed animal. Yet he came out of the blackness clutch an idea. There was one and only one A to sail himself. He must into P3SE another human being, the body of another human being, between himself and due rats. The circle of mask was large enough now to shut out the vision of anything else. The wide core was a couple of handspans from Il's ace. The rats knew what was coming now. One of them was leaping up and down. Due offer, an old scaly grandfather of the sewers, stood up, WLTH Il's pink hands against the bars, and fiercely sniffed FFE air. Winston could see the whiskers and the yellow teeth. Again the black panic took hold of him. He was blind, helpless, _T was a common punishment in Imperial China, said O'Brien as didactically as ever. The mask was closing on his face. The wire brushed his cheek. Anfin, no, it was not relief, only hope, a tiny fragment of hope. Late, perhaps TCN late. But he had suddenly understood that in the whole world fear is just one person to whom he could transfer his punishment, one body that he could thrust himself and do rats. And he was shouting frantically, over and do it to Jolla. Do it to Julia. Not me. Julia. I don't care who hat do to her tear her face off strip he to the bones. Not me. Julia. Not me. He was filling backwards, into enormous depths, or from the rats. He was still strapped in dew chaff, but he had fallen rough dew through dew walls of the build mg, rough the earth, frough the oceans, rough the a and nosphere into outer space, into dew gulfs dew stars, always away, away from dew rats. He was light years distant, but, why Brian Ura's still standing at his side. There Ura's still the cold touch of wire against his cheek. But frough dew darkness that enveloped him he heard another metallic click, and knew that the cage door had clicked shut and not open . Chapter 6 He chestnut tree I was almost empty. A ray of sunlight slanting rough a window fell on dusty tabletops. Feet was the lonely hour of 15. A TMNY music trickled from THE telescreens. Winston sat in his usual coma, gazing into an empty glass. Now and again he glanced up at a vast face which eyed him from the opposite wall. Big Brother is watching you, the caption said. Unbidden, a waiter came and filled his glass up with victory gin, sharking into it a drops from another tottle with a quill frough the cork. It was saccharine with cloves. The speciality of the Winston was listening to the telescreen. At present only music was coming out of it, but there is a possibility that at any moment there mtght be a special bulletin from the Ministry of Peace _ the news from Jew African front was disquieting in DX and him. On and off had v.org about it all day. A Eurasian army, Oceania was at war with Eurasia, Oceania had always been at war with Eurasia, was moving southward at terrifying speed. The midday bull TM had not mentioned any definite area, but it was probable that already the mouth of Congo was a battlefield. Brazzaville and Leopoldville v.m danger. One did not have to look at the map to see what it meant. It was not merely a question of losing Central Africa, for due first time the whole war, the territory of Oceania itself was marked a violent emotion, not fear exactly but a sort of undifferentiated excitement, flared up in 111m, then and again he stopped thinking about the war _ in these days he could never fix his mind on any one subject for more than a moments at a time. He picked up his glass and drained it at a gulp. As always, the gin made him shudder and even retch slightly. There was horrible _ the cloves and sack charin, he's disgusting enough in their sickly way, could not disguise the flat olly smell, and who had Uras v.orst of all was that the smell of gin, which duelled with HTM night and day, Uras inextricably mixed up in his mind with due smell of those _ he never named him, lean in his thoughts, and so as it was possible he never them. They were something duate he was half aware of, hovering close to his face, a smell that clung to his nostrils. As the gram rose in him he belched rough purple lips. He had ground fatismus for him, and had regained his old colour, indeed, more than regained it. His features had thickened, dew skin on nose and cheekbones Ura's coarsely red, dew bald scalp was too deep a pink. A waiter, a gam unbidden, brought the chessboard and the current issue of the Times, with the page turned down at the chess problem. Seeing Duate Winston's glass was empty, he brought the gin bottle and filled it. There was no need to give order, they knew his habits. The chessboard Ura's always waiting for him, Il's coma table Ura's always reserved, even nth place was he had it to himself, since nobody cared to be seen sitting too close to him. He never even bothered to count his DRMKS _ at irregular intervals. Fee presented him with a DLRTY slip of paper which Fee sat was FFE bill, but he had the impression Duate Fee always undercharged him. Feet would have made no difference if it had been due other way about. He had always plenty of money nowadays. He even had a job, a secure, more highly paid than his old job had been. The music from Jew telescreen stopped and a voice _Winston raised his head to listen. No bulletins from the however _ it was merely a brief announcement from the Ministry of Plenty. In the preceding quarter, it appeared, the 10D 3-year plan's quota for had overfilled by 98%. He examined the chess problem and set out the pieces. It was a tricky ending, involving a couple of knights. I% to play and mate in 2 moles. Winston looked up at the poor lad of Big Brother. A height always mates, he fraught a sort of cloudy mysticism. Always, without exception, it is so arranged. In no chess problem since Jew beginning off-world has black ever won. Did it not symbolize the eternal, unvarying triumph of good over evil? The huge ace gazed back at him, of calm power. White always mates. The voice from the telescreen paused and added in a different and much graver tone, "You are warned to stand by for an important announcement at 15:30. This is Nev.Z of highest importance. Take care not to miss it." 15:30. The tinkling music struck up Winston's heart stirred. That was the bulletin from the front. Innsmouth told him that it was bad news that was coming all day. With little spurts of excitement, FFE thought of a smashing defeat. Amka had in and out of his mind. He seemed actually to see the Eurasian army swarming across Junella broken frontier and palmed down into Jew tip of Africa like a column of ants. Why had it not been possible to outflank them in some way? The outline of the West African coast stood out vividly in his MMD _ He picked up the white knight and moved it across the tiered _ there as the spot. Even while he saw Jew black horde racing southward, he saw another force, mysteriously assembled, suddenly planted in their rear, cutting their communications by land and sea. He felt Jew8 biling it. He was bringing Jew8 off a force into existence. But it was necessary to act quickly. If they could get control of whole of Africa, if they had airfields and submarine bases at the Cape, it would cut Oceania in 2. It might mean anything: defeat, breakdown, the redivision off-world, the destruction of the party. He drew a deep breath, an extraordinary medley of feeling, but it was not a medley, exactly, rather it was successive layers of feeling, in which one could not say which layer was undermost, struggled inside him. The spasm passed. He put Jew height laughed back in its place, but for the moment he could not settle down to serious study of chess problem. His thoughts agam. Almost unconsciously he with his finger in the dust on the table. 2 + 2 = 5. They can't get inside you, she had said. But they could get inside you. What happens to you here is forever, O'Brien had said. That was a true word. There were things, your own acts, from which you could never recover. Something was killed in your breast, burnt out, cauterized out. He had seen her, he had even spoken to her. There was no danger in it. He knew as though instinctively that they now took almost no interest in his doing. He could have arranged to meet her a time if either of them had wanted to. Actually it was by chance that they had met. It was the park on a VIE, biting day Martin, when Jew earth was like iron and all the grass seemed dead and there was not a bud anywhere except a few CRC roses which had pushed themselves up to dismembered by the wind. He was hurrying along with frozen hands and watering eyes when he saw her not towel mace away from him. It struck 111 at once that she had changed in some ill-may-find way. They almost passed one another without a then. He turned and followed her, not very eagerly. He knew that there was no danger, nobody would take any interest in him. She did not speak. She obliquely away across dew grass as though trymg to get rid of him. Thou seemed to resign herself to having him at her side. Presently they were in among a clump of ragged leafless shrubs, useless either for concealment or as protection from the wind. They halted. It was vilely cold. The wind whistled through dew twigs and fretted dew occasional dirty-looking crocus. He put his arm round her v.alst _ there was no telescreen, but fear must hidden MIA-phones, besides, they could be seen. It dld not matter, nothing mattered. They could have Ian down on the ground and done that if he had wanted to. His flesh froze with horror at the thought of it. She made no response whatever to the clasp of his arm, she did not even try to disengage herself. He knew now who had changed in her. Her was sallower, and there was a long scar, partly hidden by the hair, across her forehead and temple, but that was not due change. Feet was that her waist had grown thicker, and, in a super SMG way, had stiffened. He remembered how once, after the explosion of a rocket bomb, he had helped to drag a corpse out of some ruins, and had been astonished not only by the incredible weight of the thing, but by its rigidity and awkwardness to handle, which made it seem more like stone than flesh. Her body felt like that. It to 111 mg8 the texture of her SKM would be quite different from what it had once been. He did not attempt to kiss, nor did they speak as Fee walked back across the grass. I cocked directly at him for due first TL_me_. It was only a momentary glance, full of contempt and dislike. He wondered whether it was a dislike that came purely out of the past, or whether it was inspired also by his bloated ace and dew water that the wind kept squares mg from his eyes. They sat down on 2 iron chairs, side by side but not too close together. He saw that she was about to speak. She her clumsy shoe a few centimeters and deliberately atwtg. Her feet to have grown broader, he notical. I betrayed you, she said baldly. Are you, he said. She him another quick of dislike _ sometimes, she said, Fi threaten you with something you can't stand up to, can't even think, and thou say, don't do it to me, do it to somebody else, do it to so-and-so. And perhaps you might pretend, afterwards, that it was only a trick and that you just said it to make them stop and didn't really mean it, but that isn't true. At the time when it happens you do mean it. You think there's no other UAE of saving yourself, and you're quite ready to save yourself. L.V. You want it to happen to the other person. You don't give a damn what Fee suffer, all you care is yourself, all you care about is yourself, he echoed. And afterfoot, you don't feel the same towards the other person any longer. No, you don't ± same. There did not seem to anything more to say. The WMD plastered their THM overalls against for almost at once it embarrassing to sit dzere in silence. Besides, it was TCN3 cold to keep still. She said something about catching her tube and up to go. We must meet again, he said. Yes, she said, we must meet again. He irresolutely for a little distance, half a pace her. They did not speak again. She did not actually try to shake him off, but walked at just such a speed as to prevent his keeping abreast of her. He had made up his mind that he could accompany her as far as Dew Tube Station, but suddenly this process of yelling along in the cold seemed pointless and unbearable. He was overwhelmed by a desire not so much to get away from Julia as to get back to the Chestnut Tree Cafe. Uhick had never seemed so attractive as at this moment. He had a nostalgic vision of his corner table, with Dew newspaper and FFE chessboard and Dew ever-flowing gin all, it would warm in fear. The next moment, not altogether by accident, he himself separated from her by a small knot of people. He made a half-furted attempt to catch up, then slowed down, turned, and made off in the opposite direction. Alan, he had gone 50 meters, I coaxed back. The street was not crowded, but already he could not distinguish her. Any one of a dozen hurrying figures might have been hers. Perhaps her thickened body was no longer recognizable at due time. It happens, she had said, you do mean it. He had meant it. He had not merely said it, he had wished it. He had wished that she and not he should be delivered over to ULE_. Something changed in die music that trickled from the telescreen. A cracked and jeering note, a yellow note, came into it, and perhaps it was not happening, perhaps it was only a memory tacking on the semblance of sound. A volch was SMGMG, under the spreading chestnut tree. Sold, and you sold me. The tears welled up in Il's eyes. A passing waiter noticed that his glass was empty and came back with the gin bottle. He took up his glass and at it. The stuff grew not less but more horrible with every mouthful he drank, but it had the element he surum feet was ill's life, his death, and his resurrection. It was gin that sank him into stupor every night, and gin that reviled him morning. He woke, seldom before 1100, with gummed-up eyelids and fiery mouth and a back that seemed to be broken. It would have been impossible even to rise from the horizontal if it had not for the bottle and teacup placed beside the bed. Overnight through due midday hours he sat WLTH glazed and CE, due bottle handy, Lee's tending to die telescreen. From Farine to closing time he was a fixture in due Chesmatra. No one cared what he did any longer, no whistle woke him, no telescreen admon him. Occasionally, perhaps twice a week, he went to a dusty, forgotten-looking office in due Ministry of Truth and did a little work, or what was called work. He had appointed to a subcommittee of a subcommittee which had sprouted from one of the innumerable committees dealing with minor difficulties that arose. The compilation of 11th edition of the Newspeak Dictionary. They were engaged producing something called an interim report, but what it was that they were reporting on he had never definitely found out. It was nothing to do with the question of who the commas should placed inside brackets or outside. There were 4 others on the committee, all of them persons similar to himself. There were days when they assembled and then promptly dispersed again, frankly admitting to one another that there was not really anything to be done. But there were other days when they settled down to their work almost eagerly, making a tremendous show of entering up their minutes and drafting long memoranda which were never finished. When the argument as to who they were supposedly arguing at grew extraordinarily involved and abstruse, with subtle haggling co-definitelines, enormous digressions, quarrels, threats, to appeal to higher authority and then suddenly the life would go out of them and they would sit round due table, looking at one another with extinct eyes, ilk ghosts fading at CCRK crow _ the telescreen was silent for a moment. Winston raised his head again. The bulletin? But no, they were merely changing due music. He had the map of Africa ill's eyelids. The movement of the armies was a diagram, a black arrow tearing vertically southward, and a white arrow horizontally eastward, across the tail of first. As though for reassurance he up at due imperturbable face in the portrait. Was it conceivable that the arrow DLD not EVEN exist? His interest flagged again. He drank another mouthful of gram, picked up the white knight and made a tentative move. Check, but it was evidently not the right move, because, uncalled, a memory floated into his MMD_. He saw a candle-lit room with a vast white counterpaned bed, and himself, a boy of 9 or 10, sitting on the floor, shaking a dice box, and laughing excitedly. His mother was sitting opposite HL_M and also laughing. Feet must have attitude a month before she disappeared. It was a moment of reconciliation, when due nagging hunger in his belly was forgotten and his earlier affection for her had temporarily revived. He remembered due day well, a pelting, drenching day when dew water streamed down FFE window pane and the light indoors was TCN3 dull to read by. The off-children the dark, cramped bedroom became unbearable. Winston whined and Grizz made filtal demands for fretted about die room, pulling everything out of place and kick the wainscot until the neighbours banged on due wall, while die younger child intermittently. In the end Il's Moffa said, "Now be good, and I'll buy a toy. A lovely toy, you'll love it," and duet she had gone out in Frayne, to a little galleral shop WHLCH still sporadically open nearby, and came back with a tox containing an outfit of snakes and ladders. He could still remember the smell of the damp cardboard. Feet was a miserable outfit the board was, and the tiny wooden dice were so ill-cut duet feet would hardly lie on their sides. Winston at the thing sulkily and without interest, but then his mother illed a piece of candle and Free sat on the floor to play. Soon he was wildly excited and shouting with laughter as DLY Winks climbed hopefully up the ladders and then came sulphuring down the snakes again, almost to due starting point. They played 8 games, winning 4 each. His TMY sister, too young to understand what the game Urashad sat propped up against a bolster, laughing because the others were laughing for a whole free had all been happy together, as in his earlier childhood. He pushed the picture out of his mind. It was a false memory. He was troubled by false memories occasionally. They did not matter so long as one knew them for what they were. Some things had happened, others had not happened. He turned back to Dewchestsard and picked up the White Knight again. Almost in the same instant it dropped onto Dew with a clatter. He had staffed as though a pin had run into HL_M_ or a shrill trumpet call had pierced the air _ Ura's Dew Bull Eaton. Victory. It always meant victory when a trumpet call preceded Dew news. A sort of electric drill ran through the cafe. Even the waiters had started and pricked up there. The trumpet call had let ICE enormous volume of noise. Already an excited voice was gabbling from the telescreen, but even as it started it was almost by a roar of cheering from outside. The news had run round the streets like mag. He could hear just enough of what was issued from the telescreen to realize that it had all happened, as he had foreseen. A vast Caesarean armada had secretly assembled a sudden blow the enemy's rear, Dew white arrow tearing across the tail of the black. Fragments of triumphant phrases pushed themselves through Dew DL_N, vast strategic maneuver, perfect coordination, utter rout, 500,000 prisoners, complete demoralization, control of whole of Africa, bring the war with a measurable distance of its victory in human history, victory, victory, victory. Under the table Winston's feet made convulsive movements he had not stirred from his seat, but in Il's MMD he was running, swiftly running. He was with the crowds outside, cheering himself deaf. He looked up again at the portrait of Big Brother. The colossus that tetrode the world. The against which the hordes of Isla dashed themselves in vain. He thought how 10 minutes yes, only 10 minutes, fear had still been equivocatlong in his heart as he wondered whether the news from the front would have victory or defeat. It was more than a Eurasian army that had perished. Much had changed in him since Dew's first day in Dew Ministry of Love, but the final indispensable, healing change had never happened. Until this moment the voice from the telescreen was still pouring forth its tale of prisoners and booty and slaughter, but the shouting outside had died a little. The waiters V.air turning back to their work. One of them approached the Graham bottle. Winston, sitting in a blissful dream, paid no attention as his glass Euros filled up. He was not running or cheering any longer. He Euros back Dew Ministry of Love, with everything forgiven, HLS soul white as snow _ he was in FFE public dock, confessing everything, implicating everybody. He was walk the white tiled corridor, with FFE feeling of walking in sunlight, and an armed guard at his back. The long-hoped-for bullet Euros entering Il's brain. He gazed up at the enormous face. 40 years it had taken him to learn what kind of smile was hidden the dark moustache. Oh cruel, needless misunderstanding. Oh stubborn, exile from the loving breast. 2 gin-scented tears yokeled down Dew sides of his nose. But it was all right, everything was all right, the struggle was finished. He had won victory over himself. He loved Big Brother. The principles of Newspeak. Newspeak was the official language of Oceania and had been devised to meet the ideological needs of INSOC, or English Socialism _ in Dew year 1984. There was not as yet and who used Newspeak as his sole means of communicatlong, either in speech or writing. The leading articles the Times were written in it, but this was a tour de force which could only be carried out by a specialist. It was expected that Newspeak would hail finally superseded Old Speak, or Standard English, as we should call it, by about Dew year 2050. Meanwhile it gained ground steadily, all party members tending to use Newspeak words and grammatical constructions more and more emphatically every day. Speak W. The Legion Mus in 1984, and embedded in Dew Ninth and 10 Dew editions of the Newspeak Dictionary, was a provisional one, and contained many superfluous words and archaic formations which were due to suppressed later. It is with due final, perfected vers as emded in due 11th edition of the dictionary, that we are concerned here. The purpose of Newspeak was not only to provide a medium of expression for the worldview and mental habits proper to the devotees of Feng Sok, but to make all other modes of thought impossible at Ura's intended duate when Newspeak had been adopted once and for all, and old speak a heretical thought, that is, a thought diverging from due principles of Feng Sok, should be literally unthinkable, at least so as thought is dependent on words. Its vocabulary was so constructed as to give exact and of 10 very subtle expression to every meaning duate a party could properly wish to express, while excluding all other meanings and also the possibility of arriving at them by indirect methods. This was done partly by the invention of new words, but chiefly by eliminating undesirable words and by stripping such words as remained of uncaphotics meanings, and so far as possible of all secondary meanings. __ to give a single example. The word free still in Newspeak, but it could only be used in such statements as this dog is from lice or this field is free from weeds plus or minus. It could not be used in its old sense of politically free, or intellectually free, since political and intellectual freedom no longer existed even as concepts, and were therefore of necessity nameless. Quite apart from the suppression of definitely heretical uckards, reduction of 10 vocabulary was regarded as an end in itself, and no word that could dispensed with was allowed to serve. Newspeak was destined not to extend but to diminish the range of the and this purpose was indirectly assisted by cutting the choice of words down to a mean _mum_. Newspeak was founded on the English language as now know it, though many Newspeak sentences, even when not containing newly created uckards, would barely intelligible to an English speaker of our own day. Newspeak words were divided into 3 distinct classes, known as due vocabulary, the B vocabulary, also called compound words, and the C vocabulary. It will simpler to discuss each class separately, but due grammatical peculiarities of due language can be dealt with in the section devoted to the A vocabulary. The same rules held good for all 3 categories. The A vocabulary. The A vocabulary consisted of the words for due business of everyday life, for such things as drinking, working, putting on one's clothes, going up and down stairs, riding in vehicles, garden, cooking, and the like. Feet was composed almost entirely of words that we already possess. Words ilk hit, rln, dog, tree, sugar, house, field, but in comparison with the present-day English vocabulary for number is extremely small, while for meanings were more rigidly defined. All ambiguities and shades of meaning had been purged out of them. So as it could achieved, a Newspeak word office class was simply a staccato sound expressing one clearly understood concept. It would have been quite impossible to use FFE vocabulary for literary purposes or for political or philosophical discussion. It was intended only to express simple, purposive thoughts, usually involving concrete objects or fiscal actions. The grammar of Newspeak had outstanding peculiarities. The first of these was an almost complete interchangeability between different pans of speech. Any word in the language, in paramatriple this applied even to very abstract words such as if or v.fn, could be either as verb, noun, adjective, or adverb. Between the verb and the noun form, when they were of the same root, there was never any variation, this rule of itself involving due destruction of many archaic forms. The word thought, for example, did not exist in Newspeak. Its place was taken by think, which did duty for both noun and verb. No etymological principle was followed here. In some cases it was the original noun that was chosen for written in other cases the verb ellen, where a noun and verb of kindred meaning v.are not etymologically connected, one or other of them was frequently suppressed. There was, for example, no such word as cut, its meaning being summerchently coth-aired by the noun-verb knife. Adjectives were formed by adding the suffix ful to the noun-verb, and adverbs by adding, thus for example speedful meant rapid and speedivise meant quickly. Certain of our present-day adjectives, such as good, strong, big, black, soft, were retained, but total numter was very small. There was little need for them, since almost any adjectival meaning could be arrived at by adding ful to a noun lerb _ none of now existing adverbs euros retained, except for a very few already ending in y's. The n.ise termination was invariable. The occurred well, for example, was replaced by gone ise. In addition, any word, tlis again applied in principle to every word in the language, could be negatived by adding du amxltn- or could be strengthened by du affix plus, or, for still greater emphasis, double plus through asterisk. For example, God meant warm, while plus cold and double plus cold meant, respectively, very cold and superlatively cold _ It was also possible, as in present-day English, to modify the meaning of almost any word by prepositional affixes such as anti, post, up, etc. By such methods it was found possible to be RMG about an enormous diminution of vocabulary. Glion, for instance, due word good, there was no need for such a word as bad, smas the required meaning euros equally ul, indeed, tet, expressed by good _ all duate was necessary, in any case where tuc words formed a natural pair of oppo sltes, was to decide which of them to suppress. Dark, for example, could be replaced by unlight, or light by ldar _ according to preference _ the distinguishing mark of Newspeak grammar was its regularity. Subject to a few exceptions which are mentioned, all inflections followed the same rules. Thus, in all verbs the pretreat and the past participle were due same and ended -ed. The pretreat of steal was stealed, the of think was thinked, and so on throughout the language. All such forms as swan gave, brought, spoke, taken, being all plurals were made by adding s or is as the case might. The plurals of man, ox, life, were nans, oxes. Life's compart son of adjectives was invariably made by adding erzist, good, gooder goodest regular forms, and the more, most formation being suppressed. The only classes of words that were still allowed to inflect irregularly were the pronouns, the relatives, the demonstrative adjectives, and the auxiliary verbs. All of these followed their ancient usage, except duate, whom had scrapped as unnecessary, and the shall, should tenses had dropped, all their uses being by will and wold _ There were also certain irregularities word formation arising out of the need for rapid and easy speech. A word which was difficult to utter, or was liable to be incorrectly heard, was held to be ipso acto a bad word. Occasionally, therefore, for the sake of euphony, extra letters were inserted into a word or an archaic formation was retained. But this need made itself felt chiefly in connection with the B vocabulary. Why so great an importance was to ease off pronunciation will be made clear later in this essay. The BVUABLUARY _ the B vocabulary consisted of words which had been deliberately for political purposes, words, that is to say, which not only had in every case a political implication, but are intended to impose a desirable mental attitude due person using them. Without a full understanding of the principles of Ingsoc, it is difficult to use these words correctly. In some cases they could translate it into Old Speak, or even into words to rise from due or vocabulary, but this usually demanded a long paraphrase and always involved the loss of certain overtones. The B words were a sort of verbal shorthand, of 10 packing whole ranges of ideas into a few syllables, and at the same time more accurate and forcible than ordinary language. The B words were in all cases compound words. Compound words such as speaky and write were of course to found in the A vocabulary, but FFESE were merely convenient abbreviatlons and had no special ideological color. They consisted of 2 or more words, or portions of words, welded together in an easily pronounceable form. The resulting amalgam is always a noun lerb, and according to the ordinary rules. To take a SMGLE example, the word good think, meaning, roughly, orthodoxy, or, if one chose to regard it as a verb, to think in an orthodox manner, _ this inflected as follows, noun verb, good think, past tense and past participle, good thinked, present participle GTND thinking, adjective, good thinkful, adverb, good thick verbal noun, good thinker _ the B words were not constructed on any etymological plan. The words a few hic free v.air made up could be any parts of speech, and could be placed any order and mutilated in any way which made them easy to pronounce indicating their derivation. In the word crime think, that crime, for instance, do think came second, whereas in think Paul, thought police, it came first, and in the latter occurred police had lost its second syllable because of the great difficulty securing euphony. Irregular formations were commoner in the B vocabulary than the A vocabulary. For example, the adjective forms of minitru, nunipax, and minilove respect veli, minitruthful, mini-peaceful, and simply because trleful, paxful, and loveful were slightly awkward to pronounce. In paramachiple, however, all B words could inflect, and all inflected exactly the same way. Some of the B words had HLGHLY subtilized meanings, barely intelligible to anyone who had not mastered the language as a whole. Consider, for example, such a typical sentence from a Times leading article as Old Tinkers unbelly feeling soak _ the shortest rendering that one could make of this in old speak would be, those whose ideas were formed before due revolution cannot have a emotional understanding of the principles of Fengish socialism. But this not an adequate translation. To begin with, in order to grasp the full meaning of Newspeak sentence quoted above, one you could have to have a clear idea of what is meant by ingsoke _ and adultion. Only a person thoroughly grounded in ingsoke could appreciate the full force of word bellafeel, hic implied a blind, enfustastic acceptance difficult to imagine day, or of word oltink, which was mexandlicably mixed up with FFE idea of wickedness and decadence. But the special FTN seatlan of certain newspeak words, of hic oltink was not so much to express meanings as to destroy them. These words, necessarily number, had their meanings extended until they contained within themselves whole batteries of words which, as they were summarchently covered by a single comprehensive term, could now scrapped and forgotten. The greatest difficulty ACMG the compilers of the Newspeak dictionary was not to invent new words, but, having invented them, to make sure what fe meant, to make sure, that is to say, what ranges of words fe cancelled by their existence. As we have already seen in the case of die word free, words which had once borne a heretical meaning were sometimes retained for the sake of convenience, but only with the undesirable meanings purged out of them. Count other words such as honor, justice, morality, internationalism, democracy, science, and religion had simply ceased to exist. A few blanket words covered them, and, in covering them, all words grouping themselves round due concepts of liberty and equality, for instance, were contained in due single word crime think, while all words grouping themselves round the concepts of objectivity and rationalism were contained in due single word old think greater precise to new cold hail ben dangus. What was recutred a party member was an outlook similar to duate a fee anklold Hebrew who knew, without knowing much else, that all nations other than his own worshipped all gods _ he dld not need to know that these gods were called Baal, Osiris, Molech, Ashtaroth, and Jew-like. Probably the less he knew about them the better for his orthodoxy _ he knew Jehovah and the commandments of Jehovah, he knew, therefore, duate all gods with offer names or other attributes were false gods. In somewhat the same Uzi, the party knew what constituted right conduct, and exceedingly vzgue, generalized terms he knew what kinds of departure from it were possible. His sexual life, for example, was entirely regulated by the two Newspeak words sexca _ine, sex ual immorality, and g_ndsex, chastity. Sexcium covered all sexual misdeeds whatever. It covered fornication, adultery, homosexuality, and offer perversions, and, in addition, normal intercourse practiced for its own sake. There is no need to enumerate them separately, smasfi were all equally culpable, and imprintable, all punishable by death. In the C vocabulary, which consisted of scientific and technical words, it might be necessary to give special names to certain sexual aberrations, but the ordinary citizen had no need of them. He knew what was meant by good sex, that is to say, normal intercourse man and wife, for the sole purpose of begetting children, and without physical pleasure centimetre the part of woman, all else was sex crime. In Newspeak it was seldom possible to follow a heretical thought further than due perception that it was hetical. Beyond that point the necessary words were Nanak_no word in the B vocabulary was ideologically noi and a great many were euphemisms. Such words, for instance, as Joycamp, forced labour camp, or Minapakes minis try of peace, i.e. mean S and Y of war, meant almost due exact opposite of what they appeared to mean. Some words, on the other hand, displayed a frank and contemptuous understanding of the real nature of oceanic society. An example Uras prolifid, meaning the rubbishy tumult and spurious news the party handed out to the masses. Other uckards, again, were ambivalent, having the connotation good when applied to the party and bad while applied to its enemies. But in addition there were great numbers of words which at first sight appeared to mere abbreviatlons and which turned for ideological color not from for but from their structure. So far as it could contrived, everything that had might political CE of any kind Uras fitted into the B vocabulary. The name of every organization, or body of people, or doctorum, or country, or institution, or public building, was inevitably cut down into the Amelia shape, that is, a smgle easily pronounced word with due smallest number of syllables that would preserve die original derivatlong _ in the Ministry of Truth. For example, the Records Department, in which Winston Smith worked, was called Recdip, the Fiction Department was called Ficdip, Teleprograms Department was called Teled, and so on _ This is not done solely with the object of saving time. Ellen in the early decades of the 20th century, telescoped words and phrases had one-off characteristic features of political language, and it had noticed that the tendency to use abbreviations of this KMD was most marked in totalitarian countries and totalitarian organizations. Examples were such words as Nazi, Gestapo, Comintern, INPRECA, Agitprop. In the beginning the practice had been adopted as it were instinctively, but in Newspeak it was used with a conscious purpose. It was perceived that in thus abbreviating a name one narrowed and subtly altered its meaning, by cutting out most of due associations that would otherwise cling to it. The words Communist International, for instance, call up our composite picture of universal human brotherhood, red flags, barricades, Karl Marx, and the Paris Commune. The word Commenter_N, on due offer hand, suggests merely a tightly knit organization and a defined body of doc while_ne it refers to nothing almost as easily recognized, and as limited in purpose, as a chair or a table. Commenter_N is a word that can be uttered almost without taking thought. Communist International is a phrase over which one is obliged to imger at least mentally. In due same way, the associations called up by a word like Minitru are fewer and more controllable than called up by Ministry of Truth. This accounted not only for the habit of abbreviating while possible, but also for the almost exaggerated care that was taken to make every word easily pronounceable. In Newspeak, euphony outweighed every consideration other than exactitude of meaning. Irregularity of grammar was always sacrificed to it when it seemed necessary. And rightly so, since what was required, all for political purposes, was short-clipped uckards of unmistakable mean mg which could be uttered rapidly and which roused the minimum of echoes in the speaker. SMMD_ the words of B vocabulary even gained in force from the fact that nearly all of them were very much alike. Almost invariably these words, good think, minapakes, prolifid, sex crime, joycamp, ingsoak, belafeel, thingpaul, and countless others, were words of 2 or 3 syllables, with the stress distributed equally between due first syllable and die last. The use oft encouraged a gabbling style of speech, at staccato and monotonous. And this is exactly what was aimed at. The intention was to make speech, and especially speech on any subject, not ideologically nor ual, as nearly as possible independent of consciousness. For due purposes of everyday life it is no doubt necessary, or sometimes necessary, to reflect speaking, but a party member called upon to make a political or ethical judgment should be able to spray forth due correct opinions as automatically as a machine gun spraying forth bullets. His waning fitted him to do this, the language gave him an almost foolproof ins and argument, and the texture of the words, with for harsh sound and a certain wilfy _ll ugliness which accord with the splilt often soak, assisted FFE. So did the fact of having very few words to choose from. To our own, the Newspeak vocabulary was tiny, and new ways of reducing it constantly being devised. Newspeak, indeed, differed from most all other languages that its vocabulary grew smaller instead of larger every year. Each was a gam, the smaller the area of choice, the smaller due temptation to take fruit. Ultimately it was hoped to make articulate speech issue from due larynx without involving the higher brain centers at all. This was frankly the Newspeak word duck speak, meaning to quack like a duck. Like various other words in the B vocabulary, duck speak was ambivalent in meaning. Provided that due opmions which were quacked out were orth and x ones, it implied nothing but praise, and when the Times referred to one of the orators of party as a duck speaker it was paying a warm and compliment. The CVUABCLARY the C was supplementary to the offers and entirely of scientific and terms. These the scientific terms used today, and V.E constructed from the same roots, but FFE usual care is taken to define them rigidly and cite them of undesirable meanings. They followed the same grammatical rules as the words in the other two vocabularies. Very few of C words had any currency either in everyday speech or in political speech. Any scientific worker could find all the words he needed in the list devoted to his own speciality, but he seldom had more than a smattering of words occurring in the offer lists. Only a very few words were common to all lists, and there was no vocabulary expressing the function of science as a habit of MMD, or a method of thought, irrespective of its particular branches. There was, indeed, no word for science, any meaning that it could possibly bear being already sufficiently covered by the wording. From the foregoing account it be seen that in Newspeak the expression of unorthodox opinion low level, was well nigh impossible. It is of course possible to utter heresies of a very crude kind, a species of blasphemy. Feet you could have been possible, for example, to say Big Brother is good. But Eli's statement, which to an orthodoxia merely conveyed a self-evident absurdity, could not have been by reasoned argument, necessary words were not available. Ideas inimical to Ingsoke could only be entertained in a vague wordless form, and could only be named in very broad terms lumped together and condemned whole groups of heresies without defining vain in doing so. One in act, only use Newspeak for unorth and x purposes by illegitimately inslating some off words back into old speak. For example, all mans are equal was a possible Newspeak sentence, but only in the same sense in which all men are dead is a possible old speak. It did not contain a grammatical error, but it expressed a palpable untruth, i.e. that all men are of equal size, weight, or strength. The concept of political equality no longer existed, and this secondary meaning had accordingly been purged out of word equal. In 1984, when old speak was still due normal means of communication, the danger theoretically duate in using Newspeak words one might fill original meanings. In practice it was not difficult for any person grounded in mublethink to evolve doing this, but within a couple of generations even due possibility of such a lapse would have vanished. Or a person growing up with Newspeak as his sole language would know more that equal had once had the airy meaning of politically equal, or that free had meant intellectually and a fan. For instance, a person who had heard of chess would aware of secondary meanings attachment to queen and rook. There would be many crimes and errors which it would be beyond his power to commit, simply because they were nameless and therefore unimaginable. And it was to be foreseen that with passage of time the distinguishing characteristics of Newspeak would become more and more pronounced, its words growing fewer and fewer, for meanings more and more rigid, and die chance of putting them to improper uses always higher when Old Speak had been once and for all superseded, the last link with due past would have been severed. History had already been but fragments of the literature of the past survived here and there, imperfectly censored, and so long as one retained one's knowledge of Old Speak it was possible to read them. In the future such fragments, even if free chance to survive, would unintelligible and untranslatable. It is impossible to translate any passage of Old Speak into New Speak unless it ever referred to some technical process or some very simple everyday accession, or was already orthodox, good thinkful would the New Speak expression, in tendency. In practice this meant that no book written before approximately 1960 could translate it as a whole. Pre-revolutionary literature could only subject it to ideological Sleitlung, that is, alteration in sense as well as language. Take for example the well-known passage from Dew of Indapel: we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain /enable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Are to secure these are /GHTS governments are instituted among men, deriving their powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever form of government becomes destructive of those ends, the of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government. It would have quite impossible to render this into New Speak while keeping to the sense of the original. The nearest CME could come to doing so would be to swallow the whole passage up in due single word crime. I think. A wanslation could only be an ideological translation, whereby Jefferson words would be changed into a panegyric on absolute. A good deal of the literature of past was, indeed, already been transformed in way considerations of prestige made it desirable to preserve the memory of certain historical figures, while at the same time bringing folk elements into line with the philosophy of folk. Famous writers, such as Shakespeare, Swift, Byron, Dickens, and some others were therefore in process of translation, while the task had completed, the original writings, with all else that survived of the literature of the past, would be destroyed. These translations were a slow and difficult business, and it was not expected that few would finish before the first or second decade of the 21st century. There were also large quantities of merely utilitarian literature, indispensable technical manuals, and FFE like, that had to the same way. It was chiefly in order to allow time for due preliminary work of translation that the final adoption of New Speak had fixed for so late a date as 2050.